Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome around the world. It's Night Shift, episode 38, as we are ready to go. Jason's confused by everything that's currently going on. I'm coming in loud, I'm coming in hot, I'm coming in proud. It is time for more Deadlock action. I got DDK as well as Jason Kaplan. He's not quite got the haircut this week, but we'll let him off for the moment. How are you feeling, Jason?
You know, it's for you. It's probably nice to work with some talent who actually do their hair properly. So it's nice to have you on the show once again. But I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great because not only do we have another rematch of the Grand Finals of the R1 tournament that just happened over the weekend, we get to see what happens in North America with FPS Lounge making their debut once again with a new player.
Yeah, looking good. How about yourself, DDK? Looking forward to today. It's weird that we've only got like a best of 3 here for Europe, but we'll make it work, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always exciting to every week to see the show because I feel like the metas that we get to see are always interesting with the top teams because they're always experimenting, and it's so cool. I love this about Deadlock because we've all covered so many esports, all of us, and static metas is something that's pretty normal, and it can get boring, but usually you get rewarded with high quality gameplay, which is nice. But in the contrast to that, if you generally tend to see shifting metas, it's just volatile and kind of a mess. But I feel like Deadlock's kind of got the best of both worlds to an extent, where the metas are interesting and it's not messy, you know, it's not gimmicky. And so I'm really enjoying where the metas are at, so I can't wait to see what we got today.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, especially for what's going on recently, because I was saying it before we were going on live, Jason, that I feel like there's just like too many problems and too many threats for these teams to ban out. So you're going to get some of those problems that you're going to have to try and solve on the streets.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, Kalaris, pressure does make diamonds, and the pressure of having to go against some of these heroes, you got to figure out what can our game plan be. And the thing is, I kind of like the fact that you do have so many strong heroes in the game. I'm not really a big fan of seeing 3 bans per team, 4 bans per team, just because they're uncomfortable playing against this. I want to see you use your brain, man. Come up with some strategy that can work in that draft and really make that draft and the analyst work you have behind the scenes work for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really kind of eye-opening to watch how R1 was going down, because of course, as you mentioned, Jason, we're going to have Lowkey W going up against Abrahams again, and in that final DDK, R1 in the R1 tournament, of course, it was a big clean sweep for Lowkey W. They were bringing fire left, right, and center, so I'm hoping to see Abrahams kind of step back up to the plate here, but I think Lowkey W's got a lot of power behind them right now.
Yes, it's really interesting. I mean, that is some of the variants that we, I guess, are kind of used to right now in the EU side of things, where we have a lot of different winners stepping up, and obviously we're seeing that in NA too. Again, this is just such a great time to be alive. I didn't catch the finals themselves, so to me, it never happened.
Oh, How about yourself, Jason? Did you catch what was going on?
It was just domination. And I even talked to the R1 guys. It's like, man, I was kind of disappointed that it was a 3-0 because it had the potential to go the full 5. But I think it's a good sign for Lowkey W, because the fact is, you're obviously playing into 3 bans, but we've been kind of, on this team a little bit in past, because they haven't really blended together well with Zergy coming onto the team. They haven't, I think, had a win until finally this last week here in the night shift. But for them to do it, well, not only night shift, then do it in the best of 5 against Abraham's, kind of puts into stone that, hey, they're a strong team. They have finally figured out some things that were not going well for them, and they have made those improvements and looking much better than ever.
I'm definitely curious to see what's going to be happening at the straightaway when it comes to the draft as a whole, because I feel like Doorman is an absolute must DDK. He is terrifying right now, but then you see the bans come in for him. I think Lowkey W doesn't want to be playing against the Kelvin on the other side for Abrahams as well, as we can take a look at the priority lists from last week and see how those have all gone down. But definitely there are some big picks in there, DDK, that I think people are kind of wanting to avoid. Obviously, Bebop's been showing up here and there, so we've seen Vrake as well being able to play a lot of Apollo, but those top tier picks and bans are definitely very prevalent.
Yeah, and it kind of makes a lot of sense. We're very much in this sort of spirit dominant meta where the nuking is really strong, and the early game tempo is like very important for that type of playstyle, and that's why we're seeing like Apollo really get a lot of priority. Pockets come back in looking really strong. Lash as well, someone that can do a lot of spirit nuking and setup and playmaking. So it makes a lot of sense. Bebop is kind of an anomaly in a sense, because Bebop, it tends to be that we see the gun builds. It's actually interesting because whenever I'm in matchmaking, maybe I'm just not in those Eternus lobbies yet, so I don't see it. But most Bebops are just still running like some version of the Echo Shard like bomb builds, and they haven't like caught on to like the gun build. But Bebop is somewhat of an anomaly in that sense. But Mirage is back up there, a lot of spirit bursts there as well, and Sinclair is just really solid right now as well. And Mina must pick. It's really interesting. Vipers come into play as a hero that used to be on that 0 picks, but now is more prominent. So a lot of interesting switch ups, and I think Hayes is one that you already talked about too, coming into the fray as well, and Paradox making his way up there. Honestly, I wanted to make only a couple points, but there's so many things shifting. We didn't even talk about Victor yet, or the fact that Venator is kind of down there a little bit, but man.
Yeah, I mean, Victor being down where he is almost a surprise to me to a certain degree after watching what was going on in R1, because I think he's terrifying right now, Jason. You're seeing the Lowkey W just kind of going straight as fast as possible to maxing out the ult, and then from there, even at like low-ish souls, relatively lowish souls compared to what Victor was doing prior, is just scary, because by the time you've dealt with him once, the rest of your team's dead. It's a problem.
Yeah, I think it's a change of mindset of how you want to use the hero too. Usually it was, let's farm to 40, 50k souls and then be unkillable and do a ton of damage at the end of the game. Instead, now it's about getting that early control by going for these walkers, as it's been coined, like the wall breaker of you sometimes just sacrifice yourself just to take the walker, because it gives you so much extra control, gives you extra souls, and gives you access to their jungle more easily too. So it's just a complete change of that. But also, I think even looking at Bebop and Doorman and some of these other heroes, the community, well, maybe not the community, the pro players definitely overreact to like nerfs or buffs, because Bebop has always been, relatively this strong. Doorman has still relatively been this strong. There's been obviously some changes to like the call bell, but to see them kind of give it another go, I think there's also a lot of other heroes out there that we're maybe seeing 0 picks on that could easily play at this, this kind of level.
Yeah, and I think with the Victor situation as well, it's like, you can't ignore him, even with just a few gun items and then obviously a lot of green items as well. You just can't ignore him. So you've got to deal with him, or you've got to deal with the rest of the team, and it becomes all the more problem. And you guys at home as well, we got plenty of our lovely patrons that we want to give a bit special shout out to here for the night shift. Our good old board members, DDK, doing us proud here at the night shift.
I know, call them the shots. When you actually sign up to be a board member, you get access to the back rooms, and you get to pull the strings. You get to be the ones puppeteering all of us here on the show. But yeah, for real, thank you to all of you guys supporting us here for the grassroots Deadlock action. We wouldn't be here without all of your support, week in and week out. So it's much appreciated.
Jason, do you want to give a special shout out to any one particular Patreon? Just any at random?
There's two, honestly, I'm looking at. So if you look at the $5 night shift residents, all the way on the right, fourth from the bottom, I see pizza. Love me some pizza. And I see Shiv's wife. Now, I didn't know Shiv was married, but that's interesting, if true. And maybe, just maybe, there's some lore. Oh, there you go. Oh, we gotta zoom in. The board members have officially voted, and they said, yes, Solomon can zoom in. Maybe he'll be a hero one day. Who knows?
Maybe. Shout out to CJ Dingler as well, because I just like the word Dingler there.
Of course.
Maybe Shiv's wife's also a Baxter Society member. Who knows? Or, anyway. Some tidbits of lore here from Deadlock. I don't know why I'm doing that. All right, we've got our rosters that we want to talk about here when it comes to our best of 3. Let's take a look at number 1, of course, Lowkey W, who at the moment are an absolute treat to watch DDK. Again, I am kind of bowled over by what Obakim's been doing on the haze lately. I think he's been truly embodying the character and being a right menace, stealing sinners and bullet dancing whilst being a rabbit. It's some special stuff that he's been doing.
Yeah, Obakim is a fantastic player to watch. Definitely role defining, and we've also got to shout out so many of the other players on the roster too, like Zergy coming into the team, and there being, I think, maybe some question marks on that change with Empty Dreams. But now Zergy's been integrated after a couple of weeks, as you said, like looking really, really good. Cosmetical also, I feel like Cosmetical's gotten a lot better, and the fact that Pocket's back in the meta and looking really strong, I think, gives a lot of really good options for Lowkey W by being able to throw that onto Cosmetical. And I mean, who listed Frake? We could say a lot about these guys.
No, we definitely could.
I can't do the British accent. Dan. What about Vrake though? I have to give credit to Vrake. I was being harsh on him last week when he was playing Apollo, saying he missed a lot of his abilities when he came to ganking lanes. He wasn't really doing much in fights. But in one of those matches against Abrahams, I feel like he specifically carried just due to the fact that he was able to stay alive so long in some of these fights, draw so much attention towards him, giving Zergy a lot more freedom to play around in these fights. And I think Vrake's really stepped up and solidified his spot in this team, because there was always that possibility that it could become the original Buff and Jors pretty much if they dropped Vrake and picked up like Michaelis or something.
Oh, okay. But I thought you were asking Dan specifically.
No. No, Dan. There was always that possibility, right? And Vrake really said, I deserve to be in this team, and I think he's kind of created a name for himself within him.
No, I completely agree, especially on the Apollo, right? I mean, 5 of their last 6 matches against one another, he's been playing the Apollo, I think. So, be R1 or the finals that you guys had last week, right? So it's been definitely impressive stuff. Some Eternal Losans to be able to get some decent finishes off as well. It's fair to say. So I'm curious to see if that continues on here, as Abrahams is going to have to bring a bit of a solution to it all. I think that one component that's really good DDK from them, I would say, has been kind of the bounce around of either it's Sanya Sniper or Empty Dreams. It's been kind of playing out that Lash role, and I think Lash is very important for them, I would say. But what about you? When you look at Abrahams, how are they going to overcome Lowkey W, do you think?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. The drafts, I think we've been talking about it constantly today. That's where this battleground will get the most interesting, because I think, looking at Lowkey W, you can make arguments for best in class on a lot of the different players, but I know against them for the same arguments of best in class is this lineup of players as well, with a lot of these guys playing like super in meta important picks. Seeing together on a Shiv or actually, Taz on a Paradox, for example, or a Bebop. These are heroes that are absolutely iconic for Taz. So it's going to be very interesting. Empty Dreams also in this lineup, I think, with Sanya Sniper presents 2 extremely dangerous like M1, M2, P1, P2 kind of players. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And obviously, there's some of the rivalry that exists between these two sides as well for the overall storylines. And with that said, I think we haven't mentioned or clarified just yet why we're just doing the single best of 3 in the region today.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously there has been a bit of a roster mania going on after the R1 tournament concluded, and as such, the EMEA, CIS, whichever region you actually want to call it here, Jason, is a bit in flux. But these 2 teams, not so much in flux, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
But if you asked me that 3 weeks ago, no, I'm just thinking 3 weeks ago, Abraham's making some changes. But yeah, these 2 teams are pretty stable. It's the other teams that seem to always have those problems. Trying to figure out what's the magic formula to put together a team that can take down these top two teams? Because Leviathan, I mean, they had their time at being the top. I really question how the hell are they beating Abrahams, 1, 2, 3 weeks in a row, but they definitely had the stint where they were able to do so. You can see from 29 over to 31, actually now 28 to 31. Excuse me. But then I guess the meta slightly changed and they couldn't keep up anymore and they started to lose and lose and lose. And it's not easy for teams to constantly lose and come back as the same squad. I think, funny enough, NA has actually been the most stable region, considering we couldn't say that maybe half a year ago.
Yeah, which is wild coming from other esports, because that's absolutely not the case in many other esports. But there you go, DDK. It's finally somehow stabilized over in Americas.
Yeah, for the most part, FPS Lounge did just make a change, but overall, it's not like you don't see these big breakups like we used to see commonly. So it does feel like we have continuity, which I think that's like the saddest thing is that you lose the continuity in the storylines when a team completely blows up. So it has to like rebuild all of it all over again, which is I guess like partly our job too, as alongside them actually playing the matches, is to try to make it exciting. What are the stakes here between these teams, and how has that history been looking like? And
to be fair, in North America, there's no one team gutting every other team every time they lose. So that's been a nice change for NA.
True.
Yeah. It's a little bit more. The hierarchy is a bit different compared to what we see from EMEA. That's for sure. But I have liked the fluctuation results as a whole for EMEA as a whole, right? Like you're getting, technically we had the Abrahams era here, Jason, then Leviathan came along as you were mentioning, and Lowkey W's been able to get themselves some decent wins, again, alongside the R1 win, which I think was very impressive. And I think it's not entirely based off the fact that the meta is the way it is currently. I think that Lowkey W has just really found their groove. They're looking good, and they've got a lot of flexibility in their roster as well. I would just say, like, for the most part, like, maybe Vrake is on Apollo a lot, and then beyond all of that, everybody's got, like, 2 or 3 heroes that they can really kind of flex into.
Well, we can't forget about when it comes to R1, which is, I guess, a rebrand of the one-win bombshells we had. Virtus Pro or Buff Enjoyers never lost a single one. They won every single one of those, and of course them staying true to always winning when it comes to that event. I'm not sure why they struggle sometimes when it comes to night shift, but yeah, it's been, I think the most important part is that Vrake's kind of found his space. Zergy as well has found some other heroes he can play besides the Wraith that we've been seeing, which is just not really netted them any success. And the Viper seems to have really worked out. But as we're about to get into the draft here, there's a lot of picks and a lot of choices that make this very difficult of what we could potentially see being taken away.
Yes, we can. All right, into the draft. So you've even got little rosters up at the top. That's cool. Of course, we've got Intel and Newegg joining us along the way as well. DDK, you're messing me up, man.
Trying to line it up. I can't do it.
I'm getting motion sick.
There we go.
Shift first ban is not what I expected, actually. I still expected a Kelvin coming in, but how about you boys?
I think they want to get Doorman. So I think they're trying to go for Shiv. Yeah, the Kelvin, I mean, I expect to see Kelvin banned if it's not picked top 3 for Abrahams, because that seems to be what Lowkey W really wants to focus on. But getting like a Doorman out of the way right away is not going to be a possibility as Doorman slowly loads into the banning phase.
Yeah, he's one you got to get rid of right now. So it makes sense. Someone's got to do it. But that's what's interesting about this series, right? Is that Deadlock is a game where you'll have these meta-defining bans, first bans, but then depending on the first game, you might actually have to make that trade-off to ban out something specifically later. So we'll get the Bebop pick up straight away. We saw that in the pick priority. That's a big go-to right now. And Mina is another one that's been a pretty big go-to. A lot of people want Mina to be nerfed, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mina. But actually, Silver comes in immediately. We'll see if Mina is to follow. But like you guys were saying, honestly, there's like a lot of picks where it's like, yeah, Mina is very strong right now, but you kind of can't go wrong playing more to your team's strengths or overall strategy. You don't have to just pick the absolute most S tier because there's so many high value heroes. And there we go. Like Apollo Silver, by the way, is like a devastatingly hard lane to play against. So that's a nasty combo.
I like this double here, Jason, because it's not just like, okay, we're picking strong heroes. We're kind of also picking some of that away from Lowkey W. I mean, of course, again, I think that they have decent hero pools as a whole here, but this does take away Vrake on an Apollo or a Listic on a Silver if Hoot wants to flex into the Bebop or something like that.
It still does leave open. I mean, like, as you're saying, I completely agree. It's nice to see Abraham's kind of indirectly ban / take away what Lowkey W want to play. But you did leave open Bebop, obviously, and the thing is, there was nothing they could do about that unless they didn't ban Doorman. So they give away Doorman, they take Bebop, something like that. It's just kind of one of those things you're going to have to deal with as Abrahams, and you have to, I guess, depend on getting a first pick next time. But giving Bebop Victor, man, to them for Lowkey W is already very devastating. And I don't know if Abrahams is going to have a response to, 2 or 3 of the heroes that are some of the strongest in the meta right now.
I think one thing that's really interesting as we see the second bans with Victor is that one thing that you have to do if you're playing against the Wallbreaker Victor is you have to have very good lane priority. You want to be ahead on lane priority all the time, because that's kind of like a good way to counter it, is to just make sure that you're winning in lane priority on all of the waves. So I'd be curious to see if there's any picks specifically for that purpose, or if you're just trying to prioritize ensuring that you're having good wave prior anyway, because that seems to be the way to deal with it.
Great, Alan. Okay, so they're actually leaving Kelvin completely open here. If Abrams actually wants to take this, Jason, later on.
Yeah, and looking at the R1 event, they banned Kelvin 3 times against them, 100% ban rate against Abrahams. Maybe not too afraid though anymore of Saint, considering you have a Victor who I still think will be happy inside of a Frozen Shelter. Not too big of a deal for him, though we did see them get a Victor before. What I'm more curious about is with the Sinclair ban, that does leave open things like Pocket, like any hero that has a big ultimate you potentially don't want stolen. But also, I'm looking for Zergy. Are they going to go for a Viper to secure it? Or is Abrahams potentially going to take away Viper and force Zergy on something like a Warden?
It's interesting, right? Because I think Cosmetical on Pocket in last week, especially DDK, was spectacular. He was ripping them apart. He was hitting some good afflictions. 1 or 2 kind of missed a little bit, maybe only hitting 1 or 2 targets. But the Viper comes in as well. What do you think, DDK?
I like this. I think I like both Pocket. I think you're totally spot on. I mean, Cosmetical is phenomenal on Pocket, and I think Pocket's really strong right now. And I think also, you've got a lot of heroes that are very easy to burst down, which is, I think, Pocket Viper, it's going to be pretty nasty, because look at Abraham's lineup. It's very squishy. And Vindicta's interesting, by the way. Vindicta's I've seen a lot more Vindicta getting played lately. She seems to be rising up in the meta. And a lot of the gun Vindicta is actually kind of nasty. I don't know if at this level it's going to be more utility, though, with the stakes.
Time for a little field work.
And Dynamo. Okay. All right. Well, that's not what I expected. But I guess technically alongside Kelvin, he is one of the better supports right now, Jason. Hands down, it feels at the moment.
Yeah, good harass. I mean, you can build Headhunter into Dynamo as well. You do have the potential to possibly avoid a Pocket Affliction if you can get the 2 off in time and potentially escape that Quantum Entanglement. I think I'm more stuck on the Vindicta. I was thinking to myself, it's not a bad hero in theory to deal with Zergy. If you can hit a stake on Zergy, you force it to dispel magic, something like that, and then he's relatively easier to kill. But you're really fast on Viper and he builds Substam, so there's a good chance it's very hard to lock him down. But then when you have to deal with Kinetic Pulses and a Singularity Dynamo, then potentially a Death Slam out of Lash, it makes it a lot more difficult for you to have that fluid mobility that you depend on to be successful in these fights. But I don't know, man. I'm looking at Lowkey W. They have pretty much everything in their kit here to set up a win.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that their Oberkim Hayes, DDK, has been in these backlines, being a nuisance, trying to find picks, trying to steal Sinners, even Vindicta could potentially be kind of actually a little bit vulnerable to something like that if the kind of game gets into a bit more of a control-favored position here for Lowkey W. I think Lowkey W's draft's really good at the moment. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely like it a lot. I think Abrahams definitely have a strong draft, but yeah, I think Oberkim on the Hayes will be really interesting to see how he plays, because again, you're up against a lot of squishies, and so Hayes obviously isn't going to be building into an enormous amount of damage, but the util that Oberkim will be building, getting that slowing Hex online early on, is it's going to be very problematic for, I think, heroes like Vindicta, Mirage, even potentially Apollo. If you get caught by Oberkim, it could be very problematic. And so I do like the utility Lowkey W have, and the front line between Victor and Bebop secondarily. I think it's nice. A lot of burst spirit damage, so it's looking solid. But I mean, Abrahams, they do, if you just look at it on the face value, it's a lot of high value heroes they have here.
I think what they also have is you kind of eliminate Bebop's strength with that hook, because Vindicta's going to be far away, and you have the ability to potentially counterspell or something like that in the air. But also, you're really going to be looking for Vindicta for most of the time. Dynamo can Quantum Entanglement. Mirage can Dust Devil. Lash can just jump away. Apollo can ride post. Silver can dash away. They have a lot of mobility to eliminate the potential for a kill to come to fruition with a Bebop hook landing. So I kind of like that Abrahams did kind of build into this composition. But you're also maybe building in towards one hero, and you still have to worry about a Pocket, a Viper, a Hayes, a Victor, Celeste. There's still a lot of other components to the composition that Lowkey W has.
Unless Dynamo hits the most sick singularity. And then it's all over DDK. That's what I want to see towards the end of this. It's not easy, of course, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Dynamo is solid. I think, you know, one of these things we were talking about with the Wallbreaker approach to Victor, where he'll try to run out the objectives. If they go for that, you know, Dynamo is going to be very helpful in slowing those plays down. And I think Dynamo is very, very strong at you know, securing that wave priority as well. And I think with, you know, combined with the lockdown that Vindicta has, I think there's good util here to help deal with Viper and you know, a Haze, a Pocket. Like there's a little bit of lockdown there, just enough that I think you can get a good catches on these Lowkey W players, but they are pretty mobile. You know, I didn't really mention like Celeste yet either. That's gonna be kind of interesting in terms of the earn or the objective priority that you get by having a Celeste. There's not really an answer there in terms of that from Abraham's that I can see. So the team fight is going to be really interesting because I do favor Lowkey W on the objectives. So it feels like they're going to be able to tempo out the objectives pretty hard in this game. And Abraham's, I think, if they can kind of survive and go you know, on parity into that mid-late game, I feel like their chances are very strong with how their heroes can scale as well. So I don't know. I actually love these two drafts. I think there's a lot of difference between them, but it's very interesting at the same time.
And of course, we have Christiana14 coming in with a tip for $50 that says, "Hell yeah, me," aka Kalaris, me. Thank you very much for that donation, and keep those coming in, of course, as that does contribute to the prize pool. And also thank you to all the subs that are coming in as well here to support the night shift, because I think you already hit the goal for the Abrams skin there, Jason. So what's next? What's our next skin?
We can't say what it is yet because it's still in the works, but we can give a tease. You want a little tease, Kalaris?
Oh yeah, go on. Yeah.
It is a hero that is in the game. Now, I know it's controversial with that tease, but I don't want to give away too much because it's going to be that epic.
Wow. Jason dropping bombshells here at the night shift. I can't believe it. Jason, what do you think of the draft? Who do you think is going to be able to take it from the draft? What do you think?
Ah, man, I got to give it to Lowkey W. I think they're on too much of a high right now after winning night shift last week, winning R1 this weekend, and then, of course, going to this one. I think they have so many tools to the kit that they need to close this out easily.
Do you agree with that, DDK? Or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, screw it. I'll go the other way. Why not?
Okay.
I think Abraham's have like a very strong lineup, and I think they just have to survive the tempo and some of this early objective play, and I think that they'll be okay.
All right. Well, without further ado, let's get into it here. Game number 1 of Lowkey W going up against Abrams. I'll give it over to you boys here. DDK, take it away, my friend.
Hello, Dan.
Hello,
you know
world.
what? I'm not only excited for this game, but you know what I'm also excited for?
Dinner.
Well, I mean, it's 10:30 here, so I don't think I should be excited about dinner. But I actually am because I'm hungry. I'm excited the fact that you, me, ZP, and Jake are all going to be at DreamHack Atlanta this coming weekend. And we're going to be at the Intel booth, and if you guys are headed over towards the event, make sure to stop by and come say hi. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, say hello. Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, you know, first event where we'll be all seeing each other in like more of a Deadlock context, which is really cool. I haven't met Jake before, but I've met otherwise E and ZP before, so it's gonna be fun.
Have we actually met before? Was it Quake?
Yes. Yeah, we have overlapped at multiple events. Counter-Strike. I think there's Quake as well.
Maybe.
It's been a while, but yeah.
We'll have to hit the gym together while we're there. 4-man gym session. Do a little podcast while we're there as well, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But heading to the game here, we also have another $50 donation coming through. I have to bring Kalaris back if he's still here because I don't have the ability to see what it is or what it says.
It's from Cold Hot Cocoa. Wait a minute. Okay, I missed donoing 1 week, and then Kalaris went away. I will not make that mistake again. It's about me again. Oh, this is why you've met. I'm going away. Bye-bye.
I bet this is Kalaris donating under like different names to them, just to be like, I gotta like convince them to bring me back every week, you know?
It's true. It's working. Well, okay. This has got already a box ambush. This is very annoying. Very annoying. But yeah, I mean, it's actually so funny because box running is so free at my level of play. It's actually amazing. But not the case here.
Interesting that Sonic Sniper's kind of transitioned from being the M1 carry for the team, like the M1 hero player, to it actually being Arzo as of late. So he's done a little bit of a role swap where he's initially brought in as that kind of carry. And of course, we see Saint on Vindicta. Empty Dream is going to be on the lash. You know, I like Empty Dreams. I think he's a good playmaker. I think this can definitely fit in his wheelhouse. One thing that also fits in the wheelhouse for Lowkey W is Hoot on freaking Bebop, man. Like, that's where he made his initial showing in, I guess it was technically Fight Night back then, under the name My Dog, with, you know, some like OWL player like Tvik and some other players as well. I can't remember who else was on the team off the top of my head, but he really stood out on Bebop, and we don't really get to see it too often. So it's really a thing of beauty when we do actually have it happen.
Yeah, it's got to be such a fun meta for Hoot because there's so many viable and fun and interesting picks that he can go to, because he can basically play almost everything on the server. We've seen it at one point or another, to be honest. So either way, let's talk about the lanes a little bit. I mentioned, you know, the Silver Apollo lane's really impressive, but actually it's Apollo Mirage there for Abrahams in the mid lane, up against the Victor Celeste in mid. And we also have Vindicta Silver against Pocket and Haze. I feel like that's, you know, Vindicta and Silver, like, I want to kind of favor them slightly just because of some of the range advantages there. What do you think here, Jason? Where are you faring? How do you feel the lanes are faring?
It's interesting because I think, yeah, Stake is a very pivotal point of the kill potential in that lane, but also the bola that Silver can throw out, just completely eliminating like any stamina use, any jumping that you can do. So if anything, Obikim's definitely the one under the most pressure, I would say, in this position, because like Pocket obviously can buy time, he can use the cape to get away. But in terms of like kill potential, I kind of want to give it, I don't know, I'm slightly leaning towards Abrahams because of like the Stake and the ability for Vindicta for Saint to play so far back, but I feel like it could really go either way, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely very interesting, and we've got the buffs coming up here, and it looks like more of a fight. Actually, well, I was going to say more of a fight, but Lowkey W get positioning more quickly, and so they've secured that bridge buff that's coming up right now. Oh, perfect one for Victor to get as well. Very nice.
Yeah, he's going to be happy about this one. They also got, both buffs. They got movement for Hoot, so he's definitely going to be looking for some opportunities in some of these lanes. Also, like a Bebop and a Viper, man, that is kind of disgusting because you take so much damage from one hook that lethal venom can really shut you down. Luckily, Tassie saw their great quantum entanglement to keep Empty Dreams out of harm's way. But if you're looking at like kill potential in these lanes, I would have to for sure give it to this Bebop and this Viper. Hoot and Zergy have the potential to put on such a clinic.
Yeah, you're right. It's such a nasty hit squad. Speaking of which, Dive coming in on top of Cosmetical, and yeah, you know, this Silver Vindicta combo really does seem to be doing a great job, and it's a tough one for Lowkey W early on. Although it is, of course, still really, really early in this one. We haven't talked too much about the lane on the right side for Abraham's perspective. You know, Lash Dynamo about to receive a break on the Celeste, ganking in. Or looking to set up a gank here, but already under the tower, so not really working out. That's going to send Vrake back to middle. So look, maybe in an ambush there. And I gotta say, Jason, you know, I have a lot of eyes on Empty Dreams as Lash. I think Lash is so incredibly important as a hero right now in the current meta that I think it could be fairly decisive.
I think the weird thing though is that I feel like we haven't seen any huge Lash ult suits anymore because players at this level, they just don't get caught off guard by that anymore, or they invest in a counter spell, or they play around the terrain extremely well. I think for Empty Dreams, there's also, it's not necessarily bad to build in towards like a gun lash that can do some really great damage.
Yeah.
They have a decent amount of spirit already on the team with Mirage and with Apollo together. So I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see which way he actually builds. But yeah, I mean, how can you be effective as Lash these days in competitive Deadlock? I think he's probably been one of the most difficult heroes to actually have those successful ultimates to set up kills.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do like, because Lash's gun itself does not scale super well. So getting like % damage on Lash's gun, it's okay, but it's like not nearly as, I think, value as getting more shred. And so I think, you know, you do end up seeing, you know, stuff like, or I suppose like stuff like slowing bullets can be kind of nice, but yeah, getting the shred can be really, really good, I think, on Lash at the moment, if you want to go more of that gun route. And I think it's super viable. I totally agree with you.
Get movement here out of Break as well. And also we did have a kill Empty Dreams taking on Zergy with that Death Slam. So as we were talking about it, he does make some success and make some plays. Zergy currently at 4.4k souls, so he's a little bit behind, but I wouldn't count him out too quickly. As the first tower of the game goes down at 7.5 minutes, man, on this left-hand side, the aggression out of Together and Saint plus Sonic Sniper ganking in that lane has allowed them to get the initial control and a nice 3k soul lead.
Yeah, we talked about the tempoing in which team can be more successful in driving forward the objective game first, and good gang coming on through, stake in on top of them right there, and Celeste causing problems. It's looking like they'll have to back away from this gank attempt potentially, Abrahams, but they managed to get some priority back, still keeping their mid Guardian up. Would be nice if they can take that Guardian against Lowkey W first. I think Lowkey W a bit more of a threat on the tempo, like I mentioned, just based off of objective play. But
hyperline into a sleep dagger. Yeah, I mean the tempo, the potential for Lowkey W just to take control of this game and run away with it if Abrahams isn't careful is kind of crazy, honestly. And I completely agree with you in that sense. I think one maybe factor into this is actually going to come into TAS on the Dynamo and how he can deal with the tempo and how he can deal with disengage or engage. But more importantly, how does he deal with the debuffs? Because like technically, if you max Quantum Entanglement, you get rid of any debuffs you have on your teammates. You could completely eliminate Zergy for the most part when it comes to that lethal Venom kill potential. The Sleep Dagger you can get rid of as well. The bombs on top of that. I think TAS has to play a really good game here in his positions to help make his team be successful with the threats that Lowkey W has.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the things I've seen a lot of hazers do as well, is they'll get level 3, speaking from the perspective of Overkim, get level 3 on the, I'm forgetting what it's called now, the Invis, the smoke bomb? Is it smoke bomb? Yeah. It removes the debuffs as well, so you can dispel a lot of stuff with that, and that's like actually really important, especially when you're up against the Mirage, you're up against the Vindictive Stakes. It gives you a lot of utility. And so here's the debuff action, looking quite dangerous.
Well, for who though? I guess for who, looking quite dangerous there. They get a good hook onto Saint, but eventually he does pay the price and goes down. It does allow Obikim though to go for some heavy pressure on the middle. Walker already down about 75% HP. And yeah, I think that's a very good point as well, as thinking about how the smoke bomb, you have so many ways to dismantle the aggression of Abrahams here, and considering again technically they move things around where it's now 40k, you can get max abilities across the board instead of was it 49k before. That is quite a big change into speeding up the potential pace of the game and when heroes can get to that critical point. As a last note here, I wanted to say, DDK, I'm loving the slowing hex out of Obikim. It shuts down so much out of Abraham's side.
Yeah, Obikim often gets it really fast in this haze, and it's so strong. And here it is, the urn, or I should say the new egg, and the tempo that we talked about from Lowkey W, the objective play, is already paying off really nicely. But there is some of that counterplay with that Death Slam coming on through from Empty Dreams. Some good damage, able to finish off break on Celeste. That's very nice there to at least give something back for Abrahams. And in fact, 2 players down now for Lowkey W does make things a little bit tricky, but Lowkey W have still taken away the urn. Now, what are we going to see here from Abrahams? Will they keep going into the Walker? If they trade Walker for urn, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, I think there's no reason for them to not do it. I mean, maybe you can send a couple players to keep the urn back. You currently have Arzo trying to shove the lane up against Zergy to keep it at least in neutral, or at least in towards the Guardian, so they can't just dunk it in right away. But it seems like they're not going to commit for the Walker. Instead, it looks like Sonya is going to just do a little bit of damage, but he can't commit to it. We saw Empty Dreams actually teleport on over towards the right-hand side. The dunk going to come straight through. He's actually just going to... Actually, no, he gets meleeed. He gets dropped, and Hoot, he's not going to get the dunk to be successful for now. He's looking for some hooks as well. Down about 600 HP, and he really doesn't have much chance of escaping this. Just trying to buy some time as also comes on in for the kill.
And there we go. Whoever picks it up is going to get instantly turned in, so... who's going to be able to pick it up? The fight still rages on. Taz has that singularity, but no HP to use it with, as Listic goes down on top of the urn and looking to get the turn in. It is going to be Abrahams. Really well done there. And they've turned the situation around completely, and in fact now secured a 7k advantage. So really well done by them.
Please tell me we have a replay coming up at some point of whoever punched who to stop that urn from being turned in. That was amazing on Abraham's side. It was such a crucial point. So you saw the egg dropped right next to the turn in. But Abraham's, not only do they get a big win on the left-hand side, getting 2 kills, then they get more kills and the urn turn on the right-hand side, a big boon to their squad. A gun buff currently for Empty Dreams, and they are in the driver's seat, man. They are doing so much different than just a couple of days ago. Look at this. Oh, it was actually Taz coming on through, man.
Wow, that was amazing. That was so sly. I was looking for the singularity, but in reality, that was the play. The timing and the little slap there does everything. In the meantime, whilst we were in the replay there, we do lose Abraham's first Guardian on the left lane, finally. Was pretty low. Now it's been taken out. But then that mid Guardian still up there for Lowkey W and just ripping the bullet dance. I always call it blade dance, like I'm stuck in Warcraft 3, I don't know. But able to get away over Kim. Has the Warpstone already, so, I mean, very, very tricky to lock him down.
Just give Tas the MVP of this match already, man. He quantum entangled Empty Dreams away from the bullet dance. Allows him to escape as well. It was almost for sure going to be a kill coming through out of Obi Kim, but the pressure that Obi Kim is giving across the map here, you can't really understate. Keeping Abraham's in check for the most part. He's doing a lot of work here, and speaking of work together, comes in behind on the mid lane, trying to go for a catch on a Hoot down to 400 HP, and he's going to fall with the full-on dive coming out of Abraham's. Another kill added to the tally out of this team, though the lead's only 4K. They will trade 1-for-1 eventually as Obi Kim takes it on to together, but they will lose this Guardian.
Ooh, yeah.
Are you kidding me? There we go. Thank you, Trooper number 2,773 for taking it down. Okay,
well, right now also is deep in enemy territory, and he has a ganking squad coming for him, and Obi Kim is one of them. Something Hex about to be available. This would be a perfect way to shut down Arzo on that Mirage. There's that smoke bomb to try to just guarantee the lockdown. But where has he gone off to? Managed to actually slip away. Very well done, I got to say, by Arzo to survive there.
I think that's the problem that Obi Kim slightly has, and why this Stone Hex is so important. There's just so much mobility on the other side. And to get these catches onto Arzo, I think it's going to be very difficult. And actually, it's going to be a turnaround cosmetical. He's going to be the one caught with the affliction going off. The other is going to take him down with the help of Arzo. And when it comes to kills, can we actually see like a quick kill check-in of like how many kills Abraham has compared to Lowkey W? Because it has to be quite different. At least it feels like that. And that is a dead Empty Dreams. Oh wow! Yeah. Obi Kim has 6 kills. Is that right?
Wait, what?
Yes,
that's actually epic.
Right. Is that right? He has 6 kills. I didn't even realize.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the double check. I appreciate that. I didn't expect that. It's actually 12-8. It's actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. Now.
Impressive. Really impressive stuff. Okay, well, going for the next buffs. And it's going to be Victor to grab that one, Listic. And they're looking for the earn pickup here as well, Abrahams. And Lowkey W looking to challenge.
Wow.
Nice. Oh my god, just getting all the util, the rusted barrel, the slowing Hex. Pretty painful. Restorative Locket will be helpful.
Oh, is that actually Listic's ultimate has been popped? So he's now on his only life here, maybe being chased down as well. Gets knocked back to the ground by Empty Dreams, and Listic's gonna fall once again. The urn back in the hands of Abrahams as Tas has picked it up and looking to run it across the map. Arzo was pushing the left-hand side for the Walker, and Cosmetical, I think, had to cut the wave down, so Arzo couldn't take it, but the teleport's gonna be coming on through, and I'm not sure this fight is necessarily done just yet. Lowkey W need to get something out of this urn just running across the map.
The urn has been dropped.
Abraham's, you know, they managed to maintain the lead, but it has been eaten away ever so slightly by Lowkey W. Lowkey W in a pretty good position right now. You know, they're forcing Abrahams to have to think twice about this. The Abrahams just do not have positioning on the urn drop off. And I feel like there's a very big problem here. You gotta be really careful. They could just slapping Taz this time. A taste of his own medicine, and in comes the bullet dance as well. They're taking the fight to the Walker for this. Very dangerous stuff, though. If there's a collapse from Abrahams on top of this position, it could be quite painful indeed. But picking up the urn again, and this is becoming difficult to justify at this point, Jason. Like holding on to this urn, you're wasting a lot of your own time.
Yeah, you're wasting a bit of time. I mean, to be fair, Empty Dreams did get a kill on the Zergy. I think he might look to actually get involved in his left-hand side, and Lowkey W are still looking for a way to take this fight or this refight, as Cosmetical's been able to steal away the urn. The turn is not looking so free, though. No death slam up for Empty Dreams, so there is potential to get this secure. And Obi Kim is deep in enemy lines with a very low HP. He's just running the urn away.
Yeah, might be able to force in the rotation and an opportunity for his team to get a pick here on the turnarounds. See if they think, oh, there it is, the 3-man affliction. That's a big affliction to get. Abraham's fully covered in the frogs, and Lowkey W, are they able to capitalize on this one? Abraham's have to fall back. You can't really fight with that affliction on top of you. And I mean, it's definitely looking to take the fight as Lowkey W as they start to push forward. So, you know, baiting with the urn for so long into the affliction and really turning the tide here, regathering the control of that urn as well. They'll be able to maybe turn that in finally. And it is going to be Zergy making the run across, or the slither, I should say, across to that drop-off. So it is secured by Lowkey W.
It still costs a lot, though. I really have to give credit to Empty Dreams, who's been playing pretty damn flawlessly here. Because we had Obikim deep in enemy territory, and Empty Dreams comes around with Together to actually eliminate him, to prevent him from being impactful in that follow-up fight. But I guess they didn't expect the aggression out of Abraham's. Or sorry, out of Lowkey W. And then Abraham's actually do get a walker for relatively free. I mean, Arza might fall for this one, but the damage still has been done. And Abraham's, funny enough, with all this happening, it's only a 5k difference, though it really feels like Abraham's have much more control of this game.
Yeah, but like the urn situation before that one, it was marginal, a marginal victory for them. And I mean, this is just a really damn close game. But as you mentioned, Empty Dreams has been playing really well on the Lash. Again, Lash is really, really good at making stuff happen around these objective fights, and that's what we've been seeing. And I love with Lash, when you buy Recharging Rush, it makes you so mobile. It's very, very good. Getting all the recharges, the grapplers. Obikim finally will get caught, actually. He used to slowing Hex people, but he gets bowlered. And together we'll take him down with a few buckshots.
Yeah, the success Obikim has had, where it was 6 kills, I think he had like 1 death, has kind of been shut down. Abrahams has been doing a great job of dealing with him, whether it's just the rotations or spotting him out on what part of the map he's in and just punishing him. I think Obikim's had like 2 or 3 deaths in a row now. Previously it was Empty Dreams and Together. This time Together and Empty Dreams once again. He's not really given the mobility and that like threat that he had in the first, 12, 13, maybe 14 minutes of time. So Abrahams has really eliminated his flanking and his rotating potential. Zergy, I mean, he's still farming away 21k souls. He's still, caught up with the best of them. I think his impact is still going to be relatively tough here. He has to be so careful with really not a huge amount of front line. And these hooks, the whole point of having a bebop, it's been really made, I feel like, ineffective so far. We haven't really seen any big hooks landing. We haven't seen them really converted into kills. We've seen Hoot die a couple times. I think Abrahams have been doing a really great job so far of just avoiding him for the most part and avoiding the effectiveness of bebop so far.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy one to get. But back into one of these objective fights, this is where, the majority of the action has been happening, as you'd expect. And Abrahams, I feel like, performing really well. Death Slam is about to be online also, which is obviously quite pivotal in these big objective battles. And speaking of which, on the high ground here, grappling around, harassing the bebop. It's going to be Empty Dreams now able to escape from this position. The chase down, though, is causing a lot of problems there. Empty Dreams is really struggling to stay up here. And there's the pursuit from Zergy, looking to just shut down the kill. If they can get him down before this Death Slam is able to be utilized, that'd be huge. But it looks like the Death Slam comes on top of Zergy. But still, an isolated situation. This is not how Empty Dreams wants to be fighting right now. This is much better for Zergy, who looks to be finishing off Empty Dreams surely. How is he alive still? Lash is just so disgustingly mobile.
Finally, he goes down, using that Dispel Magic to his advantage, cleansing away that Lethal Venom in the prior use of it. And Zergy, he buys a lot of time, and TAS hit, I feel like, a decent ultimate with the Singularity, but they weren't able to capitalize on top. This now Lowkey W immediately sending it towards this mid-boss. I don't really see a world we have a contest coming through out of Abrahams here, and a huge turnaround. Thing is, I mean, Zergy, he kind of chased Empty Dreams out of the fight, and then he looked for the bola here, the Singularity go off, but I think keeping Empty Dreams away and forcing him to Death Slam only Zergy when that Singularity is being used was actually a pretty damn big win.
Yes, yeah. Empty Dreams overextended, I think, in that initial engagement against the bebop, against Hoos on the rooftops, and then he just had to keep running away, and I think it just put him in a really bad position to, as you say, be well set up into the fight, where Lash perhaps wants to be someone that can kind of counter initiate as opposed to kind of being just tied down in that engagement. So yeah, huge swing of souls because of that situation, plus the rejuves lost now as well. A 10k advantage for Lowkey W. Now this game just got really interesting. I mean, Lowkey W, they've only got the 1 walker up right now against 2 sidewalkers of Abrahams, so it's going to be some extra work for sure, but definitely in a good spot to do it.
I mean, Obikim just going that like full supporty route. Rusted Barrel, Slow and Hex, as you pointed out before, building into a curse now, just about 3k off of that one. And that curse, honestly, will be pretty instrumental because it's going to shut down Empty Dreams quite hard when he tries to use his mobility to get around and will allow Obikim to potentially transition into one of these kills. I will say this though, with all the talk we mentioned of like Victor and how strong and the wall breaker, Listic hasn't really been allowed to be successful so far in this game with that kind of run. He's at 20k souls. He's quite far behind, Zerg at the moment. Then again, he's gonna be one of your carries, and he's still a little bit behind his opponents on the other side. But he's acting more of like a front line than a wall breaker at the moment for his team.
Yeah, and I actually think Cosmetical is going to be a really big problem now that we can see that he's leading on the souls alongside Zergy, but I just the level of burst damage is and the afflictions that are possible, and especially with how low HP the Abraham's roster is overall, it's just going to be just very tough to deal with, I think, at a certain point. So we'll keep our eyes on that. I'd love to see a damage check-in as well. That's always fun to see, especially at this time of the game.
I think the damage it's going to be quite stinted, potentially for Lowkey W, because we're seeing quite a few of these metal skins. Oh my god, I didn't even see that hook coming. Quite a few metal skins coming in for Abrahams, which is going to shut down quite a bit of like Listic, Obikim, Hoot, Zergy. Like, it's going to actually hinder their damage quite a bit. So that curse is going to be even more important if Obi can get that online. I would imagine, when it comes to damage, like Zergy's got to be up there. Cosmetical, of course, as well, is going to be quite high up there, hitting some pretty good afflictions so far. On the other side, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Empty Dreams as well, pretty high on damage when we get that up on the screen.
Hints.
I was trying to get something about it.
We got the engagement starting under the walker right now. There's the bullet dance.
It's actually together, 23k, leading the way. Oh, this Death Slam coming on through out of Empty Dreams. It could be big. He gets petrified mid-air. Has no chance to hit the Death Slam. Zergy coming in with that palm mouse so perfectly to shut that down, and that walker will fall as well.
Yeah, it is actually so devastating just what they have, Lowkey W, to just demolish these walkers. And I mean, they get these Space Guardians that will be really problematic. Are they going to stick around for it? It feels like they could, but Mirage pushing also, on that left lane, pretty deep at the moment. Does have his ultimate online, of course, but always a concern.
I think they're maybe worried about some of these lanes, and obviously the jungle, the centers that they can take away. I think, saying before about lashes these days just have such a hard time hitting big Death Slams that, to me, honestly, it feels like it's not even worth going for. As you see here, there's the Petrifying Bola, there's hooks out of Hoot, there's a Sleep Dagger out of Obikim. Like, there's so many ways to be disrupted that I don't really see a world you get big Death Slams off. If anything, you try to use it as a bait, because if you bait out the Petrifying Bola, guess what? Task can hit a big singularity. If anything, you look for maybe those like one individual targets caught off on the outskirts of a fight to turn it into a kill. But with the urn right now, it's a enemy side turn-in. It's a disadvantage urn for Lowkey W here. Maybe waiting for the souls to take over once Abraham farms up a bit.
Yeah, what are they? So be 10%, right? So 15.5, so 140. So yeah, so it's Abraham's. They needed like 1,000 more, right?
I try not to do math on it.
Yeah, there we go.
Never worked well for me.
Well, I actually feel very impressed by myself.
I'm impressed.
Royally screw that up. But yeah, just being very cognizant, and that makes an enormous difference, because it means that they can actually favorably run this urn now, as opposed to very unfavorably, just having to like leave the urn. So this is an enormous benefit, because they've also been winning these urn engagements too. Oh wow, what a catch though! Onto who? On the TP, but they're still going to give up the urn for that.
Yeah, it's not that big of a loss, I would say. Like, one kill for the urn turn-in when it was 7,000 souls for the turn. I mean, they're going to get a second kill. Obikim has no chance. That is a mauling in the closet. Obikim, there was no way he was going to survive 5 players just attacking him. But it still buys time for the urn to go in. I still think it's a net win for Lowkey W for now. But yeah, poor Obikim. Man, it was Zergy last week. Remember going through the door, catching him out, and then he got just demolished trying to go for the tier 3 camp? This time it was Obikim.
It does feel like you just walked down a dark alley and got absolutely mugged by 6 people appearing out of the shadows. Absolute beat this down. And I mean, it's not an unrecoverable game. 20k deficit. There are the tools here. We've got the singularity. We've got the, a good stake, post or pre-singularity for the setup, or the, to finish everybody off. There's definitely tools here. The Death Slam, I think, it is definitely something that can be powerful too. In the right moment, like you say, it's not something you can count on, but opportunistically, if you find it like later into a fight, I think it can be really good. Or potentially, if you catch a single player for a pick opportunity. Definitely some options, but it is starting to look a bit more bleak, though.
Exactly. I think you hit it. You said it perfectly. It's not something you can use, I think, at this level of play as an initiate. It's more of like a mid-fight ability that you use, because then Lowkey W have to scramble of who's going to be the one to interrupt, what abilities are even up to do that as Hook comes through. But again, quantum entanglement does allow it together to get away. The Death Slam potentially landing, but again, another petrifying bullet comes on through. At least that's now down. The singularity is still up for task if he can somehow get the distance. But Empty Dreams has fallen, and that's a big person that they need alive here to have success in this fight.
Yeah, it does feel a little dangerous right now for Abrahams. Lowkey W knocking at the door in front of the base Guardians and chasing them back into their base. A lot of low players there for Abraham, so Arzo's going to go down. Silent Sniper also very weak, had to fall back to the fountain. In the meantime, you got Overkim causing problems on the left lane and just claiming all this space. And there's 2 players down. They can fall back onto the mid boss here as well. Okay, hang on.
I don't think.
Okay, Tiny loads on? Question mark.
I don't think you can mid boss this against a singularity and like the snares and the stuns that Abrahams can bring to the table. I think it's too risky. It almost feels like a coin flip because they have nothing up. Listic's low on HP. Obikim's half HP. They're already starting to go for it. I guess they technically have enough players here, but this could be costing Abrahams. They have to contest this one, Dan.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Can they make the timing work? They're not. Okay, they're in the pit just in the right moment there. Everybody comes in on top of them, though, for the Rejuve claim, and that's 3 crystals for Lowkey W. And they're going to just run through Abrahams here as they try to get into that one, but maybe the timing just a little off to make that work out. So, I mean, like you said, quite rightly, Jason, danger, but if your timing is absolutely perfect, I mean, and I guess Lowkey W just felt that it was, it's fine.
And Zergy is just he's bossing this game up. I think he's almost single-handedly, I don't want to say winning the game, but the utilities being thrown out with the petrifying bullets have been so good. Like the instantaneous stop on Task of Singularities, he warpstone in. Zergy keeping his distance so he makes sure to be able to use that. He's doing it to Empty Dreams before. He's done it multiple times to Empty Dreams. I think, you know, I said it before about, you know, Obikim maybe being the MVP, but, or sorry, Task before, but I think for Lowkey W's side, in my eyes, it has to be Zergy with how he's been playing. He's really making like Viper look really successful, honestly, and I thought it would be a little bit more difficult to do so against a team that has a lot of potential CC against them.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree. I think it's the composition overall from Lowkey W is really nice, and the way it's being played by the team is really cool because they have so much damage and pick threat, so much tempo and objective threat as well, and just like I suppose dominance. And it doesn't really feel like there's many spaces for Abrahams to fit in with an advantage. A nice steal finally of that Walker. Pulling back, Lowkey W, and only to pull, I think, Abrahams into a horrible fight. Where's the Shining Wonder going? The egg is on the back there of the stick as he takes the fight.
Yeah, Satan has nowhere to go. They take out one of the rejuves. That's going to be Obikim going down as Zergy has teleported over towards the side of the map. Abrahams, I think they're just falling apart at this point. You're up against the 3, now 2 rejuves. They do get the kill yet again on Obikim, so he has gone down. A big Death Slam has landed, but again, there's no follow-up here out of Abrahams. There's nothing to take down and to use the advantage Empty Dreams just gave them to confirm it into kills. And they have to worry about Obikim, who's just popping that bullet dance right in front of them. Maybe, sorry, that's not Obikim, that's actually Rhea coming through. Maybe they can get another kill here, but they're still going to lose too many players and the turn in.
Yeah, I don't know about the other kill here. It's looking really bad. Oh man, Siphon bullets keeping Empty Dreams alive.
I remember, so like, Siphon's not even that great of an item. I can't remember who was watching as they were talking about it. A streamer or like a pro player streaming. Zergy, I mean, it does kind of like shred the HP pools out of Abrahams to make it a lot easier to kill for other players on the team as well.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I do like it a lot on Lash as well. But I mean, this game, this first game feels kind of over, and I'm already thinking about the draft, Jason. You know, if you are Abrahams and in their shoes, where do you feel this game went wrong? Because it was neck and neck for the first 20 minutes for the most part.
I would actually even say Abrahams were winning for a majority of the start of the game. Remember, thinking back to that first urn that they actually punched away from Hoot, they got multiple kills and the turn in. And then they also got like, yeah, they also had kills on the left lane right before that too. Like they definitely had the potential to win this game. I think it was like an 8K lead was probably at the maximum point. But thinking about where like the game really turned, I think it mostly came down to, I would kind of have to say, like Obi Kim getting the initial start, keeping him in the game until he got shut down. Then Zergy kind of came online when they started to get to these team fights, not allowing Empty Dreams or Task to get these successful wombo combos off.
Yeah, and at this point now, I mean, like the late game's already come online for Lowkey W. It's pretty scary. I mean, there's a Death Slam Singularity kind of, but it just doesn't really work out. And the Hyper Beam to just rip them to shreds on the way back out as Abraham's trying to fall into their base, but they're getting murdered here.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I think, some miscommunication or looking for an opportunity for both players. Singularity, then pulling them out of the Singularity with the Death Slam. It's not ideal, but I think that's just kind of the state of the game. And Abraham's kind of realized this one's not going to be a dub for them. And Lowkey W going to be living up to their name, hitting that W here in this first map in the best of 3.
I don't know, Jason. I think you hit the nail on the head when it came to where that game actually kind of turned mid-game. The Viper shutting down the Lash, them losing 2 players on the other side whilst they're challenging for the urn, and then that snowballs into mid-boss as well, Jason. I think that was a huge key moment there for Lowkey W, who, as you say, Abraham's, I think before that, was winning the game, but then that really turned everything around for me.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, one thing I saw there, Dan and James, is that Lowkey W, they kind of like bounced back from an initial not great start. I think if Obi Kim wasn't like 6-1 or in the early game here, I don't know if actually Lowkey W would have been able to bounce back enough, because Obi Kim kind of helped patch up and band-aid the weak early stage of their comp, even though they have a good comp to tempo with, and just bought them time for them to finally get those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, DDK, because without that 6-1, without kind of, it's not even just the kills that Hayes is able to put on as we take a look at the highlights from this game. It's also the fact that the Hayes is not only doing those kills, but then also kind of deterring you from moving into more comfortable spots where you want to go, moving into the jungle if you know that there's a potential threat there that's lurking around every corner, right?
Yeah, and I think especially, you know, at this level of play, Obi Kim's going to have such a good read on the game itself. So really will have good game sense to know where to find those opportunities against who as well. And just, you know, getting that the Slumming Hex really early, as we always see Obi Kim do on this Haze, it really makes it very difficult. And again, there's a lot of very squishy heroes. We called that out in the draft, which is, I think, was one of the weaker points for Abraham's, or it's just you know, it's an unfortunate aspect of the roster overall. That's one of the weaknesses, and that's something that I think a Haze is very good at exploiting, especially in the early to mid game, like Obi Kim was able to do. And it also, you know, the other thing too is it's a really big benefit to having information, especially around the objective times and knowing how to position. Obi Kim just has so much value for the team with what he can do on Haze.
Yeah, we're watching that kind of pivotal moment just there. They lose the silver, they lose Dynamo as they're pushing on. The urn's being carried. Everything's just not going their way here. You can see the other side of this fight as well as this does go down, and they've just got no answer to it. It feels like Jason Lowkey W's like the complete package right now. They're playing the fast style with Oberkim and Zergy looking amazing as he does, and then also you got this Victor kind of front line eventually that's also just super stalwart to be able to go up against in that team fight. It's really a strong style.
It kind of felt like they actually, I don't know if they transitioned the way they intended to play Victor, like mid-game, realizing that Listic wasn't having a strong start, or if they intended for him to just be this frontline soaker for the team. Because he did have like K-Dash early on, he had slowing bullets, kind of typical of what you'll see with a wall breaker. But he was just soaking up as much damage as possible and just kind of creating space for the rest of his team. I mean, the thing is, like, who didn't really hit many impactful hooks, I would say. I think there of course has to be like 1 or 2 in there, but the B-Boss we've seen in the past and how impactful they could be was nowhere to be seen in this game. It was just a couple of other players really stepping up when they needed it.
Yeah, it felt like Abraham's, the entirety of Abraham's in the mid to late game kind of needed to be together in terms of what they were bringing, be it the Death Slam, be it into singularities and potential there, Dan. Whereas for Lowkey W, the split fights were totally okay for them in this game, completely. They felt super comfortable in those split fights. And I think if Abraham's is going to make this work, I mean, it's what Jason was saying, right? About all of the interruptions on things like Death Slam. It's not just that. It's that Pocket can go into his briefcase. Celeste is going to drop a ult on you if you actually get into a big team fight as well. So this was scary to go up against.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of different directions that Abrahams can go in a draft that they could look at, just like each individual pick, and maybe think of something that would deal a little bit better with that. Like I felt like we didn't talk about Mirage at all, but I felt like Mirage kind of came online like way too late against a roster that tempos out really fast. Just didn't feel like he had the impact that they maybe would have wanted. But that's just like one of many considerations that Abrahams could be going into the next draft with. And also, with respect to that, there's perhaps some ways they can cancel out this strategy a little bit, with the Victor Bebop. Like, Bebop's interesting because he's both kind of like the front, like a pseudo front line, with the fact that he's very, very tanky, has really good HP scaling, and actually has pick as well on top of that, and space control, like the hyper beam and everything else. So Bebop's kind of like a complete package there. So there's a lot of different bans that you could go with that could help you to begin to deal with that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, if I think back to last week when Listic was playing that Bebop, he was on 18 kills. And then if you're getting into those scraps within the kind of a Bebop like that, Jason, then suddenly, the uppercut's healing, you've forgotten as how much. It's a real problem to actually have to deal with. So that's definitely a problem as well, and something that they probably got to look into.
Bro, the thing is, like, Dan, I think, brought up the question of, like, what do you do in the next draft? And honestly, I could probably talk for a couple of minutes about this, but I don't know if we have the time yet. But what do you do? Because Doorman was banned away initially, right? And I think it's gonna be Abraham's going for first pick, so maybe they ban it instead. The thing is, we saw Lowkey W ban the Shiv, so it left open Bebop or Doorman to potentially be picked for them as a first pick. I honestly, I just don't know what you do, because they've shown they can do quite a few different styles here in Abraham's. I don't know what they do differently in this draft, honestly, and I'm really excited to get into it when we get there. But take a look at some of the match stats. Credits together, I didn't expect him to be probably like the highest damage player on the team. But as Dan pointed out, Arzo just really didn't get going. Only 19,000 damage. He had less than Saint on Vindicta. He had the same amount as Tass on Dynamo. He just did not have the ability to be effective in this game whatsoever.
Yeah, Cosmetical doing so much as well in terms of some of the damage coming in from all of this. But Zergy, I think you were right, Jason. I think Zergy, the way in which he was interrupting things, being such a playmaker on a hero that's not exactly like the absolute go-to for all of these rosters, right, Dan? Like, and everybody's not straight away going to Viper. Oftentimes, in almost every single one of these drafts for Lowkey W as well, it's kind of their last pick because they know they're probably going to be able to get away with it. Even though I think in R1 it was banned once or twice against Lowkey W, which is not too often a case here for good old Viper.
Yeah, and it fit so well with their playstyle that you mentioned, that fast playstyle, just tempoing out on the objectives. You can see it reflected in the stats here. Obviously, Viper has insane damage output, and the thing is that Lowkey W, they had really good prio on pretty much every category, and the objective game was absolutely one of those. And I was expecting to see maybe more objective damage, or being on par with objective damage, to be maybe Listic on the Victor. That's kind of what we have come to expect a little bit with the way that you look at how Victor's played. But at this level of play, we're not really seeing that sort of like kind of like the wall breaker style exactly, where you're just running down walkers and stuff with Victor. But here, Victor in Listic's hands provided such a good front line with Hoot on the Bebop to allow Zergy to have space to do all of this objective damage and be a complete nuisance.
Yeah. If only we could see damage taken. I would love to see Listic's damage taken by players, honestly, because it's got to be like astronomical.
Well, I'm totally sold on the idea of the Victor going straight to ult and also having refresher. So it's just, okay, yeah, you killed me, all right, go again. You killed me, all right, go again. Like, what are you supposed to do in these moments, Jason, against what he's bringing to the table?
Probably GG go next is my guess. Especially if they have Reju, right? That's 3 times you have to kill Listic. And I don't see a world you're killing him 3 times without losing anyone else in your team to the rest of the squad that Lowkey W has. Especially if an affliction goes off. I feel like a Victor buys so much time for that affliction to be even more impactful, as it's a long team fights having a Victor on your squad that you just can't fight into an affliction.
Yeah, I think Dan, if we get back to the next draft and kind of see something similar from Lowkey W, I think they don't go something like Dynamo, right? I think it's just, as much as it's cool, you can save people with quantum entanglements. We did see 1 or 2 there that were very important to be able to try and save people from things like the haze, etc. I don't think you're going to be able to gain momentum with your ult. Did we see a singularity really do too much there?
Yeah, I think you're right. Dynamo, Vindicta, and Mirage for me are probably on the chopping block for the next draft.
All right, gentlemen, it is time for a break here as Lowkey W is 1-up at the moment against Abrahams. We'll go to that when we return. Game number 2 here of this best of 3. All right, we are back
please
here
do.
for game number 2. Jason's very excited about a lot of things going on right now, and so am I, Jason. What do you got to talk about? Rrr.
Can we show that cosplay again? Because I've seen it on the carousel
How
so
have you
many
not noticed
times,
this?
but I did not notice that they have a Night Shift logo on the cosplay. That is amazing.
No way!
Mookins.
Let's
You know
go.
what, Mookins? We might be working on some merch. If you get in contact with Night Shift, maybe we send Mookins a shirt.
Will it be
We're repping
in
the brand.
size of his Billy cosplay? Like, can he fit it over the Billy cosplay if it's some kind of like wearable merch, or what do you think?
Anything. I don't know.
Like a okay.
I mean,
That's a lovely
I think-
badge.
And then if you also get the Night Shift logo tattooed on your body and you send us proof, Claris will shave his face.
No, wait, stop. No, that's not happening. Also,
There was a
if
donation I saw.
No. If I shave, my wife will be mad. Okay, just so you're aware.
True.
We were talking about facial hair the entire segment. Do you have this problem, DDK? Like your partner's just mad when you shave your?
Yeah, if you are bearded for a long time, I kind of get it because it's like they're used to seeing you, and then you've removed your face looks very different, right? You're like a different person.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of confusing.
I've got a baby
I mean, every
face.
time
I
my
get
wife
rid of it all.
shaves her beard, I have the same reaction. So I get
God,
it.
what have you done? No, it's like a future investment. If I shave it away, suddenly everyone right now thinks, oh, you look quite old. But if I shave it away, I suddenly look 5-10 years younger, Jason. And
I think you just have a weak chin. I think that's my synopsis of this. You just have a weak chin.
Me, a weak chin. It's like a fist under there. How dare you? It's ridiculous.
Okay,
You're
prove
gonna
it.
shave it off to prove it now.
Oh no, absolutely not. No. Let's move on. We got our Patreons as well, and guess what? We have a new board member. Let's take a look. Ooh. Miss, what do you think, Jason?
I think we appreciate the support so much.
Yeah.
And we send you big thanks. We even got some claps. Wait, was that in Discord or was that actually on stream, the claps? I don't know when I saw that from. But yeah, again, for everyone that's part of a patron, even if you're not a patron, we appreciate all the support you've given us over this last, it feels like it's almost been a year. I think we need to do something special on our 1-year show, our 1-year anniversary here at the Night Shift. But you guys, all the support you give us, it gives us all tinglies inside that you guys are enjoying what we bring you every single week. And then of course, all your support that you give to the players.
It's been about 2 months, by the way, given the fact that like my Twitch sub is at 9. So there you go.
Okay, we're almost there. We gotta do something special, like an extravaganza celebratory shirt. I don't know how we do it.
I like how that's the metric of time. ZP sub. Like we'll track that through the years. ZP sub from now on. After ZP subs, before ZP sub. Perfect stuff. And yeah, just as actually, gentlemen, as a watcher for most of the weeks, right? I think it's fantastic that you've built this community. I think that the community effort that you have here for Deadlock Night Shift, it's very rare, like a grassroots organization and tournament organizer gets to this level, DDK. So well played to you guys. Well done. Not you, Jason.
Keep going, keep going. Keep talking us up.
No, just DDK. Well done to all the effort you've put in.
Thank you. I was
Yeah,
wondering
it's all
when
Dan,
someone was
actually.
going to notice all the effort I put in. So I'm like so happy that you've done that. Thank you.
You're welcome. What about you, Jason?
We're actually thinking of rebranding to like the Dan Night Shift, like the DDLNS. Yeah, maybe one day.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
workshop
I
this,
don't know.
boys.
Yeah, we'll workshop it for a few months, come back with like a new laugh, and then we'll workshop it again,
Exactly.
and then we'll eventually come up with a proper name.
You could be working on this for 6 months, right? You've got from
I hate
6
so much. I hate
This
so
is,
much.
this is the worst inside joke of all time. Sorry. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about the game that we just watched. Lowkey W looked fantastic from I would say minute 18 on, and even before that here, DDK overcame on the haze, was really kind of saving them getting to that 18 minutes, and then they were able to dominate. It was a good match from them. What do you think?
Yeah, it's so cool because I think we talked about how incredibly diverse the meta can look at the moment, and how we've got all these new entrants, and we saw the Victor, we saw the Viper, we saw the Haze, we saw all these like cool heroes that a while ago we would never see, and it gelled together in a way that was very effective in the macro and micro, on all of these objectives, the tempo, all of that stuff was really cool to see. And just like you were saying, Kalaris, like it's kind of like hard to pick apart these picks, like Haze is a really good pick for Overkim. Like the kind of stuff that Overkim can do on Haze is kind of unique to Haze. And so like, do you get rid of the Haze? Do you get rid of like who playing the Bebop? Do you get rid of the Celeste? Like Rake had a really good Celeste game, and there was no answer to the mobility for the objectives. There's just so many problems exposing themselves left and right, and you only get 2 bans. So I can't wait to see what the response from Abrahams is going to be.
Yeah, I do wonder what will happen, Jason, in the future, where like we're a year down the line or whatever, and there is like other stealth heroes that can have stealth a lot. I know there's items that actually do allow you to do this from time to time. One of them got moved down tier recently, but at the same time, as Dan's saying, Haze is really one of the only people that can kind of get away with this because of Smoke Bomb and the like at the moment.
You gotta be careful with it though. I'm thinking about like other MOBAs, thinking of like my League of Legends days, casting LCS back in 2012. It's a very hard thing to balance. It can be so frustrating to deal with a stealth mechanic in the game. What I'm more curious about is maybe not more heroes getting stealth, which I hope they do down the line, is what other mechanics are they going to introduce? Because we can't forget about that tunnel system that they added in for Rem and technically Calico.
Oh, Rem's dead, so...
Rem's dead. I mean, actually, Mo and Krill can go in there, but they added in something completely new to the game. Now, it wasn't necessarily groundbreaking. It did obviously allow like more rotations, clean rotations, and more box running. But I'm curious, what else would they potentially add into the game down the line to work around new abilities being added into the game from like other heroes?
Yeah, it's a good question. As I tried to ponder what you could do, something in the sky, but then I remembered everyone's already in the sky anyway already. So that doesn't really matter, Dan. But yeah, the tunnels are a weird one at the moment because, as I say, I feel like Rem is totally dead at the moment. Maybe he needs a little bit of love, unfortunately. Especially never see it at this level really anymore. And then we see it in your own games as well. You're just like, oh God, Rem, are you really going to actually do what you need to do? And that's oftentimes no. The answer is no.
I bet there's like a Spider-Man character coming. You can like climb up the walls.
Well, they had one. Was it Fathom? It was Fathom, right? I think it was Fathom. You could was it Fathom? There was one that can stick to walls. Was it Slork?
I think it was Slork.
And I remember playing around with that like back when we were on 4 lane. I was like, this is an interesting concept because when you're on a wall, you stealth. And talking about what a Haze gives you, as you mentioned before, Dan, like the information around the map, doing that where you can't be seen on a wall. And you're just kind of like looking around is an interesting idea to play with.
Yeah, not too bad. Do you want to hear my idea? The Boxmancer. And you can turn yourself into boxes and you can teleport to certain boxes on the floor and then you kind of like turn them into little crabs and then they run down the lanes. No, you don't like it?
So Snake from Metal Gear Solid?
Kind of.
So you could be like a mimic, like someone comes to like do all the boxes and you parry as the box and they get parried.
No. Yeah. The Trap Master, and you can trap boxes or the Buddhas, the golden statue buffs, and if you like destroy it, you take like a ton of damage or something. I think you know what?
You give
Yoshi,
them the
hire us. I mean, we're clearly coming up with some great ideas here that we could use down the line.
I'm gonna be real.
Like a Valve if they asked me to.
I'm gonna be real.
I might be willing to be hired if they wanted to.
A few months ago, I was talking to my friends. Yeah, what could they do that's new? And the Boxmancer has stuck with me for months. I don't know why.
We're workshopping that one for 6 months.
I will. Yes, 6 months I've spent on the Boxmancer. I've even got concept art and everything. Just like all the people on Reddit that propose something and then it will never be put in the game. So is that? Is that a weird shot? I'm so sorry. I love all your art. It's really cool.
Just say Kalaris is not in any way affiliated with the Night Shift. We love everyone on Reddit and all the community. He does not. His words do not represent the words of this company.
It's so funny on the Reddit because like somebody will be like, "Here's the Invisible Man concept" or whatever, and the comments will be like, "Well, now that you've proposed that, they will never do that." So GG. So it's a tough place. It's a tough old place.
Well, you know what's a tough place as well? What's tough is the fact that. Yeah, there you go. Is that we're going to be at DreamHack. Dan, myself, ZP, Jake, we're going to be at the Intel booth over in Atlanta on Saturday and Sunday. You guys should make sure to check us out and stop by. And maybe we're going to also do potentially like a podcast there, like a 4-man podcast. Maybe Puckett can stop by since he's there for another game. But it's going to be cool, getting to see you guys in person, not Kalaris, because I've seen too much of him in my career, to be honest. And actually just get to, hang out with the community. If you remember, if you're at DreamHack Atlanta, stop by the Intel booth, come say hi. Get a hug from Dan. Not a hug from me. I'm a little
promise?
too tall.
Okay. All right.
He's not saying anything, so I'm assuming it's a promise from Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
He will hug anyone that wants it.
He's a lover, not a fighter. Whereas Jason, he's a fighter. Don't go near him. All right,
more of
it's
a
time.
Jason's very tall,
Yeah,
Very
he's very
intimidating
tall.
with his tallness.
It's been annoying for many years, his tallness. But anyway,
I've legitimately had, last note, I've worked a desk before, and we've had to make everyone sit because I was too tall. They wanted everyone to stand, and they're like, okay, Jason's too tall. Everyone has to sit.
was that on a show that I was
Those
on
things.
with Seven?
Well, you are very short, but no, it wasn't that one.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, there it
There's
is.
a
Finally, the
bunch of
Kelvin
it.
ban. Hooray!
But what did Abraham's ban? Like that's the question. They banned Doorman.
Doorman.
I mean, gotta have to do it, right? Or
You need me.
yeah.
Hey!
But the thing is, Abraham's lost, right? So they get choice of first pick or second pick, and they chose second pick. So probably gonna see Bebop go.
Oh, yeah, probably, maybe.
Little Biebers. Can we get a Justin Bieber Bebop? Yeah, I would
Justin
love to see that
Bebop?
one. Justin Bieber.
Plan to start some trouble with me,
There it
mates?
is.
Okay. So we
we
had
saw
the Silver
Silver
Apollo
Apollo,
last time,
right?
right? Yeah.
Oh my God, Dan, you're in my head. Get out of here.
Yeah. Never. Yeah, Silver Apollo. I mean, do we have to do anything now? We just have to
It
talk.
was ominous.
Okay, there we go. Silver. Okay, next is probably Apollo.
I think
maybe
Clarus
they
would do
won't,
a
but, like-
phenomenal silver cosplay. Just as an FYI.
good. Wait, who's doing that?
I think Clarus would do a phenomenal silver cosplay.
Oh.
You think so? No, I thought Defy's was really good, to be honest. So I can't top that. I'm sorry.
The patrons are lucky to have
Oh
someone
wow, we
who
even
will
got
fight for them.
we got a new addition. Look at this. So when Apollo swaps real quick, we also get to see when was it last picked. Right after
nice.
this. I just saw it for silver. Man, production. They're not even telling us all these additions they're doing
Yeah,
to the show.
true.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, it
They're
does look
wizards.
awesome.
Map 1 pick 2, map 2 pick 2. Oh my god.
You think Apollo did enough for them last game?
Wonderful.
I'm not sure, but I do think Silver Apollo is very good. So like I'm not unhappy about it. But this was not where I felt like their draft went poorly. But Lowkey W is drafting exactly the same so far, which is really interesting. So they got the exact same draft. But what's really interesting about that is that Abraham's in the second wave of bans. They know they should know what to ban. They can't, in
Viper.
theory, be a perfect draft for Lowkey W.
Maybe. I think what's interesting is that yes, it's the same draft, but the Celeste Vrake was playing was like did a lot of damage and wasn't really even the first problem that actually had exist. So okay, so they're going to take the pocket away
Ban
this
Sinclair.
time.
And now they ban Sinclair. And they leave the Viper open for Zergy. But
I
now
wish
you
they
can't steal
wouldn't.
with a pocket ultimate.
I wish they wouldn't ban Sinclair and have it for themselves. But
Apologies.
because
Damn,
sometimes like an
interesting.
all answer to like what could your opponents could throw at you, it's like the more like flexible answer.
Well, the thing
We'll
is,
see.
Lowkey W get first pick right after this ban, so they could take the Sinclair. I don't know if they're gonna let it go through though. I mean, that is also one of the options they have to deal with. But like, what would Sinclair take for Abraham's here? Like, what ultimates? If anything, is it just more purely a deny pick in your eyes then, Kalaris?
Sinclair's really good even without the ult stills, I feel like.
Yeah.
Mid control is very strong.
I mean, it really depends on the rest of the draft. Sometimes you even see Hyper Beam getting stolen away, right? And then it becomes a problem. But
Well, here I am.
Ooh, does Empty Dreams play Lash or the Pocket?
Good. I think it'd probably be Sonya on Lash, I would guess this time. Empty Dreams on the Pocket. I feel like Empty Dreams is synonymous with Pocket.
Yeah, his
for sure.
Pocket's insane. Yeah.
I made my fortune. Now it's time to
Okay.
that's that's earlier than last time. Maybe they thought it was going to be taken away. It would be
What?
weird, but
Was it picked in 5 instead of 4 last time?
picked in 6, not
Oh, we'll see in a second.
I can't recall.
Pick
I'm
5.
sorry.
Pick 5. Okay.
Now, do Abraham's like try to go more frontliney than last time? Oh, great talent.
Yeah, for the Pocket. That's fair.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Wait, so does that
Sounds
mean
very nice here?
does that mean cosmetic? Yeah, cosmetic will be on the Great Talon. Though what's funny is that
Makes sense.
if I ever think about good not good Great Talon players, Great Talons who have popped off in Night Shift, I always think of Hoot first.
Fight.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So Warden coming through. I think this is already looking way better for Abraham's.
Yeah.
Do they go?
I think
Oh, go ahead.
the Cage Max out of Warden can be very difficult to deal with. I mean, Dispel Magic is something that you just kind of inherently pick up, and if you catch them without a Dispel Magic up, it's almost like a lockdown and a guarantee kill, which you can turn into with like Silver Collapse on top of you. I mean, the fact that you have like Bola as well to maybe force out a Dispel Magic. pair them with like an Ivy stun. I think there's definitely a lot of kill potential now for sure out of Abraham's. And they also deal with the longevity of these fights by having a pocket to deal with Listic.
Yeah. I'll go ahead, Kalaris.
Just a very late Mina pick, which we were kind of talking about as still having a lot of strength, but it feels like the kind of the mouse one characters that you actually want in, especially with Love Bite from Mina, like have kind of fluctuated a little bit in their position as a whole over these last couple of weeks, TDK.
Yeah, it does seem so. It is really interesting because Mina is definitely a very good pick, but we saw Lowkey W, just the synergy of the roster overall was so good that it like didn't even matter. Like you didn't even notice that something like that was missing. But now they got both Great Talent and Mina. There's a lot of Spirit Burst, which is going to be very interesting. But the one thing I do like that I want to touch on is the Ivy pick I like from Abraham's, because I would have loved to have seen that last game as a counterbalance to the Celeste in terms of the team fight macro sort of play around the urns, because obviously Ivy can move around the map a lot, you know, can pull somebody out to initiate fights if necessary, or can like drop someone, you know, pick someone up who has the urn. So like there's a lot more macro options with the Ivy, which I think it's going to be a nice answer. So Ivy, Warden, and Pocket are the changes. I think we talked about 3 heroes not working out. They picked 3 different ones and kept the rest the same.
Yeah, definitely big changes there, Jason. What do you think?
Well, I'm glad that Floof made an appearance on the show. If she's in the room with you, maybe we can get her on camera.
She's not here.
I heard. Oh, she's not here. I thought I heard her. Okay, I'm hearing. Oh, is that? Never mind. I'm not gonna read this up. Great Talent though, and Mina. I'm looking at this and I'm like, isn't Cosmetical the Mina player? So does that mean Hoot's gonna be on Great Talent and someone else is gonna be on Bebop? Is like Obi-Kim gonna be on Bebop?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is again one thing I love about teams that have deep hero pools is the flexibility and not 100% being certain of who is on who. And I think it's so different than any other like MOBA. I don't think you see, you know, Faker playing an AD carry. Well, I mean, he'll probably play. He can play anything. That's maybe a bad example. You don't really see like certain players playing heroes not necessarily designed to be in the lanes that they play in, unless the meta's like kind of changed or they're pulling something cheeky out. But this is one thing I love just about how deep the pool is. Like I really couldn't tell you who's on who besides maybe Vraic on Celeste and Listic on Victor and Zergy on Viper.
Yeah,
and that's always one thing that like the old Buff and Jorahs lacked. Michaelis didn't have flexibility, and when Hoot came into the team for Michaelis, that's what he brought to the team. But like Hoot Cosmetical has so much flexibility between the 2 players and overlap, to be fair, that it makes it very hard to like pick against them.
Yeah, I agree. When I was looking kind of through my notes as well, I'm also having a bit of a hard time kind of pegging those 3 heroes at least here. Dan, do you have any thoughts regarding it, or
the 3 new picks? I like it a lot. I just think that it provides a lot more ability to tempo out. I think one reason why Warden is so nice and has more priority, I think, about some of the other M1s is that he scales like straight away. Like he's useful straight away. He can do a bit of everything. He can be tanky. He can push objectives. His ult is really nice for the objective fights as well. So I think having that gun carry threat is going to be way more impactful than Mirage, because Ozzo was unable to do anything on Mirage. You could see at the end of the game in the stats, his damage was appalling because he was trying to farm up when he went into the fights. They didn't even have any frontline really for him to get the position that you want a Mirage to have to be able to be impactful. So. Yeah. He just couldn't find the value there. So I think the Warden switch up is really nice for Arzo.
It's a big change. Let's see if it can actually work out here. Abraham's currently 1 game down. They've picked up the Pocket. They've picked up the Ivy. Will it make a difference? Jason, I still think that there's a lot of ways to get some interrupts out here. Maybe even some cheeky owls for some interrupts on things like Lash. We'll see. What do you think, mate?
I do like some cheeky owls. That is definitely one thing. But
superb.
Listic hitting us with the 6-7, of course. I think it's gonna be. I think we saw Cosmetical. He's gonna be on the Great Talent, and Obi-Kim actually gonna be on the Mina and Hoot on the Bebop once again. So interesting to see eventually how that played out. I wanted to say though, before we fully hop into this game, that we haven't really talked too much about it, but I really want to give a big shout out to Intel and Newegg once again, because when Night Shift started, Intel was there from the get-go, right? They were our first sponsor, and they carried along with us for, I think it was like 10 episodes or like 10 different shows. It was like a 10-week contract. And back once again with Newegg, who has like so many amazing products. I think I bought my first computer monitor on Newegg back in like, I don't know, how old was I? Like 2006, 2007. I'm really kind of showing my age there. So happy to see Intel back once again, bringing along Newegg for us.
Yeah, Newegg is a company that so I was always in Europe, and Newegg is an American company, or servicing the American audience, and I always saw people like linking to Newegg as like the best place to get stuff. Like back in the old days, you know, we would have our own places to get stuff from in Europe. But I'd always look for hardware on Newegg first to just see the prices that I couldn't get for the, like for stuff.
And now you live in the US, and now we know the real reason you moved there to get great deals from Newegg.
Exactly. But yeah, it's always cool to see brands like that have been in gaming forever. They're continuing to support gaming, and that's one of the reasons why it's like always been really nice with Intel, because if you've been around since the beginning is like the year 2000 or even earlier as far as competitive gaming goes. I feel like the ecosystem didn't really develop like a proper infrastructure that had stability until Twitch came along in like 2012-ish. But before then, it was completely carried by sponsors. And Intel was the sponsor that put the most money into prize pools and into sponsoring professional teams so players could actually do it somewhat professionally. And they did that for like a decade, but without like really anything other than just that. There was like no ecosystem except that. So it's just like really amazing that they did that. So I'll always be grateful for their presence.
I think the second event I ever did was the Intel Extreme Masters in Hanover. And the IEM was like fully like funded by Intel, and it was so great to see like the investment and the drive to keep pushing esports forward. So yeah, I think Intel deserves a lot of shout outs, lots of love for what they've been able to do for esports as a whole, not only here on the night shift. But damn, we're into the game here. And Sonya will in fact be on the Apollo this time, and Saint's going to be on the Lash. And I think that's one thing we've been seeing Abrahams do over the last weeks is kind of put Saint on some different heroes, thinking back to him being on Abrams. Now he's going to be on a Lash. I'm enjoying seeing Abrahams give him the flexibility to play some other things. I think he's definitely one of the best players on the team.
Yeah, and it can definitely feel hidden with some of the roles that he might be on sometimes, being more supportive. But yeah, it's kind of crazy because you don't often see someone that supports flexing into something that's like extremely high skill ceiling as Mina. But like movement and just timings and also the aiming element to it as well. Like there's just so much about Mina that is for super highly mechanically gifted players. So pretty cool. I totally agree.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to start to see the consistent bans on Viper for Zuri. I know Clarus mentioned before it was banned out twice against him in the R1 tourney over the weekend. But he's, I don't know. I'm actually, the thing is, like, I'm just happy to see Zergi's found other heroes that he has crazy impact on, like he used to with like Wraith and with Seven, because Wraith wasn't it for him when he rejoined Lowkey W back in the competitive play. And Vrake, once again, going for a gank. Can they get themselves a kill yet again here on this right-hand side? Trying to keep Empty Dreams under control. I think that's a very smart play. Keep him down on levels. Don't let him max out that affliction early on so you can have more control in these fights. I do wonder, though, if Listic will be able to be more of that wall breaker if Lowkey W need it, though. With the comp they have, maybe not so much, since he is, again, pretty much the only front line with him and Hoot.
Yeah, and I think Abraham's comp is going to do wonders for them. Just like they have a mixture of everything. You know, they have team fight options, they've got tempo options, they've got the ability to play objectives effectively, and they've got, you know, good macro as well. They have the lineup is overall more balanced, and I think it's going to be a lot easier for Ozzy to have impact, like I mentioned. The Empty Dreams on the pocket, that is a problem in of itself. So we'll get to see how that plays out in this game. You know, we're about to hit that first bridge buff moment, and so both side lanes really looking for that lane priority to ensure that they can be the ones that can get to it. And so far, Abraham's on this right side of lanes have the priority, just because obviously the jump pad is closer to them too. But you can see that Lowkey W really pushing it pretty far, and actually, in fact, they're going to get control of the jump pad there.
Yeah, we see a big skirmish on this buff on the right-hand side. Hoot coming on in to get the uppercut to knock them away. Spawned on in, and Hoot has been able to secure the right-hand one, and also getting Gumba for cosmetical, and they get a kill on the Sonya sniper. Not the start we want to see out of Abrahams here, considering last game they were able to build up an 8k lead before the first 12 minutes of game has passed. And Lowkey W with double buffs and 2 kills already in this game. This is the start that they want, and this is a start that's going to get them ever closer to that money.
They got both bridge buffs last time too. You know, it seems like Abraham, or rather Lowkey W, just on top of the bridge buff game. And so much damage from the Viper. You got to be very careful about that. Good hooks from Hoots.
Oh,
and here comes the bird. There it goes in the distance. I don't know if it found. Yeah, there we go. It catches Saints. So good stuff there from Cosmetical.
And you know what I really want to do is like go to a LAN event and just play that randomly in the speakers and then just see if players start to freak out, even if there's no Grey Town in the games. That is one of the most haunting things to hear when you're low on HP. Affliction was you out of Empty Dreams, but again, not going to do too much damage as it did hit Zergy and Hoop, but still won't deny the kill that came through before. And Lowkey W, I think they're 3-0 so far in the first 6 minutes.
Well then. Are you liking the chances for Abraham's overall a lot more than the previous game? Like where do you stand there? I don't know if you've already given your prognosis.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm looking at Lowkey W, and for Empty Dreams to be effective in this game, he's got to be so slippery. And the fact that he played last game kind of has him in that mindset already. But when you have these charged shots coming out of Cosmetical that can hit you when you have negative spirit resist, they do so much damage. And then I guess the rest of the comp is relatively the same, except with Obikim collection over to the Mina instead of the Haze. I think Lowkey W have to be a little bit more careful of the early game power that Obikim gave them before to kind of keep them in the game, and maybe Abrahams can use that to their advantage. But Obikim as well, I mean, he's a very talented player, and Mina still, I think, fits into his style. And Lowkey W have so much damage on their team that it is so hard to tank any of this, and to be able to like fight these like little skirmishes where Abrahams maybe want to fight more team oriented.
True. And one item that I saw on Saints on Lash, second item after headshot booster, reactive barrier, which makes sense in this lane. This lane is absolutely disgusting, and it might not actually matter because Hook is ready and it's gonna grab Saints. That barrier has been doing some work, but oh my god, Hook coming, or rather, it was Cosmetical in with the bird there to finish it off. Man,
no way, no way. He's gonna get another kill as well.
Looks like it. There we go. Oh my god, he's having a good start to the game.
That's a little of an understatement so far. To the EDK 6.1k. It's been a part of was like 3 kills now.
Yeah,
That's rough.
HP on Abraham's pretty low across the board. There's a few players who are low on Lowkey W as well. So, I mean, I guess Sinners are being punched right now. Getting some of these Guardians dealt with. Ooh, just barely escaping the ground strike, but the Flog is going to connect. Can Victor survive? No. Found out pretty quickly the answer to that question.
Yeah, that's painful, man. Mystic, I mean, him going down is not too big of a deal. Considering the lead they already have, but 7k is quite huge as we now are only 9 minutes in. And the Owl coming in once again. Not going to connect this time, though. The Sonic preventing the +10 for Cosmetical this time.
Yeah, how many is he up to now? It feels like it could be even +30 right now.
I think 2. I think he's got 2 of them, so I think he's +20.
And that's still really good at this time of the game. Well, this is a great start for Lowkey W. We'll see if there's a recovery to be had. We do have the bridge buffs coming back up again in 45 seconds. So you're starting to think about making sure you got control on those lanes so that you can get more favorable positioning. And Empty Dreams goes down again. Zergy doing great work. I mean,
that was just a 1v1 too.
Yeah,
I wasn't like anyone else involved.
Viper is nasty against Pocket. If you think about the fact that Pocket is very what's the word? Vulnerable to spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you have to be very careful about your briefcase on Pocket, because if you don't have it up, that lethal venom will just kill you. And you really have to depend on using that to survive these fights. But again, like Zergy, I don't know how he's so accurate with a trackball. Necessarily doesn't need that ability, but if he ever gets your briefcase out, you know he's going to be looking for a kill. But look how aggressive Lowkey W would be on this left-hand side. They really want to take away this jungle, take away as many camps as possible, and I think more importantly, not let Abrahams feel comfortable. As we hit into the first urn, it's going to be an advantage urn for Abrahams, funny enough. If you turn on their side of the map here, and Lowkey W have to make sure to not let this one go.
There we go, Affliction landing on 2 players. Death Slam onto Listic as well, but he's going to be able to get the shocking reanimation in there, so still protecting the urn at this point in time. Has it been picked up already and dropped? Because if not, this could turn back into a neutral end still, right? So you gotta be kind of careful not to get
10K?
kills.
I mean, how many would you have to let them catch up on before?
Yeah, I guess they would yeah. They would need to be 46k, right?
Isn't it 15% on the first one? I can't.
Oh, is it 15% the first one? I do not remember. They do manage to pick it up, and it is neutral. And it's looking, see, I think you're correct there. As the fight continues to rage on, Abrahams, they need to find something here. Sonya does have a tiny low stun, so see if there's anything to be garnered from that. Raid causing problems though with the ultimate on Celeste, and it's being carried away. This would be huge. Listic has used his ult already, so this would be a very nice kill to find. Trying to escape here, and it looks like it's going to be the kill. There we go. Together picks that one up. In comes Overkim though, with the burst damage, but Together fairly healthy. Is there any assistance here for Together? Looks like it's not going to be too much. And pick back up here now by Lowkey W.
Another owl kill, just FYI, for Cosmetical. Another plus 10 added to his tally. A little bit of a 1v1 here with Sonic Sniper going up against Vraic. And Sonic's got to be careful because there's also Hoot in the vicinity. And he doesn't even need Hoot. Vraic's just going to take him down. Another kill going the way here of Lowkey W as they're up 4k. And the Urn, I mean, this is going to create another 3k lead here if they can get this thing cleanly. Hoot, he was denied last time in the first Urn. He's going to be denied this time. No, he actually doesn't get the punch off. And Hoot gets the dunk right in front of Lash.
They're so close as well. Big team fight. Bruce, can they convert despite that loss? Abrahams, they will do a good job here Together, cleaning up a little bit.
I see the enemy.
And looking for more. Still healthy. Also on half. Mina is going to get caught there as well by Empty Dreams. And that's going to be a conversion for Abrahams into kills. They do lose the Urn, but ultimately, I mean, I think they're going to be fairly happy with that. The bird is coming, though. It's been sent out. The ballistic missile, the guided owl, looking for its prey. Is it going to find anybody? I mean, Empty Dreams is the target. He's in the base, and it's going to time out.
Man, here we go. I think it's a replay of a bird, I'm guessing, from Cosmetical. Actually, this is the bird into probably the kill against Together, too.
Yeah, this was the very first one, no?
This is the second one that came through.
Okay, what ridiculousness are we about to witness here?
Oh, no, it was the first one. You're right. It was the very first one. Oh, no.
No!
Oh, no.
Oh, back on.
Oh, my God. I was like, are we trying to replay again?
Yeah, I was going to say, I look like it was the same one. Okay, in the meantime, 66k to 66k. Abrahams have come back on the souls. Empty Dreams really committing into this Guardian. Is he going to be able to stay up here? Looks like he's going to be fine. Let's have some assistance from Sanya Sniper. Although Listic is coming on over on the Victor. And I mean, maybe a priority to actually take this lane down right now because that Guardian is still up here for Abrahams. They're ahead. They're slightly ahead now here, Jason. They've been doing really well to fight their way back.
Yeah, Together's been really stable, like really the rock to the team, the anchor for the team in these two games so far. It's more than that 13k lead plus the kill streak on top of this. The thing is, like, Abrahams had the lead last game by 8k. Oh my God, another owl's coming on in. Where's the is he looking for pocket? Empty Dreams. Oh, you heard the briefcase. Oh! Cosmetical the sniper. Plus 40.
Plus 40.
Man.
Plus 40. That's problematic, honestly. Okay, well, the rock of the team Together so far for Abrahams. Looking to get another one. He's going to find that. Locking down Hoots.
Eventually, I'm gonna find you.
Man, honestly, it feels dangerous out here with these owls. Honestly, the airstrikes.
My God, I mean that's scary. The amount of spirit power Cosmetical has now. These owls are just going to be disgusting. And I don't know, man. I mean, he's only at 13k souls, but once he hits like Boundless, how do you survive any of the damage that he does? I mean, Listic, he will get caught out here, so Abraham's able to at least turn it into a kill for themselves. The other owls coming on out once again out of Cosmetical. Saint is the target.
It's like a horror movie.
I didn't know we're playing Dead by Daylight here. I didn't know the killer's an owl.
Oh no. Okay, well, it's not going to kill Together, but with plus 40 spirit, that does a lot of damage. Quick chomp. The chomp there from the Lycan Curse for some health back, but I don't know. Together's in a lot of danger right now. Needs some help. Pocket comes in, lands the Affliction onto Zergy. Some good damage to go a long way here on the way out for Together, but Together's going to survive, going deep for the frag, and it's going to be horrible backfire. And look at that. I mean, they're on par with Souls here, Jason, but the Urn's looking to be turned in by Abrahams. Do they have the ability to do that, though?
Not so sure. By the way, I thought that Lethal Venom would have killed together, but I think maybe Zergy isn't maxing. I didn't actually check what he's been going for here. Or maybe Enchantress Emblem was enough for Particular to survive. And here we go, Obi Kim trying to go for the silence. A good Warpstone use as well with the Sanguine retreat to catch him out. And another bird coming on in, plus 50 now for Cosmetical.
I see the enemy.
It's like, how many? Are there always this many owls? There must be. I don't know. I guess we're just following them pretty religiously at this point.
I feel bad for a replay operator. Or maybe it's a good thing because they're going to be able to just clip out every owl in the game, and then that's your replay package.
True. Sidekick of the match, if we had that segment still, would be the owl. Okay, well, Latani Losan is going to be coming on through for the retreat there. And you can see a swarm of players from Lowkey W just guarding the Urn drop-off. But the Urn's been given up at this point. And there we go, the initiation. We talked about this, sending Arzo into the fight as Warden. And it's looking pretty scary. Ultimate not yet pops for Arzo, but he's getting focus fire. There's so much spirit damage, he's going to get taken out. And the fight looking like it's maybe better in control of the hands of Lowkey W now.
Real quick though, Dan, look at Empty Dreams on the minimap. He is basically in between the Walker and the Base Guardians, cutting the wave as much as he possibly can. Zergy was doing something similar, but instead he goes for the Urn, he's rotating it around, and while this fight is happening, Lowkey W win the fight, getting 3 kills and the Urn turn in. Maybe they lose a Walker, but I think that's a trade they're going to be more than happy with because they can push a Walker themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely problematic. Okay, so Walker for Walker. And what's the move here for Lowkey W after this? You know, there's a lot of farm on the map to pick up at this point. Do you just try to like devour the jungle of your opponent there and try to just start to get that macro edge? Because you know, farming the jungle camps at this point, it feels like there's not a lot left to do in the 2 minutes gap between now and the next Urn.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, a 10k lead. Cosmetical, I mean, I hope he's like pushing for Boundless soon, because with the extra spirit power he already has from the Owl plus Boundless, I can't do the math, but it's a lot. It's a lot of extra spirit power he's gonna be getting from that one. Just craziness. And for Abraham's side, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think they're necessarily out just yet, but when we get to the next Urn fight in about a minute of time, I think that's where the game could be almost completely over for them if they have a bad engagement or if they lose too many players and the Urn on top of that. Because we're at the point, I think, that Lowkey W are going to have enough damage to just take down mid-boss as well.
Oh, that's a great riposte. Should be able to deal who. Nice isolation there. They lose Arzo in the middle of that, though. And in the meantime, also, Zergy's going to go beyond the base guardians. He's going to go straight for the shrine, isn't he? That is a problem. It doesn't really have protection right now. This is kind of what the Warp Break Victor's all about, but they're doing it with the Viper instead. They're going to lose a shrine here, and that's so problematic.
Zergy, you good, bro? Oh my god, he's gonna kill that shrine, like you said. I mean, maybe Infuse can stop him. The afflictions come out.
Zergy's gonna commit to it. If Zergy gets this shrine, that's gonna be an enormous advantage, and he's so close. Oh my god! One more slap, just any bit of damage would have taken it out. And again, you get so many benefits from getting that shrine down. That would have been catastrophic.
That's gotta hurt. Hopefully for them, that's not something that bites them in the butt too, because Zergy's down for 40 seconds, now 30 left. Abraham's have the ability to make a big play now with that shrine still on just a sliver of HP. And I think they're gonna make that play. It's gonna be mid-boss here. That actually could completely turn around and hurt Lowkey W's chance to win this game. If Abrahams can secure this, but Cosmetical's alive, he's got the owl, and he's off to the side looking for damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big and important fight here. Now, the Affliction is not obviously ready for this one for Abrahams. That was used to take down Zergy, but Dive and Drop comes in on top of the Rejuve Crystals here. The Death Slam in from Saint throws everybody away. That allows the capture of 2 Rejuve Crystals there. 1 left now for Abrahams as they look to try to win this fight. Get a team wipe, that would be really important. But everybody's healthy here for Lowkey W, all except Oberkim. So right now, this is very dangerous for Abrahams.
Very dangerous indeed. 1 Rejuve left. Someone's been hooked away. Empty Dreams, he's actually going to consume that last rejuve. And Cosmetical, thing is, no one's pushing him. No one's challenging out on towards him. He's getting so much damage off in this fight. Finally, you saw at the very last second together going head-to-head against him here as Listic is going to survive. No shock reanimation, but he does survive the... well, she was a bomb from his own teammate here. And backs away to safety. The urn was picked up by Saint to get turned on the other side of the map, but Obikim's already pushed into this one to try to deny it, as well as Vrayek. They're just trying to take everything, and I give credit to Abraham, so you had to make a play happen here, but you need to get out of this one clean.
Yeah, that is going to make its way to the deposit spot, and Lowkey W are going to be racing across. But the problem is right now, the macro advantage, having taken down that left side shrine, those troopers on the left side of the map for Lowkey W will be extremely powerful. They're going to be constantly crashing into the base. So that's going to apply macro pressure. But here comes the play for position onto the urn deposit. And it's an initial pick from Zergy. He's been doing so much work for the team. And they've completely warded away Abrahams from this position. And the Walker is all but theirs.
You hear the owl once again screeching its way on forward. Abrahams, it hits 3 on Abrahams here. Listic dies in the backhand side, but again, he's buying time. He's creating space for his team to take down the Walker while Vrake's running the urn while this is happening. Cosmetical's trying to get in towards this lane here to help out as well. And Lowkey W, they're a little bit overextended, but I still think they're going to win the fight nonetheless, especially if Obikim can escape this chase down out together in Saint. And Lowkey W extending that lead even further up to 132k to the 120k, only about 13k in soul difference. But I did want to take a look at this fight just from this point of view, because Sonya, he eats the owl to stop it from stunning anyone else on the rejuve here, allowing them to get the complete cap of 3. And I just wanted to point that out because I think that individual play allowed them to secure these rejuves, though inevitably not the fight.
And now just looking at the game state, I mean, the soul discrepancy is not too bad, but the macro pictures is pretty bad. Like being down a shrine, obviously you still have those base guardians because, you know, you're able to skip past it. And I mean, this is like something that I think a lot of people in the community want to get patched out so that the shrines are protected until the base guardians are down, or some version of that, like a better backdoor protection, for example. But either way, right here under the bridge, right side bridge, it's going to be a pick there, thanks to Hoot's hooks. And right now, the invade potential into this jungle is with Lowkey W. They are deep in enemy territory, looking for more picks.
Uh-oh. Who's trying to help out Listic here on the underground? I think they caught out Sonya. Trying to figure out exactly where he's going. Maybe I'm misreading the mini-map. I can't tell. We're actually on the high ground here. But still being chased down nonetheless. Zergy potentially come off from the side. Got Petrifying Bola up. Be careful, though, on that repost. Or, sorry, Kalaris is here and he's defense. Riposte.
Thank you.
I knew it was still here. But still, this is tough, man. This is like really tough to deal with here. Zergy's on 28,000 souls. He can, I'd say he can 1v1 anyone. I think even like Obikim can potentially 1v1 anyone. And I think the real shame right now is that Saint's only 17,000 souls, and for him to get an ult off, if Empty Dreams couldn't do it in the last game, I don't think he's gonna have a chance to get a big death slam.
Yeah, it's definitely a very tough situation. I do wonder how Abraham's bring themselves back into this one. I mean, you know, thinking about key afflictions and so on, and there is another urn spawning in 30 seconds. So right now, that's what this game is all about. With such a deficit now, like we're getting to that spot where it's starting to become like too much. Abraham's need an equalizer. There's that affliction. It's going to get 2 players. Is that going to be enough there? Cosmetical gets caught there. Focused down by Apollo. And there come all of the lunges that will be a success in getting that pick. Who also still afflicted. Has to be backing away. So this allows forward positioning for Abrahams.
Thing is, like, even with that initial kill and a big catch on Cosmetical, they still have Zergy to deal with. They have Obikim, who teleported behind them as well. Trading 1-for-1 isn't really, I mean, with the comeback mechanics, it's not that bad for Abraham. The problem is you can't fight the other 5 players that are still super fed at this point. And with the urn spawning in, you're giving a lot of control around the map, and this is going to hurt here. Lethal Venom coming on through. Tia's trying to create distance, get away from the chase down out of Zergy. And actually Vrake as well. Death Slam had gone off. I'm not sure how many caught on to. I think it was just Listic. But Listic's going to be fine taking up this Walker, and he has the backup of his team.
Yeah, 3 players down in quick succession. Abrahams have basically been completely wiped, looking to defend the Walker. And I feel bad for Taz, last man standing. And that's going to be a wrap for that Walker. And now the Urn can be carried across safely, deposited as well. And mid-boss not too far away. Lots of farm on the map, a shrine to be had, base guardians. There's so much value now for Abrahams to get so far ahead.
Yeah. Well, okay, nice use of silence actually to keep Sonya out. Maybe get the kill on towards him as the Urn has been secured by Hoot. Base Guardian still being finished off by Listic, and so is the Shrine. 41,000 lead now in, I feel like, the matter of like 2 minutes. It just completely swung in favor of Lowkey W. And with mid-boss spawning in just under a minute of time, spend these souls, man. Obekim's on 9k.
Yeah. I feel like Celeste has been really good in this game. Like Rakes, like just impacts like from the early game to the late game on Celeste, just all throughout. It's been really strong. Ooh, that's a nice catch. That is, oh god, that's so, I feel so bad right now for Together.
Okay. I mean, 3-minute affliction's good, but you need follow-up on top of that.
Yeah.
And they don't really seem to care too much because they can just completely chase him down. The damage isn't there because guess what? Arzo's farming the right-hand side. I don't think they were necessarily looking for an engagement for Abrahams. I mean, it's still 2-1, but I think they're going to lose Sonya.
Yeah, it would have been so perfect if, you know, Affliction leads into a fight that they win into the mid-boss because it was just spawning. It's now up. But like you say, no follow-up. They're just a bit too spread out. No one's ready. Right now, just desperation plays, and mid-boss is waiting.
Man, like Dan, if you think, oh no, someone's trapped. If you think about this, this has been in the matter of what, like 4 days? It's been 5 straight wins in events for Lowkey W against Abrahams. They went 3-0 in the R1 tournament. They're going 2-0 at the moment right now. We're seeing mid-boss contest with the last stand. But I don't, Arzo didn't get in time. I'm not sure necessarily what happened there, but with all 3 Uges going for Lowkey W's side, I just don't see a world Abraham survives this one. And Lowkey W have just, I don't know, they tapped into the meta. They figured something out, and it's all pretty much been about damage. Like, there's no proper support anymore. They have high burst damage, low HP players on their team. They're running like 1 quasi tank and like 1 pick with the Bebop, and they can just put out so much damage that you can't really team fight anymore.
Yeah, nice little cheeks there from the bird. But yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. I think it's a really nice composition. They can go really fast. They can do so much damage output. I mean, between Break and Cosmetical in the early game, it was really difficult to basically have the superiority when it comes to the ganking, like the early lane ganking. And that was another area that I don't think we talked too much about, but they had superiority there with this comp also.
Man, yeah. High mobility, high damage heroes seem to be what the meta's kind of going around. Except maybe with Dortmund, which I guess Dortmund still kind of counts. Stage 1 patron gone in just a few seconds, and stage 2 gonna follow momentarily while they're trying to delay it as much as possible. Death Slam coming on through, but again, realistically, you're not gonna pull off kills from this one. And Lowkey W gonna once again win here in the night shift, proving to be relatively unstoppable when it comes to this meta.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be the case. Lowkey W looking incredible. Strength to strength. They've got to be the team to study at this point as they take the dub here in the night shift once again.
And awesome watch once again, Lowkey W, man. I think, again, guys, you hit it right on the money. And I really do believe with the way they're drafting at the moment, there's just too many threats. And if you shut down one, suddenly, again, like I said with Celeste doing a lot of damage in the previous game, Jason, but now really at the forefront of this game. Okay, yeah, you didn't manage to get through all the threats in the previous game to get to the Celeste. Now the Celeste has come forwards and been able to do all this. It's been really rough here for Abrams to go up against them, I think.
Yeah, I think Cosmetical really set things up well in the early game with those owls, constantly punishing that right-hand side, allowing, honestly, Zergy to just snowball the game. He got so far ahead so quickly in this match. I think largely in part due to Cosmetical coming in with the owls and focusing on that lane. And the thing was, he was throwing it from the left-hand lane. It wasn't like he was mid lane, so it was like really like hard to react. I mean, there was time to react out of Abraham's, but him and Hoot together put so much pressure in that lane that even if you did react, it didn't matter. You're 2 low on HP, and I swear, like Cosmetical, some of these owls he hit, the one onto Empty Dreams, like through the veil,
Yeah,
that's not easy to hit.
I was on Birdwatch the entire game. Damn, this was phenomenal to watch from them, and it just never stopped. And apparently for our production team as well, it never stopped. So I can appreciate that.
I mean, the stories about Spirit Airlines were you know, much exaggerated. Still alive here in Deadlock.
It's very much
See
so.
it again. Wait, is this the same one, or is this no? This is a different kill.
The second one.
From the other side of the map, yeah.
And then he kills together here too, like to not only hit the owl, but then to like parry together and then hit him with the spirit snare, and then to just like finish him off. Like Cosmetical really put on a clinic in this game, in the early game. I would say almost kind of similar to the way Obi-Kim did his haze in the last game. He had that, like it was one player put on that really good early game pressure, except this time is that Abrahams didn't have a lead to like build off of. It was just Lowkey W winning the entire match.
But the thing is that, right, R1, they had 3 bans per game. I feel like you need even more than that with what Lowkey W is able to put out here, right? Because you can ban out whatever you want or whatever, and then they just pivot to things like the Grey Talon and all of this kind of stuff. Dan, I think that what Lowkey W is bringing right now, other teams, especially here in Europe, are going to have to dig deeper if they want to try and rival what is being put out by them.
I'm assuming Dan agrees with you, and I agree with you. And I think
Thank you. Yes, that's fine.
the thing is, I don't know, and this isn't any shade to Abrahams, I don't know if they have the players who could pull off a comp like this. I think, I mean, not to like throw shade on them, but I just don't necessarily see the individual players who could all pop off in these games. I mean, yeah, we see together do it when it comes to Shiv, but Shiv's gonna be a little bit different in the style of what we're seeing Lowkey W bring to the table. I think they're one of the few teams in EU who could play the style successfully and have it work.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid game here as well, I saw Abrahams as they were coming back a little bit into it there, as Lowkey W kind of started off extremely strong, and Vrake once again will do the top damage. 12 kills, 1 death for him. And again, this was a Vrake. Do we have Dan back? Is Dan back?
I am hello. Hi.
Yeah, okay. This was a Vrake who didn't even have to play Apollo because it was constantly taken away, and was like, you know, I'll play the Celeste. And both games he just played a bit of a blinder.
Yeah, the Celeste is really, really good because, I mean, for so many reasons. The mobility is one of them. It's just this core macro advantage that you can have around objective play, as well as the ganking. It's just so impactful. And Vrake played it so very well, and it's so hard to ban against this team. I think, you know, if you got rid of the Celeste, would Vrake have played something else really well? Yeah, probably. But Celeste is a nasty threat, and we got to see it really play out in that early game, in this game in particular. I think as I mentioned earlier, the combo between Vrake and Cosmetical of the early lane to mid-game impact was really, really powerful. And that kind of put Abrahams a bit too far behind, maybe further behind than they would have wanted to be.
It's not like the Abrahams on the other side of things, Jason, as well, though, didn't have their moments, right? I think you caught very clearly, right? Just an attempt at a denial on an owl when it's kind of come into that kind of mid-boss fight and stuff like that. So there's moments where you're thinking to yourself, damn, they're playing really good right now. It's just not all lining up against this comp.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Sonic did a great job of the owl you're talking about that Cosmetical tried to throw into mid pit to deny the Reju being taken. It was good for a soak, but the thing is, I can't really hate on Abrahams that much going for that play either, because that was like their opportunity to kind of get back in the game.
Yeah,
a little bit too slow, maybe. Maybe, you know, looking back on it now, because obviously we can do that, is maybe you make the mid boss scream and then you go fight them instead. Maybe you just go rush Cosmetical down in that staircase. Maybe you, instead of trying to go for the Reju, you get the kills and then you go back to Reju, because yeah, they got I think they got all 3 of them, but they lost them extremely quickly, and then they lost the fight after that. So I don't know. Some of those decisions are really hard to make in the moment, and obviously I have the luxury of looking back on it to kind of criticize it, but I'm not criticizing the decision being made by them. I think they still are very smart when it comes to macro. They're very smart on making the calls and making the plays when they need to, but I don't know, this meta that Lowkey W is bringing to the table in EU is just proving to be really tough. Really tough.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. There's a reason that, as you say, they've won so many against them in the past week, past couple of days, etc. With how all of these games have gone, and again, a lot of the drafts have looked very similar across those games for Lowkey W, and they've been able to flex when needed. But anyway, let's take a look at who the MVP is going to be. Dan, who do we think we've got?
It's probably, it's the slippery snake, Sergi here with the trackball. I mean, it was impressive. We saw Viper play really, really well or Sergi play really, really well on Viper throughout both matches. And I think, it's showing that Viper can be played in a different style. And we've seen people attempt this. I think you remarked upon this, Jason, but it was Sergi that has made it look really, really good. And perhaps it's some of the composition enabling it. And maybe it's also just the fact that the whole team can kind of tempo around the Viper, creating the opportunities for Viper that you want to see. And it is a kind of a very spirity meta, so that's also going to help Viper as well with how much burst spirit that Viper can do as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I think for me, one of the best NA Vipers that we've seen is Gibbs. Thinking back to when we had them playing, I think a while ago. But I want to see how NA and EU plays Viper maybe differently, because we definitely have like differences when it comes to like Billy, for instance, was played quite different between regions. Shiv back in the day was played very different between the regions. And I'm curious to see like what Gibbs and the likes of the NA crew could actually pull off with Viper, because what Sergi is doing, I don't think it's necessarily groundbreaking. I think it's just a good knowledge of like what his team's doing. I think the composition definitely facilitates it, because his lethal venom, with the amount of damage they have on their team, anyone, like he can lethal venom pretty much anyone. And not really be too worried, because they're able to close that into a kill. And of course, like the plays he's making with the backdoor on the shrine, it's really hard to stop that. The mobility he has with superior stamina, maxing his slither, it's really cool. And I think that's one of the things I love about EU and NA. And one thing I hope to see when we get to these lands is like the different styles of playing these heroes and how they clash against each other.
Saving the bowler for the right time. You saw it there again in the pit when you're trying to deal with the dynamo. And again, it's not only like getting the interrupt on the singularity there, Dan, it's also following up with 2 huge kills off the back of that as well. Because if there's anybody there other than the singularity, they're also being hit by this, causing huge problems.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the power of the is it called the bowler? Petrifying bowler. Because we have a Silver's bowler and okay, there's a petrifying bowler. That was one of the only like useful things that Viper had originally, before Viper was actually that good, where it's like, okay, we can like steal mid boss with it and so on, but now as like a part of the kit, it's like it is an incredibly powerful disruption tool, because you can just instantly stop stuff like, the death slam, or really any of these powerful abilities. You have something that can just insta stop it, that has a decent cooldown that can be available a lot of the time, and you can set up kills with it really effectively too. So I can definitely see why Viper has a huge amount of potential in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Jason, unfortunately for me, I guess, no haze for that last game, but they didn't need it. They didn't need any of that stuff. It was still good stuff here from Lowkey W overall.
Thing is, I'm happy to see players flex to other heroes, but also it's like if it works for you, then why do you need to change it? And I kind of like when teams can sit on that one hero time and time again and win and win and win with it, because it means you don't. Sorry, there's a giant bug in my room. Oh my god. It means you don't need to show what you're kind of maybe hiding or kind of workshopping for yourself in the team.
No, definitely. Is that the new Deadlock here? Is that the new skin you're working on? That bug? Is that what's coming on in?
It was a very big moth, and it's behind me somewhere, and I'm scared.
Mothman hero confirmed. All right. I'm excited for it. All right, gentlemen. That has been a very short EU. Any final words, Dan, before we go to the break?
No, I think NA is super competitive. As like Jason already said, it's going to have a different flavor. I'm really curious now, because we've seen EU move on even further with their meta developments. Usually EU, it's said, is like a week or two behind. I'm wondering what they're going to look like today, so we're going to find out. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Any final words, Jason, or do you want to
get me out of here? This moth is attacking me. You see it behind me.
This is the best part of the show. Thank you very much for your subscriptions, guys. Thank you for all the donations that have been coming in. Obviously, those contribute to the prize pool. Keep those rolling, because we are not finishing things anytime here soon, because we've got North America coming up after this break. And during the break, we've got Elizabeth with an interview with AVG as well. So thank you very much, guys, for having me once again. That's been me, Kalaris. That's been TDK. That's been Jason Kaplan. We'll see you in a little bit for North America for the night shift.
Hey, Deadlock Night Shift, it's Elizabeth. How you doing, baby? You look good as always. A new haircut? Make sure you're drinking enough water? Yeah, that's good. Today's interview is with a VG. This is probably an interview, not to get like real emotional, but probably reaffirmed why I do interviews, period. Oh, I hate being genuine. But regardless, grab your tea, grab your coffee. I'm about to go get my hair ripped out of my skin via sugaring. So I'll leave you with this interview because this is a conversation with AVG. And pray for my legs, because holy moly. I'm curious because when I was stalking you online, my job, I'm so sorry. But
of course, yeah.
I was stalking you and you made a tweet when you got your MVP recently. And you said, I've been reading off the top of my head, it was nice to reaffirm your skill. And it made me think, and something I wanted to ask you was kind of the like actual like ego confidence aspect of that. When you are fighting for so long to reach the top, beat the streak, whatever it may be. That sounds like we're talking about like the Undertaker in WWE. But for me, like, it's like, I'm a very results oriented woman. And so if I genuinely struggle when things like don't go my way, or I don't get like the broadcast I want, or whatever it may be, I'm like, oh snap, like my confidence breaks, right? So I am curious how you keep up the mental fortitude just to keep going. Because what I'm reading with that tweet is that like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was a little bit of doubt on your end that you had the skill?
Yeah. I always doubt my skill. And to some people, that's a weakness because they feel better when they're confident. For me, when I begin to feel confident is when I know the real danger is coming. Because when I doubt myself, there's a sense of fear and caution. And I think people generally go into like tournaments or scrims or whatever feeling like they can win, you know? And my best performances have always come from when I feel like I don't know. I don't know whether we're going to win or lose. And all I know is that I just need to play. I just need to like do what I can do and prove to myself once again that I am, you know, who I think I am basically in this context. I've always been that way, like about everything in my life, where it's like I'm always trying to prove to myself that I'm this type of person or that type of person. And that's why for me, I doubt myself every week. I doubt myself every day. I pull up to the scrims, I'm like, damn, am I going to be able to, you know, execute what I need to execute? And like some people think, you know, that's like a nervous thing and it's an anxious thing. But to me, that's who I am. That's my identity. And I'm happy with that. In my opinion, this game is very team dependent. There's 6 players at the end of the day. If anything, the game is more team dependent than any game. So I will say, like, you know, just throw a little like background in there. I was Radiant in Valorant, and I played for like, I mean, it doesn't mean much.
That's what I'm talking about! Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't, it doesn't mean much, but like, you know, I played.
It means everything to me. It means everything to me, AG.
Awesome. Yeah. And then I was also Challenger in League, and I have like maybe like 5,000 hours on Rust and maybe like 8 to 10,000 on World of Warcraft. It's like super different genres. And like, I guess I've just been playing like my whole life since I was like literally, I was playing like World of Warcraft was the game that I played when I was like 7 years old. Like every day I would just like play. And my dad bought me a subscription and it was awesome. I was like,
Shout out
this
dad.
is so sick.
Shout out
I was
dad.
like, this is so sick. And it's crazy because I come from a Middle Eastern family. So I actually wanted to go pro when I was a kid in League when I was like decent. And my parents like totally shut me down. They're like, not even like actively shut me down, but they made it's like a subconscious made me believe that it's just not even real. Like that's not a job, you know? Like you can't even consider it as an option. And so I guess like really like it's like about proving to myself now that I'm like in the position financially as well as I'm actually an adult. I can make that decision for myself. It's like when Deadlock came out, so to speak, like I was like, you know, this is it. Like this is my last chance probably before, you know, I'm actually doing my master's degree right now in family therapy, and I'm gonna have my license in like a year. Yeah, and I've been putting it off for like the past 2 years basically. And like this whole time I've been doing that against my parents' will, and I'm just like, if there's ever a shot to do the thing that I wanted to do, which is play competitively, this is it. It's now. So I'm playing really to prove to the kid back then that I can do it. You know, like that's the whole point for me. Is I don't even care whether like it ends up going anywhere or not. So to like kind of center back on what we were talking, like what you initially asked. Yeah, when I pull up to the tournament, like previously and we were losing, obviously every week I ask myself, wow, am I actually shit? and I would like I'm quite objective about like my own gameplay, so I would watch my gameplay and watch other people's gameplay, and I would be like, okay, well, it doesn't really look like I'm mechanically like skill gapped, in fact I feel like I'm really getting better. Like I feel like I'm improving, but it's just not enough. Which is why I realized more than anything that the game is team dependent. Like it's not a coincidence that like when your teammates are making space for you to play the way you want to, your gameplay is better. Like if you look at my like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like recently, I've been dropping nukes basically.
Yes,
like,
you have.
In scrims, like in tournaments, like in general. Like I feel like I've been playing like really decently, and that to me, it has nothing to do with me. I think I've just been moving on a steady line forward, and I'm just like I'm just, you know, that's the thing. Is my name on the broadcast is AVG, but the reality is the name it's just short for average, which is how I viewed myself this whole that it's just, I mean, whatever, I don't want to be cringe, but the whole time like I'm just like a guy. I just want to play, and to me that's what it's all about. I'm trying everything in my power to get better and win, and my teammates are setting it up for me now. They understand what it takes to be a good team, and I think that is probably the one thing that I can really take credit for, is like I really am building like a team with these players. Like I'm happy with them, and like they're happy with me, I think, right? And so they help me play good. They help me go, you know, like have a positive KD. Like my teammates die for me in the game, which is that's ideal. I'm down to die for them, and they just need to die for me. And it's like, you know, you can't play well if your team sucks. That's it. Like it doesn't matter if you are literally like Thanos. Like you could be full aimbot, spinbot hacking, and you're just gonna feed if your team sucks. Like that's reality, you know?
Absolutely. I
mean, this game more than any game, like there's not even a solo lane in this game. You're literally paired with someone right off the bat. If your lane partner sucks, you're gonna lose.
Remember when we had a solo lane? That was crazy.
Yeah, no, dude. I was the king of the solo lane. I love that shit. I literally used to practice solo lane with my teammate, like Poshy back then.
Mm-hmm.
We used to literally practice solo lane for like 2 hours before the tournament, and we're like, if we want to win, we need to take out Lefa and DMB. Like that was like the goal, like because this is solo lane matchups. We needed to like win those matchups basically. It was really awesome back then. But I like the solo lane, but I can see why they took it away, and like I mean, it makes sense for the context of the game. But
Yeah.
It was really awesome. Like I literally loved like the
It was
solo
was
lane.
fun. It was a fun time. It was hard, but it was
dope,
fun.
yeah.
I don't know if you caught yourself. You said something very interesting. This is where like the true Liz interview happened. You said, I've been dropping nukes, you know, and then you immediately corrected yourself. You went, I've been playing really decently. Which I thought was very interesting, and I wrote it down. I thought it was so interesting. That's why you saw me leaning over, because I was like, I can't forget this. Because you have, because to have that confidence, be like, wait, no, I need to rein it back in, right? I think a lot of people can relate to that and like kind of see like, you know, especially when you're like kind of like public facing and like people are going to see this, especially online, people just kind of like take anything you say and they're like, it's like the pancakes and waffles tweet, or it's like you say anything like, oh, you hate waffles, right? Like, I think, you know, if I were to say like, oh, I think I feel really pretty today. Oh, so you think other people are ugly, you know, like things like that. But you know, that's just being online. So cool. We love it here. But I think that's really interesting that you corrected yourself in that. And is that something you do a lot?
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Like that's good. That was good. Especially like because like what can I say? Like since I'm like kind of towards like the therapy psychology kind of thing, I really enjoyed that. Like that was a really good like that like I could like tickled my brain, I guess. I don't know. But the reason that I do that is because of the thing that I said earlier. I'm very, very like spiteful towards myself anytime that I really have an ego. And so whenever it happens, I don't like it. Like right there, I said I'm dropping nukes. And the reason I took it back, or like I said that I'm playing decently, because the reality is I am just playing decently. I'm just doing my job. You know, it just ends up looking like a nuke because I'm hard getting carried, basically. That's what's happening. Like at the end of the day, I'm just running in the jungle and like fighting a guy. And then whether I win against that guy or lose against that guy, I need to get out. And if my teammates are not there, I'm just dead every time. It looks like I'm feeding. Like that's really what it is. Like I play really well one game and I just feed, and then like next week, you know, like my team plays around me or whatever, and I play like the average schmuck, and I'm just like 20-0, and it's just like it just has nothing to do with like I can't say I'm dropping nukes because I'm not really doing anything. I don't think this game is like Valorant where you just like take the like you were just Thanos, like you just peek and you just like one tap 3 guys and you're like, wow, I'm him. I don't think it's really like that. I think it's a lot more like systemic, so you can't really say stuff like that, I think, without it sounding or without it just being incorrect, really. at the end of the day, what I mean by playing decently is I'm just doing my job. I'm part of the system. I'm just a guy within like the 6 guys. And if I do my job and everyone else does their job, then everyone will succeed. And otherwise we won't. And that's it.
Headed to Broadway. Ace is coming for you. Let's see less. Let's see less.
Away with you.
I'll take rocket.
still can.
I'll see less. Let's take out less.
Spend what I have.
I'll see less. Let's take out less. I'll see less.
Pocket.
I'll see less.
Away with you.
I'll see pocket.
I won't be the victim.
I'll see less.
Another body.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Night Shift. We've got some Deadlock, and it's going to be the 38th edition of the Night Shift. I am Zombie Grub. I am a new face, but happy to be here. Thank you so much to the team for allowing me on to jab about Deadlock with the lovely Jake and ZP here for these matches today. Of course, we've got the best of one to start things off, and then a best of three. I know Europe was a little bit shorter, but don't worry. Hopefully, there's going to be a lot of Deadlock to come. So, guys, Jake, especially, how are you doing? I don't think I've ever worked with you, so how's life?
Yeah. I think this is our first time on a show together, but welcome. You know, we're always trying to bring on folks that we think are grinding in the Deadlock space and get a chance here on the Night Shift. So thank you for coming in here and making the time. I'm excited to get into the action. I know, EU cut a little bit short with some roster mania. NA, we've got the full set, full ready for everybody to get into it. Also, ZP, you know, you were in town for your birthday in LA, so we were just hanging out just a couple of days ago, but it's fun to be back on the shift with you.
Yeah, it was a good time. You know, always good to catch up with people. Some I haven't seen in years. A few of them, like, it was like 7 years or so. It was, you know, the pre-COVID, post-COVID era. Wow. And yeah, you know, for those wondering, by the way, some people wondering today, what happened in EU? And honestly, EU does not handle bigger tournaments well. The R1 tournament came, it was a $10,000 tournament, and as is tradition, anytime you have a big tournament in EU, all the EU teams just self-implode, those that didn't get far into the tournament. So hopefully Leviathan will be back next week, but, you know, we tried to get Leviathan in, they weren't good to go. Fearless Furies, their new incarnation, just straight up died, and yeah, you know, EU just has this, like, cool-down period after a large tournament, but, you know, hey, hopefully next week.
And that tournament's probably going to be a point of discussion for the meta we talk about here today once we get into Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. But I actually want to talk about something else first. I was watching the VODs last week, and apparently y'all May birthdays. We're all cool. Is that correct? May 5th. Yep. So just saying, May is indeed the coolest birthday month. But anyway, so yeah, we're going to be getting into Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. For those unfamiliar with the Night Shift, you can take a look actually at the format and give a kind of overview as to what we're going to be getting into. So we had a qualifier match that happens off stream, sometimes on stream. I guess CP's around, we can catch a glimpse as to what everyone's doing. But obviously FPS Lounge took a 2-0 over Bird with Clock. And then we go into the NA Challenger match. That's what we're getting into right now. This is going to be a best of one. Whoever wins this then faces the defending champions. That is Floormen, who are actually back-to-back defending champions. They've been doing very well, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this top three in NA is so incredibly competitive. I feel bad for Bird with Clock because it is rough to try to qualify into these three squads, right? Any of these three have shown incredible competition, and it feels like with so many teams at that top level here in NA, they're able to kind of keep pushing the level higher and higher, each pushing each other to go further, to be that one step stronger. So I think this is, you know, for me, the most exciting region right now in Deadlock. For a long time, it was EU, but NA has kind of taken the crown. So I'm really excited to be on this half of the show, guys.
Yeah, and ZP, I know you talk about a bit of the curse that's going on with Melee Creeps. They've not been able to come back and win in a little while. So what are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps have just been struggling to, get their identity back. Where, I think honestly, it's one part the other teams in NA have really stepped up their game. I mean, FPS Lounge came into the scene, quite strong, really good coaching staff and support behind them. Floormen, they pick off D-Mov, they patch some of the holes on their roster, they start playing really well. And, Melee Creeps, look, they were the team to beat for a very, very long period of time. And, when suddenly the competition gets stronger and, patches change at the same moment, things get a little bit tough. You have to find out who to adapt. Now, they may be a little bit more adapting today than they would have liked, because as you look at the roster here, we got Ranger, who's normally their coach, coming in as a sub because EU was over so quickly today that Saya's not off work for another hour. So, for Melee Creeps, are going to be going in a little bit different roster-wise, and, we'll see how they adapt.
And that's pretty painful too. Melee Creeps, they've been struggling a little bit, but Saya was actually, one of the I suppose the draws. I mean, this is actually the second week they're going to be coming in with a substitute, right? Because Du also was AFK for a little bit there, but Saya had such an impact on Abrams, Jake. I mean, what is the loss here? How are we going to think about this sub coming in and filling such big shoes?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. However, I do think of all the subs to come in, Ranger, is a player with a lot of experience himself. And also in this moment in the meta where, the true support really isn't seeing much play. Asai is a strong player. I don't think he's at all limited in that way. But if you had to pick a meta to be forced to swap out one of your players, then this one doesn't feel too bad, right? Because there's a lot of fighting. Every character, I think, needs to pull their weight, needs to be able to influence not only the laning phase, but some of those early to mid-game team fights, and be able to output their own damage and be a threat in their own right. So I think for Ranger to come in, I'm not too worried about him as a player. I think he's had experience on the night shift, has been a solid competitor. So I don't think this is going to be a huge loss. That being said, it is still Saya, right? It's kind of the heart and soul of this team, makes a lot of comms for the squad. A lot of the leadership and strategy can come from him. So definitely going to be pressure on the rest of Melee Creeps to kind of step up and fill that gap potentially.
That is really such a neat little, I don't know, thing that we got going on here. The captain coming in, the person making the calls coming in, and how that's actually going to slot in roster-wise, as opposed to maybe, more typical just kind of sub waiting on the bench maybe a little bit more. We got our next team up, though, to show you guys the roster. FPS Lounge. They have been making some waves for sure, but they actually were absent last week, so we're bringing them back on, and we can see their lineup here, ZP.
Yeah, and the big change of note here is that Erebus is gone. Of course, that was a pretty public breakup where they mentioned they're making the roster change. Poppers is in. And Poppers has actually been in around the scene for a very, very long time, going back to all the way into the Fight Night era, just, wasn't on team for a while, but in general, a way more versatile player than Erebus. It was a roster change made primarily because of hero pool concerns. And look, you look at the results on the Scrimbuck Express, FPS Lounge has been beating everyone. They were beating Floormen in scrims, they were beating Melee Creeps in scrims. Although the interesting part about that, when you look at the drafts and how all this went down, is that every single time they're playing Victor, FPS Lounge was getting Victor uncontested in all of these games. And, there's reasons for that in the draft at the moment, but I kind of look back at this as okay, FPS Lounge is playing really good, but they also have the hero that doesn't seem to lose right now. I mean, even going to EU today, Victor was 2-0, so we'll see how it pans out, but honestly, FPS Lounge coming in with a lot of momentum today.
Yeah, I think so. They've been looking really, really good, dominating qualifier match as well. So they've got some momentum on their side, but Melee Creeps, they're no slouch. Just because they have a little bit of difficulty actually getting to the championship and winning that doesn't mean that they're going to be an easy walkover. I think we're just going to get right into the draft, by the way. So we missed out on the Mo and Krill duels, which are always fun, but not the most important thing in the world, I suppose.
What is not fun is the source replay system. For anyone who's deeply familiar with it, it's often leaves a little bit to be desired. So sometimes we unfortunately lose our 1v1 replay. But Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge. I think you'd have to call FPS Lounge the heavy favorite right now with the last second roster swap. And on top of that, FPS Lounge, to your point, winning a lot in scrims. But Melee Creeps, despite being first pick, are still going to ban that doorman away. It is an interesting choice. They could have potentially threatened to take it for themselves with it kind of feeling like a top meta pick right now.
Yeah, definitely a top meta pick. I mean, I think a lot of the discussion was going to be about Doorman, potentially Bebop, and then yes, I think we're also going to have to talk about Victor, because that seems like certainly a go-to, but maybe not first. ZP hasn't been first, but it seems like it's always slotted in there.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think Victor should be rising priority, but you would expect Shiv here based on the scrim data. Instead, okay, they go Mirage. So in the scrims leading up to this, it was always second pick team would ban Doorman, and first pick team would ban either Bebop or Shiv, and then pick the one that isn't picked. FPS Lounge, I think of the two heroes you can expect here, probably Apollo, as Apollo never went beyond this set of picks. And then going forward, okay, you get the Apollo first. Shiv would make the most sense from what we know here, but I actually think for how much FPS Lounge is playing Victor, that I think you slot Victor up a little bit here. I don't think you're taking the worst penalty from getting Victor at this point, although you do wonder why not go something like Shiv Victor. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Shiv came in. Victor's going to have to wait.
I will say I do like the Mirage opener for a team that has been playing a lot of Victor, because I think this is one of the better carry matchups for Mirage, right? If he goes up against Victor, it's just like easy to outplay the reanimation. You can just tornado even if you're in the center of it, right? And just block that instant hit, and just kiting Victor, you know, around, like getting full stacks on him. Victor's just not a hero that can come in and out of the fight and you know, peel off those Jin's marks. Like, you pretty much just go all in and full send it when you commit. And that could end up being a liability against Mirage. They also have pocket, so it's going to be a little bit scary to try to like full bull rush into these players. You know, I think melee creeps are choosing to maybe let the Victor through and just deal with it rather than try to attack it with picture ban.
It seems like a dangerous strategy, considering that it's Victor teams have won all of today and then had some other 100% win records in another tournament. And Victor does come through. So we're going to see if Jake's right. Maybe they've planned around this, or if Victor just ends up being too good regardless, CP.
I mean, the problem with Victor and in the way that he's really valued right now and hard to stop is that Victor doesn't need farm the way he needed in the past. Like, you can have Victor on, you know, more of a gun-centric build, and you don't need to go, okay, we're going to wait till, you know, 40k when Victor is online. You can really have a high impact on the game in the early mid-game, especially pushing walkers, and as a result, you can play Victor and still pick other heroes that otherwise have really high demands on economy. But Melee Creep's going to come in with the Haze Band. You know, there also Viper bans. Not only is Viper becoming a little bit more in the meta, but you're up against melee creeps. People are just like, oh yeah, Fishcake has a pretty good Viper. It's kind of one of the aces in the hole that they have, and you take that away. But you know, FPS Lounge, we'll see what they grab here off the break, and yeah, it is going to be Warden. I was about to say is that M1 options a little bit more limited, especially now that like Venator has seen a big decrease in value relative to no one saw anything. He's seen a bit of a decrease in value relative to the past.
I do think this Warden is a nice matchup into Silver, you know, like that heavy slow, you know, drop the trap on her. She can kind of struggle when she gets kited and slowed by Warden in that way. I think the Silence is going to be especially valuable this game, but I kind of do like the draft that Melee Creeps are bringing together. Like, I get that FPS Lounge are getting what they want, but there's insane scaling on Melee Creeps. Like, if you go late enough into the game, I do think Melee Creeps are just going to be too powerful if they can get to that point. I think characteristically, FPS Lounge, I see them as a team that wants to be aggressive, wants to dominate lanes and just like snowball, keep control of the game until the very finish. And so it's a little scary to be planning on going late game against a team that, you know, often ends early. And with Mo Krill picked as well, FPS Lounge, they're just going to triple down. Like, they are going to look to put a ton of pressure on Melee Creeps in this game. And there's going to be a lot of burden on, especially I think Do and John to get online early on Mirage and Pocket respectively.
You know, Mo and Krill doesn't seem to appear a lot in the matches and the draft that we've seen, but they were appearing a lot in FPS Lounge's matches leading up to this event, ZP.
Yeah, and the reason for that is it's Hydration's favorite hero, perhaps, at this point, where even in metas where Mo and Krill was entirely absent, Team's Hydration was on, and, you know, back in the day to be things like the old version of Floormen or, you know, Sneaky Golem, etc. Like, Hydration would just go, yeah, I'm going to play the Mo and Krill. And for FPS Lounge, it's kind of interesting the role he's taken, where in a meta where people don't necessarily pick support heroes quite as often, you'll still see Hydration prioritize the Mo, or if, you know, Mo's not available, potentially the Viscous. But also in terms of things with a little bit more support option, Melee Creep's picking up the Ivy, which you didn't actually see Ivy a ton in the scrims this week for NAs. So, you know, Melee Creeps are making some changes here, although part of it may also just be the fact that you got Ranger subbing in over Saya. So I'm sure that had some impact on, you know, the hero pool calculation here too.
Yeah, I always think when you know, if you're going to have any kind of sub or roster situation, you want your sub to be as comfortable as possible, right? Like, it's already going to be a challenge to be playing in a team environment where, you know, you're not used to that exact player where the role tends to be shaped to this specific player on the team, there's going to be some discomfort there. So at least they should be able to be on a hero that they're rock solid on. There's no question about their ability to execute confidently and just play good Deadlock. I also don't mind the Ivy this game. I mean, the Stomp can be pretty powerful to shut down Mo. You can cancel things like the Warden ulti or dodge the reanimation stun from Victor. But on top of that, just a really solid save. When people are being jumped or ganked by this FPS Lounge squad, they're probably going to be looked at doing, from like minute 5 on. Ivy ult save could be, a nice, reliable way to potentially pull some of these players out of trouble.
What's interesting is that they'd still bring in Abrams, which I know has been kind of in flux with the meta right now. ZP, we actually you talked about that last week, in fact, but it was Saya who kind of came on, said, hey, maybe this character isn't so bad, but Saya, not being here, so they just actually really believe as a team in Abrams, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be fish cake on it, but look, I think some of the Abrams downplay has been a little bit much. I feel like Abrams is in his Shiv 2 weak arc at the moment across the scene where Pierre's like, oh, I don't know, like, is this hero actually good right now? And then Pierre's like, wait a second, he still has like one of the most reliable displacements, crowd controls of the entire game with shoulder charge. There's so many ways to set it up. Yeah, this hero is still good in the way that, like, Shiv every now and then will take like a small nerf and the community will vastly overact and be like, Shiv's dead. And then it's like, But wait, he's not dead. He's not dead. Like, first pick him again. It's just like, what was this purpose even for? So yeah, I don't know. I've never been a believer that Abrams is dead. I think it's like perfectly fine for melee creeps, and arguably, you'd be able to look at this a few weeks and I was like, oh, actually a little bit of value to get that late in the draft.
Yeah. There's any thoughts on the drafts overall here, Jake? Do you have a preference as to who might be coming out a little ahead here in the drafting phase?
I do start to, I think as more and more time goes on in Deadlock, I more and more favor these like tempo drafts that trying to like dominate early and snowball over the draft with like better late game, because in the end, if you give up the laning phase and you accept that you're going to fall behind early and you play for the comeback, you are kind of hoping that the enemy team makes a mistake. You just need like one big comeback fight, to get towards a late game, some big team fight with Pocket and Celeste. Like, it's absolutely doable. However, I'd rather be FPS Lounge and just kind of be in control of the game from the early phase onward. We'll have to see if that actually comes to fruition. I think if Pocket has a crazy game, I mean, it's really just combo to deal with Pocket. And I think with Indomitable in the game now, it's a little bit scarier to go to that ultra late phase against Pocket. Like, typically in the ultra late, this hero just does not die unless he gets hard caught and like full bursted by a stun, which should be, Mo and Krill's absolute wheelhouse. But Mo has always been a hero that has struggled to scale and has fallen off into the late game. And that problem could be acute here. So it's very like melee creeps, I think, to draft themselves the better late game and to try to weather the storm. But in recent times, it hasn't been working for them. It's been teams playing faster like FPS Lounge that have been getting the wins.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up exactly. It seems like the conversation starts with, hey, melee creeps, great drafts, have a lot of potential here. And then either, they did give up that laning phase, maybe knowingly hoping to bring it back, or just frankly, they didn't do well in that laning phase and were never able to actually bring it back. So that's kind of been a, dangerous point for them, I guess, is staying even, or of course getting ahead in the early game and then actually delivering as time goes on. ZP, any thoughts? Any preference for you?
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this draft, I do think like the laning phase for FPS Lounge is pretty good. I think also their like first few earn fights are probably just straight up better in terms of team comp v team comp. And it's not that melee creeps don't have win conditions with this too. It's like always a little bit weird where you have Pocket. You always have the ability to just rip off a team fight with 3 or 4 man affliction, especially before divine barriers come on in. But the reality is that you look at FPS Lounge, you have one lane that's going to be auto advantage by virtue of just having Apollo. You have Victor, who's basically played as a huge macro advantage and being able to shove walkers pretty efficiently early into the game. And yeah, for melee creeps, you do have Celeste, who can fit somewhat of the same role, and I think maybe at some level has been somewhat undervalued. But overall, like, I think FPS Lounge not only have like better options for early and mid game team fighting with their composition, but also they're going to have a bit of a better laning phase. Melee creeps still possible to come out okay, but the deck is definitely stacked against them. And even when you go into the late game, I don't know if their late game advantage is all that massive. Like, yeah, heroes like Mo and Krill do tail off towards the end, but Warden is still really deadly in the late game. Victor is still Victor, even if he's in a gun build sort of situation. Like, the advantages that melee creeps get into the end game, it's, maybe more like 55, 45, and they're more up against like, 60-40 advantage against them in the early mid game. So there is a path to victory, but it's a lot more narrow for melee creeps on the draft.
I see. And Jake, you brought up Indomitable, which is an interesting point because, this has been a conversation amongst the community since it has been released, right? Like the initial reactions were probably 50-50 of it's amazing or it's going to suck. And it feels like maybe community-wise there hasn't really been a decision, but maybe amongst the pros, it's not as great as it would have seemed.
I think it's not a particularly good item, I will say. Like, it's not an item you're going to rush by any means, but it's more of an item that you'll probably grab on like Pocket or Mirage against Mo at, like 45 minutes. It's really just like gives you a more powerful endgame win condition where, effectively characters like Mo, essentially he's just a combo in the late game, right? Like that's realistically the only thing you do. In like the ultra late game, that's your whole contribution. And so that can be a problem, right? In that there is an item that potentially hard counters it. If we even get to that point in the game, though, I will say I feel like Melee Creeps may have already kind of won, right? Like we're talking 50k, 60k souls here to where you're going to be picking that item up as like an extra get out of jail free card. Pocket's probably going to go all in on the damage for quite some time before we get to that point. So, I think in the end, maybe as for FPS Lounge, you just say like, look, we don't care. You're not going to get to the point in the game where those items are coming online. We're going to tempo you out. We're going to force team fights early. They have a ton of spirit damage. Like if you put Warden and Victor in the side lanes, as I think is pretty likely. Lash, Mo, Shiv, and Apollo has an incredible amount of spirit damage. You got Mo for the combos. They're going to be looking pretty scary to challenge anywhere around mid-map in the jungles. On the other side, for Melee Creeps, it's a lot of stuns, right? Silver, Abrams, and Ivy. There's a crazy stun chain there. So, if you catch anybody alone, they are going to be in massive trouble, right? Hit with the entangling bola, shoulder charge, into the stone form from Ivy, like pretty much anything is going to die in the mid game to that. So I actually think both teams have interesting drafts. I like that Melee Creeps got very much player preference comfort heroes with John's Mirage and Dew's Pocket. But FPS Lounge recent history, you got to consider them the favorite.
Well, FPS Lounge has been looking very good. They won the qualifier to get here to face Melee Creeps in this best of one to hopefully go into the finals, but Melee Creeps looking to redeem themselves after a string of defeats. Guys, take it away for game one of Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge.
Thank you, ZG. And, Jake, as I'm looking at this setup here, too, John's going to be playing Try to Survive, I think, for half of this game, because as you get into the later game, the uptime for Mirage DPS-wise can actually be pretty heavily contested if you're going to have a Victor running at you, if you have to space in such a way you don't get hit by combo, and the fact that you still all the while looking to the skies because of Lash being a threat. Like, I look at John's objective survive into the late game, and there's a lot of pressure on him, especially with him being likely in position 1 and, being focused on getting the most farm on the team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Mirage, I think what I like about Mirage as a carry is that he's also a pretty strong laner, right? Like he's no slouch, especially, you get that level 2, right? You get your Jin's mark online and you just become really annoying to lane against. That being said, on Apollo, the other side, one of the best spirit nukers early, Abrams is going to have his work cut out for him trying to frontline through this, especially with a player like Rokane on the ward. And you can the accuracy he has with this primary is so significant, makes it very difficult for Abrams to really ever challenge in the mid game.
I think when I look at win conditions here for Melee Creeps, a lot of it to me is just staying even until earn fight, and then honestly a lot of eyes on Ido, where Ido at the very least getting the go-to is once and former bread and butter, where it's just like Ido on Pocket, don't let Ido get Pocket. Kind of a bit removed from that era where you'd see Ido on Pocket super often, and yet when you think about what Melee Creeps needs to win some of these team fights, you kind of are hoping for consistent 2-3 man afflictions to kind of counterbalance the otherwise team fight advantage FPS Lounge probably has early on.
Gonna be a little fight here over the small camp. Something that Apollo always wants, right? No one wants to damage the creeps because Apollo has the burst. Mirage gonna step over to the other side, grab the opposite camp. Maybe look to get a trade that way. Apollo just a little bit too scary to fight. Looks like Rokane, though, knows it happened. He's gonna try and get a punish, but with a missed flask. Probably not gonna happen under that one. They can get some extra harass in, though. Apollo getting the opportunity, but Tornado is leveled, and I actually believe John had to take Tornado instead of Jin's mark there, so that's not going to feel great on the lane, actually. I mean, he lives that time, but a price is exacted here by FPS Lounge in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, especially with lane tempo, where you might go, oh, it's not the biggest amount of damage. It's like, even a little bit of poke has big knockoff effects.
That pin hurts,
nice
though.
Charge in there. I mean, that's taking a good HP tax off of Poppers, where it means a lot. You're down half HP, you're not going to be as aggressive on the dive. Still, looking for John, 300 HP. Warden right on top of him, but you got the cover in from Scout. Should be able to just get back to tower.
Still, Rokane's the healthiest player on this lane. It's going to be a problem. Hydration also getting incredibly low in the side lane. Dude does run it down on Celeste, and actually, now that I say, I just realized it is actually Ido on the pocket. You're right. I didn't even suspect it because it's always Do on the pocket for this team, but interestingly enough, he's going to be on Celeste this time. Ido back to the classic.
Well, in this case, you know, they're actually running 2 movement heroes at once, and you know, the interesting thing for melee creeps, if they were to win this, is they didn't get a lot of scrim time this week, Jake. Like, Do was on vacation, so their scrims were pretty heavily limited relative to the FPS Lounge, who was just, you know, bopping everyone all week per the Scrimbot hotline. So, yeah, a lot to be said for melee creeps if they're able to turn this one in their favor, because, you know, everything leading into this is kind of indicating FPS Lounge.
Definitely would be the expectation. Lowkey onto the Shiv, though. It's going to be an exciting player to watch. I mean, I think for me personally, Lowkey, probably my favorite player to watch here on this FPS Lounge squad. Just always playing these flashy playmakers, permanent fights. Always expect big things out of him in the lane. Taking a trade with Pocket. A lot of damage in, but Shiv is completely out of gas into this one. So it's some nice nukes from Ido. Not much Shiv can do, and Shiv has gone the greedy damage build, so he just doesn't have the sustain to stick around much in this lane and wants to maybe grab a heal creep off the back of this one, but Shiv's a hero that really struggles when he gets this low on the lane. If you just die to 1 nuke combo from Pocket, you really can't take any risks.
It's interesting to bring that up too, because usually Shivs don't go the super greedy build unless you're backed up by something like a Rem that can, you know, give you healing and kind of offset you going full greed. See how it pans out, but back over in the middle, Scout coming within, you know, a breadth of dying there. Dealing against the Apollo, not always the easiest thing, although you look at the HP, John's actually been having pretty effective poke the other way. So for dealing with the Apollo lane, I actually think melee creeps have done quite well in middle so far, and also able to secure at least one of the buffs.
Yeah, Scout's been low since the beginning, but he hasn't died, right? He's just staying alive, being a thorn in the side. Oh, quad stack here for Pocket. It's going to be a big threat on that lane. On the other side of the map, Celeste with a Shining Wonder finds a quick kill on the left. Hydration trying to trade it back, but Celeste, we're talking about, the chase down by Mo doesn't seem likely, and he just has to burrow, head back to the tower.
You just look at Do air strafing for dear life, but yeah, gets out cleanly. Also, Snake's in kind of a bit of danger here. Like, looking at overall HP across the map, you know, as Victor, you're just like, okay, it's fine, you know. Gonna get shocking reanimation up soon, but there's that brief window where you could die pre 3.6k.
Yeah, it looks like they had to both take resets to get their HP back up, and I know staying in this lane means he has Affliction online. Snake's healthy enough as he comes back into this lane to where you don't necessarily want to dive, with Victor being pretty close on the ultimate, right? Looks like maybe just 1 wave for him to grab, a couple boxes, and he should have it online. Another fight breaking out in the side lane. Do, though, grabbed by the ult and caught by the combo to follow up, but a beautiful save from Ranger gets him out of trouble, and both ultimates essentially thrown in for nothing. Now Celeste goes for the re-engage Do, despite low on HP, still wants to fight more, and Ranger by his side is a real threat here. The sub for melee creeps already looking strong.
Elsewhere on the map, double Affliction goes down. Snake's nearly dead. Lowkey shaking it off, and looks like Snakes was able to get out of danger. Also, not much Guardian damage done in turn of it. I'm just a little bit surprised there wasn't more of a chase down, but in this case, Snake's going back to base for the 2nd time in the last 3 minutes.
Melee creeps, they might not have had much scrim time, but the players on this squad, all individually, some of the strongest here in NA, so definitely don't expect them to go down easy, especially in the laning phase where mechanics tend to be king. Scout.
I think so far, given what we know of the laning phase and, you know, both teams' win conditions, you're pretty happy for being where you are now for melee creeps. It's just, you know, can you take the small little edge you've started to build up here and turn that into a win on first turn? I think first turn is going to be so formative to this game as, ooh, Scout caught out a little bit, ends up falling. Gordon taking some damage in turn, but John actually going in. John thinks it's vulnerable.
They get a chance to put some harassment down.
Yeah.
With the Tylo-san ready in the Spirit Spike online, Popper's thinking about getting aggressive, but this is a Mirage we're talking about. It's a very scary hero to take these extended trades against, and he is going to back off, but losing Scout, honestly, not the end of the world, right? John gets some, you know, solo creeps, put some counter harassment down, and Lowkey has to go back to base, take a reset. So there's not going to be much more pressure here on the mid lane.
Once more, taking a look at the left. Ido moving forward, shocking reanimation procced here on the Snakes. Rest of the fight, though, bouncing out a little bit, not turning into a deep dive here. No, actually, take that back. Like Curse popped, a little bit more damage on the Shiv, but neither side full committing.
The state of Victor right now is so interesting because normally you'd look at that shocking reanimation and say, oh, that, pretty bad, essentially wasted, not much value had from it. But honestly, having that spirit damage per bullet online is a pretty big deal with all the camp sub increasing all of your farm rate. So Lowkey continues to put the pressure on, does get kind of grabbed under the tower and has to use that execute just to get out of trouble. So well played by Fishcake, but he's going to be low enough to where even he might have to consider a reset.
Meanwhile, looking at middle, a little bit back and forth. Affliction, though, on this lane coming out, hits 2. And this time around, Snake, no shocking reanimation, getting burned down in a hurry. Ido, looking for the finish. Cloak out, gets the cutoff, and surely Snake is going to go down here at 1 HP, and yet still alive, trying to break some ankles. Just needs a few more shots, and wait. Surely not.
It's not like he can get it. Well played by Snakes, evading that super effectively. I mean, did get down to just a sliver of HP. The heals were enough. Tylo San now out onto the Silver. Does get low, but riposte wasted. No damage in on that one. Silver's continuing to fight this one, even without the ultimate, just in human form. And Ido with the melee grabs the finish onto Poppers. Nice shutdown there. And Silver has enough HP to hold on to this one. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, the combo comes in, but once again, Ranger with the save ensures Celeste stays on the map, stays active, and she's right back to pressuring this tower.
I think Ranger may be the hidden hero of this lane too. We've been seeing Dude just kind of pushing the limit on how aggressive, and a lot of that I think has just been Ranger just backing things up, early supportive build. And yeah, I mean, Dude's been having one heck of a game. And you kind of see from melee creeps, especially watching those scrims, like, yeah, again, Dude back, pretty impactful, as it turns out.
Victor now over to the mid lane, puts that spirit damage to work to grab that mid T1. A big rotation, actually, of players here from FPS Lounge. See if there's any kills to be extracted. Looks like a parry onto Scout that was going to cost him his life. Got kind of brutally outplayed there. Thought he could just get that easy finish onto Snakes. But Hydration, or rather John does get the job done at the end of the day. So still extracting a kill, but with mid Guardian down and no real chance to counter pressure, it does feel a little bit scary here for FPS Lounge.
FPS Lounge going in, a bit more dive hydration in the crosshairs. Celeste right behind, just needs a few more hits and nowhere for hydration to go. Also, meanwhile, as this is happening, there's still been a casting buff up for grabs for quite a while. Lycan Curse popped, this time Lowkey looking for the escape. Enough to stop Silver from moving in. Still,
Victor running it down. All these slows starting to stack up. Yeah, I don't think Silver's going to be able to get out of this one. Gets a little bit of extra tower damage in, but now Snake's kind of racking up a lot of impact across the map. And has gone for a farming build too with that active reload. So watch out for this Victor as the game goes late. I mean, this guy could scale pretty effectively. Not doing too well just yet, but give him the chance. He might be able to farm back up. I mean, Victor actually has a pretty good recovery path as a hero.
This is really interesting. You got earn control for melee creeps, and FPS Lounge, they're not in the best state to contest. Like, ideally, you would love to have Flash have Death Slam up. It's not up now, so you don't really have the huge threat to stop from going for a dunk. I mean, the biggest thing is, okay, hydration is near the turn-in, but if you're melee creeps, you have a wonderful opportunity right now. Push, but okay, Do may have gotten themselves a bit of trouble. Combo out on one end, Do running for his life on the other. FPS Lounge able to walk forward and pick up 2, so not able to set up for the dunk the way they would like. And that leads into a quick pause, Jake.
Yeah, it seems like this fight's already over. FPS Lounge really routing melee creeps there, like 2 quick kills off the back of the combo. It's a rough one, right? Because those are 2 players that so far were having a pretty good game, right? I felt like Do was kind of untouchable, was getting saved out of every kind of team fight. Fishcake was doing really well on the opposite side of the map. These side lanes were really strong moments for them. But now that advantage for melee creeps pretty much fully deteriorated. Since Ivy does hold the urn, though, I don't expect it to really go in either team's hands now with FPS Lounge and map control.
Also, can we get a look at John here? Because I think John's about to kill Letha. Which, this could be a massive, massive boon for John. Because think about it, if John gets a solo kill on the Letha, and then potentially gets Walker, at least a good amount of Walker damage, I mean, it is the dream.
Oh, he doesn't quite take out.
Oh,
it's close.
Yeah, I mean, if Letha survives, he's going to be able to heal, and I don't think John's going to be able to get the Guardian to get on the Walker time as Ido just barely escapes.
Yeah, you don't want to dive with Apollo here. It's too risky. And Ivy's going to be here to put a defense on. A lot of players, though, maybe want to continue this fight with a riposte away. Apollo should be good for the moment. But a lot of presence being shown here by melee creeps. Ido's healing up, going to be back to this fight soon. don't think there's going to be much opportunity to damage walkers. You can see they're so aware of this threat from FPS Lounge, right? With Warden and Victor, man, pretty much any tower you get a strong stance to siege is going to go down fast.
I really like this though for melee creeps. You have just an insane advantage on the left. There's no way that Leffa can really contest John that effectively. And at some point, you're gonna have to pull someone to help on the left walker defense, and otherwise, melee creeps are still getting decent skirmishes on the other lanes.
Reanimation out from Snakes. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much more follow-up than that. Apollo trying to run down Celeste, but even Apollo can't quite match the Dancer's incredible mobility as Dew slips away back to the jungle, grabs some creeps for his trouble. This mid lane, though, continues to be a site of aggression. A lot of attempt to challenge and fight, but I will say these Resto Lockets are a nice way to punish Apollo. Definitely something for folks at home to pick up if they're struggling into this Mahiro matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the best counter buys in the game for Resto Locket, Apollo and Geist. Anyone that's sitting out here just spamming abilities, it's in your favor. I mean, it's not even just Apollo in this case, too. Just Shiv knife spam gets pretty intense.
Yeah, a lot of Tyros for it. Finally, the mid Guardian is going to go down. Took enough tries. Big pin in on Apollo, but I think it's a wise pull from Ranger. There's no chance they're actually killing Apollo with full skills online. And as they bring numbers over to this right side engagement, Rokane's already found a kill. And it seems like maybe there's going to be more to find. He's going deep on Rokane, but this is quite close to the walker. Even mows around. Scout, though, is healing massively off this Curse Book. Still has the ultimate online if he wants to try to get out of trouble.
Might have the Seismic Slam here to get out. Immediately pops it, and he's... I don't know if that gives enough clearance. Now, while this is going on, Snakes gets caught, and so does Dew. So it's a 1-for-1 trade while we're seeing this chase down on the Scout. Scout at 300 HP in a Dream. Still fire from the back. Desperately trying to get to the jump pad, which has a little bit of natural cover. Decides, nope, I'm going to get interrupted. I'm going to take the other way around. A little bit of extra mobility. And the help from the team does free out Scout to get away.
Crazy, like 3-minute team fight here on the right side of the map. Rokane getting hugely active. I mean, on 14k souls, he's saying now's the time to go, right? Has that silence trap online on Warden. I'm curious, like, did he go for the silence trap before Max Flask?
Might have
gotten. Yeah, he did. Wow. Okay, that's unconventional. Pretty much everyone maxes Flask first for the farm potential. So Rokane has a strong game going and is really committing to this kind of early game pressure strategy.
I mean, if nothing else, I think it's definitely targeted more towards item. An extra silence versus pocket early is invaluable. Also, while we're in the middle of that fight, it's worth knowing that Earn does go over the FPS Lounge, and yet, you know, Melee Creeps has done enough in terms of skirmishing and otherwise that it's still about a perfectly even game thus far.
It is even. In theory, from what we were saying in the draft, is good for the Melee Crepes, but vibe check on this game definitely feels like FPS Lounge have a bit more map control, showing a bit more presence. Silver now in the sights. Doesn't have much damage down to proc that ultimate. But does have the Hunter's Aura online, which is always going to be a really nice find for her. It really makes getting those solo kills a lot easier, especially when you get into that Lycan form. And with Earn control in the hands of Scout, Leffa's going to, you know, poke and prod here, but I doubt he's going to make a serious attempt to grab this Earn. And you see Scout completely disrespecting it, just going to path straight through the lanes.
Hear me out here on Earn control. I think if you're Melee Creeps, you're not necessarily looking to dunk. Like, look at the rotation here. You're going to have Mirage go off to the opposite lane. And you have Earn and you're pulling in people from FPS Lounge. I think Earn is not even what you really want here. What you want is to give John the ability to go off and push. Now, what John doesn't know is that you got a Lash hiding in reserve here specifically to look to punish John. This is interesting because you'd assume Lash would be on the left side, but John now getting caught on the right. See if they're able to finish him off. It's a dive from both. And I think John got free.
Nice return fire here. Makes Shiv struggle, but a good juke. Dodges the dash completely. That's a max dash, so not going to get any of that cooldown reduction for low main. Fishcake going to get the chance to clear the wave. With Pocket coming in, I think we might see a fight here on the left lane. Ido, 13k. Let's see what we can do with the Affliction. An airdrop on this Abrams is going to try to maybe pull him into the Urn, but it's going kind of painfully slow. There's maybe going to be a chance to grab the melee, and they even do grab that combo onto one. Abrams just holding the attention of the enemies as long as he can, but the Urn does slip out of his hands. Here comes the Lash ult from above, pulls 3 players up, slams them back down, all into Rokane's Warden ultimate, but somehow Melee Creeps, they're healthy. They're tanking through this.
Yeah, it went way better than expected, despite the opening being a little bit awkward, trying to force the dunk. We'll see. Fishcake ends up falling. Hydration. Able to finish off. Slam down in from Scout. into the heavy melee. Earn still up for grabs. John able to get Rokane. He's TP'd over into the fight. Was in the right lane. Uses the Traveler to come on in. Lowman and Poppers, though, able to find 2 on the back. Do and John, the last 2 remaining. Ido dancing around. It is a bloodbath for both sides. But John and Do, they're still really healthy here.
And John, he's got max Jin's mark. These long fights really starting to favor him. A strong moment for him, and Celeste, even still thinking about running the Urn, drops it instead and tries to turn and look for the kill onto Poppers, who's on just slivers of HP. Players respawning back into this fight. More numbers going to continue to be thrown into this one as John finds another, a 3 streak for him on the fight. Even picks up the Urn to threaten it. And
this
can FPS Lounge stick around for more? They've got spawners coming back into this too. John is low. It won't be easy for the melee creeps.
This is really bad for FPS Lounge. The person you don't want getting cleanup kills, especially not getting Urn Dunk, is John, who somehow gets it and is able to Dust Devil away as Leffa gets caught. Leffa's going in to try and interrupt it, so that you don't get the interrupt. You lose the kill, and the Mirage picks up all the buffs from the Urn. That is a huge get from melee creeps.
And what a heal from Ranger too. Like just after John Tornado goes out, he gets healed for I think 1,000 just from Ranger's Link, and it must have been a healing Nova as well. So really well played fight from John. You know, lived to tell the tale. Him and Do, right? We had talked about them. They're the 2 carries of this team, right? The 2 players with, you know, generally the most farm priority, and here they're really showing up and delivering a meaningful team fight on the back of it.
And even though the aggregate right now, 89k to 86k, I look at who's getting the farm, and you know, Mirage getting farmed huge. Although, on the same note here, Jake, even with some of these fights going the other way, I mean, FPS Lounge may be like, yeah, it's fine. Look, have you seen Rokane? Rokane is still in a really good spot. So, you know, despite some of the heroics on that last fight, FPS Lounge is in a great spot still. I mean, the only thing that worries me a little bit is like, yeah, Victor doesn't need as much farm as he's needed historically, but 13k Victor does feel a little bit on the poor side.
Yeah, you know, Victor, yeah, maybe you don't, you know, quote unquote need the farm, but we saw in that fight, like, you can get through 2 Victor lives. It's not that big of a deal, especially for Mirage, who really doesn't mind taking a long extended fight, poking the Victor down. You know, this is not like a Warden who has like this one big hit as a carry and, you know, wants to kind of decisively end the fight. John's more than happy to sit and poke and prod away. And, you know, we talked about the scaling issues on this team. I do think we're not yet in the realm of really being worried for FPS Lounge, but I think melee creeps winning that fight really does set the tone for the rest of the match.
Once more, into the middle. Boss of Dance on the Scout, who's shrugging off most of it. Shoulder charge in response, and now the chase down. In on the Poppers, half HP. Melee creeps all around, and even for Apollo, it's a sticky situation to get out of. Low HP down. Ido with the finish. Clean pick off here onto Apollo. While this is going on, FPS Lounge, they're pressuring the left, and they should be getting Walker off this. So macro-wise, if you're melee creeps, you need to get right Walker to make that worthwhile.
Ivy gonna grab the silver and throw her in deep. They're thinking about trying to pressure Lowman. Lowman's doing a great job though, just clears the minions off the wave, and I think that might just kill this Walker push single-handedly. Did Ido just take a Walker stomp? He's on 1 HP. That is, I don't know how he got that low otherwise. And now here comes the turnaround. Lowman coming back into the fight, has max dash. Gonna be very low CD on this. You got to be very careful sticking around too long with players coming back in. And yeah, Fishcake does go down. So an ill-advised Walker dive, poorly executed from melee creeps. And FPS Lounge are going to be taking that all the way to the bank. Snakes does pop his reanimation, but John just has to TP away. Can't stick around, and when an Urn Dunk comes through. So well played mid-game by FPS Lounge.
Upside here, the TP into the opposite side of the map should be a Walker for melee creeps, but overall, I mean, FPS Lounge definitely getting the better of that because it's effectively Walker for Urn versus, or rather, Walker and Urn versus just Walker. I mean, macro-wise, you take those trades any day of the week.
Yeah, they're thinking about going for a Walker here, but look at Pocket behind them on the wave. You got to be watching out for this. Affliction solo onto Snakes, but it's worth it to clean up this Victor. Get rid of the wall breaker himself. Break his wall.
Yeah, I kind of look at that and wonder, okay, did you actually need the Affliction there? Looking at the minimap, maybe they thought other people are coming, and that's why you go for that. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not the richest Victor. He probably just dies regardless.
Okay, Ricochet Mirage.
This is a real chase down. Onto Lowman, low HP, John, high damage.
Ooh,
now, you'll want to die to full dive.
It's so close. Okay, no, the heals are just good enough. All right, John has Ricochet. Like, that's a massive problem. because now these big fights for FPS Lounge, they want to stack up, they want to group and burst people down with the Spirit. They're all going to be see
no,
what
don't do it. No. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Pain. He lived though, so Lowkey.
He did live, but oh my God, production actually with the strays on the Ido. That is.
I mean, that's a rare mistake. He hasn't been playing so much pocket these days.
That's unbelievable. That was the most cold-blooded thing I think I've seen our production ever do. The Scout eats a little bit of launch pad damage there. He's still like 22 minutes in, and that is even as it gets thus far.
Yeah, Floormen has gone very much for the tanky Shiv build, right? Maxing dash, even with a couple points invested into bloodletting. So he's really constantly up in the enemy's face, even thinking about a dive down on Silver. Silver might need to proc the Lycan Curse just to stay alive. Holds on for now and wants to save it for potentially bigger value in a future team fight. Fishcake has gone for quite the tanky build, so just holding some frontline, making space. In the end, if Ido hits an Affliction and John is taking you out with Jin's marks, like, honestly, those are the only two things that I think melee creeps need to win a fight.
Yeah, I think the win conditions for melee creeps have gone considerably better, and even for FPS Lounge, I was getting a little bit worried with them potentially committing to a mid push. Like, you really can't commit to a push at all right now without a pick of some sort, especially with mid boss being a threat. Next team to get 2 or 3 uncontested picks easily goes mid boss, and suddenly we go from even game to heavily advantaged. But taking a look at Hydration, gets the blink over, in on the Ranger. Ranger, stone form, Death Slam up, over, all this for just an Ivy. And it's good enough to take down Ranger. What opportunities is it going to open up here, Jake, though, is the question.
I'm not sure if there's a chance to counter engage. John's holding his own at the Walker here, has to deal with Rokane, so can't really afford to back out. The fight continues to progress here around the mid. Silver looks to step up and maybe put some damage down herself, but challenging into Floormen's Shiv is maybe not what you want to go for. Affliction onto 3, though. It's big. It does connect to the Shiv. The frontliners for FPS Lounge ticking down. John looks like he's winning that fight against Rokane in the side lane. It's incredibly close. Actually, they both kill each other, so carries off the map. More players continuing to fight and force this into the mid lane. And with Silver popping the ultimate, I think that's going to be just enough for melee creeps to overwhelm. They're starting to swarm forward, chase these players down. Snakes, no chance on the retreat. And we got to get a replay. John and Rokane killed each other. It was that close in the 1v1 on the side lane.
Yeah, they took each other down, but also, Jake, it may be 2 stomps from the Walker on the Ido, but Ido says the map checks out when I get a 3-man Affliction. That gives us mid-boss, melee creeps, off the team fight. Big advantage here on the mid-boss. Still may be a bit of a contest. Leffa and Poppers in the neighborhood. We'll see how much of a contest it ends up being. Apollo poking from the top. Rejuvenator nearly down.
Hard.
Surely no one goes in on this one, and they don't. All 3 rejuves, the way of melee creeps. Potentially about to lead to their first advantage of the game.
Yeah, it's massive. It's just, yeah, that's exactly what you needed to slow this game down further, right? Buy more time. John has Ricochet online. It's still a contest for the urn. FPS Lounge showing a lot of presence on the map here. They're really not afraid to fight this. Even though Mirage spawning could TP in, they could force the team fight here and now. Poppers doesn't have that repulse available. Might get run down onto this one because melee creeps are blood hungry here. Want to find kills and maybe open up this right side Walker. John's going to hold that mid push from Snakes. But FPS Lounge showing no fear here, despite being down to the triple rejuve.
Yeah, I think in a way, like, because it's still even in terms of stats, you do have to look for a contest here. If you do get a pick on someone that's a little bit out of position, like, you can fight in a way that you can't against the average rejuve fight, where, often the team that has no rejuve is down 20k. Snakes, though, continuing to be the main target. Brought down the half, and maybe a quick shot. Ido does it again! 3-man Affliction, counter Death Slam. Getting on to just do Walker stop only once more.
Dude's living.
Yeah, dude's fine.
Heal from
Survival
Ranger.
buff.
Can't believe he stays up through that, through the Walker Storm and the combo. The Affliction still ticking. Floormen, he has to go back to the base. Surely he can't stick around and fight this. In the end, the only real prize is urn control, but that's kind of the most realistic prize to be achieving at this point in the game. Mo, though, setting up for a gank. They want a +1 on Rokane. Ido, see if he can sniff this one out. Could be in real trouble on Pocket on the side lane.
Nice little catch from Scout. Not going to lead to too much, but just know off shoulder charge where you can get a nice little clip onto the mid sign. Airdrop, though. in here from Ranger. Ern still moving, in control of melee creeps. Looking for the quick dunk. Not going to be much of a contest this time. Just rejuve too much to go after in this moment. Instead, FPS Lounge saying our prize is going to be right-hand walker if we can get it. And while this is going on, Dude is able to get the snakes. John, middle defense, able to get hydration. They don't get the walker, but they are getting the hands, Jake.
Yeah, John gets the cleanup, dies for the kill, but is more than happy to get a rejuve out that way, right? So much value getting that huge kill onto Rokane. 33k souls Warden, worth his weight in gold. Or in this case, souls, as now melee creeps, you know, essentially carte blanche. They can just send it down mid. Leffa doesn't even have a death slam to potentially even threaten these players pushing walkers. So we're definitely going to see both walkers drop, and I feel like you might as well just snowball this into a base Guardian Siege. Maybe you got 10k souls on Dewey, might try to spend some of that out before they really commit to the next team fight, but huge advantage melee creeps.
I mean, here you are hoping to get both Guardians and walkers. Okay, we got the 1v1. The fight of destiny over. Oh, that was right to the limit there, Jake.
Yeah, the trap finishes him after Warden dies. And the only reason Warden can still shoot is because he's silenced. He can't proc the Jids mark early with the manual proc. So crazy. That's such a rare circumstance where two hyper farm carries are so closely matched that they actually both take each other out from the grave.
I also just enjoy the source physics where, for whatever reason, you just see John's body like just shuddering on the ground after. It's just like
traumatized.
It's too intense of a fight. The adrenaline is just everywhere. Oh man. Yeah, he's safe. We know he's safe looking at the map, but there's some high intensity gambling from Ido there. 200 HP. No fear in the world.
Never stop gambling. That's what we always say here on the night shift. Snakes trying to grab some extra farm out of this one, but Victor does feel like he's kind of met his match this game, ZP. I don't know what you think about it, but I really feel like he's in the middle of the fight as he kind of needs to be, but it means he's just tanking an affliction every single fight. Feels like that alone almost deals with the first life. And then John is more than happy sitting in the back. He's got Rico Inhib, the classic Mirage build, late game status debuff. It's incredibly hard to fight when Mirage is constantly just chain debuffing you with Toxic, Inhib, Jin's Mark.
Jake, I think the thing is that teams had a lot of time to prep and plan to deal with the Victor this week. I mean, again, if you looked at the Scrimbuck hotline, FPS Lounge was ruining all of North America this week, and a lot of it was higher priority on Victor. But if you get punched and beaten by the same method so many times in a row, you know, maybe it's match day where you finally put it all together and say, okay, here's how we're going to approach this, and we actually have the answer this time around. So I think it feels a little bit bad for FPS Lounge if they're not able to turn around this game. You know, it's kind of those scenarios, Jake, where you peaked a little bit too early.
And the Indom, it's online. Uh-oh. See if this affliction is going to go down. Indom has been pulled out. Big opportunity for the Death Slam. Looks like it's just 2 pulled in, but will they be able to finish one off? Affliction onto 4. There's no rejuves. 2 is down. And so will the Affliction be enough damage to carry? See what John can get into this. Italio Lasan onto 3. And over the top, seismic impact from Abrams has to just back out of this one. Doesn't want to get stunned down by the Victor. More fight continuing. There's 3 players out of the fight with that Affliction on them.
Jake, Ido has been spreading Affliction more effectively than a cruise ship from what we're seeing here so far. It's unreal. Last few fights, 3 Afflictions. That fight, 4 Afflictions. This was the win condition we talked about at the beginning of the day of, okay, you know, what are you going to need off your pocket? Well, you need what we've been seeing here as Rokane just gets run down by Silver towards the very end. It's not over yet.
Yeah, maybe more to find. Got to play this one a little bit careful on Fish Cake, but John has more than enough damage. Double tornading around him. Hydration kind of steps back in, tries to get a counter kill, but can't quite find it. Lash is going straight down the lane. Leffa wants to grab this urn control, but it's kind of scary. I don't see how he actually gets out with this urn with Ranger on the case. And yeah, he knows he can't even really pick it up. Not much point to do so. As John steams forward, he's got his true target in the sights. It's these shrines. If they can get a double shrine right now, that'll be backbreaking. If FPS Lounge, they've got a strong team fight comp, but I don't really see how they challenge with double shrines pushing against them. Ranger doing God's work, dunking the urn at the same time. So this advantage is only ballooning now from melee creeps. They might get their first chance at the money match in quite some time, and then it's a week with the sub.
Yeah, that's the most ridiculous part, is that they're doing it without Saya, who many people consider to be the most important piece on melee creep. Sometimes Coach just has to come in and show you how it's done, Jake. Because, of course, Ranger coach of the team.
He's had an impact game. Like, he is not getting picked off at all in this Ivy. He's had a ton of big saves that have, like, meaningfully kept John alive in the fight. Think about the early game. Dew was pulled out of a terrible situation like 4 or 5 times from Ivy. in the end, it is only one shrine that goes down. So, you know, Melee Creep's going to be a little bit conservative. Don't want to risk, you know, throwing away this advantage with mid-boss spawning. Probably the wiser choice. See how they choose to force this? Now they have that macro advantage. Middle and left lane are constantly going to be pushing against FPS Lounge. Who's going to be dealing with that?
All right. Melee Creeps nursing a considerable lead here at the moment. 34K. We've seen bigger leads be thrown, but now certainly it is their game to lose. And, you know, for FPS Lounge, you think about ways to get back in the game, you kind of have to be looking towards hydration. Like, what sort of sneaky things can you set up with Mo and Krill to get a kill and go from there? I mean, because if you don't start one of these fights with a man advantage, and ideally, you know, picking off someone like Ido before Affliction comes out, your path to victory is pretty limited.
It's so hard, though. You have to both break in Dom and then, like, combo him before he can react. And this is one of the more experienced pocket players in the world. I'm a little scared about that. I think you kind of have to... I think it comes down to not letting him get a crazy Affliction. It feels like every single fight, Ido has found the perfect Affliction, which, you know, Walker Stomps aside, that's what counts on pocket. Oh, trapped after the Dispel Magic. He could be in trouble. But so tanky.
Instead, he just pulls out Apollo. Still going to fall. Death Slam up over the top. One down from Melee Creeps. Potential opportunity for FPS Lounge. Their HP certainly still pretty good in this fight. Melee Creeps not really a spot where they can dive in. Affliction still in the tank.
Whoa, that damage onto Victor. Has to E-shift out of this. The rest of the Spirit follow-up is there, but they're struggling to actually finish off Fishcake. It's Popper's assigned to the job, an unenviable task. Because Ido's coming to assist, kind of threatening to bail this one out. If you group, there's still an Affliction available. But with mid-boss as the potential prize for this fight, a combo on a John. Hold on, are they able to burst the Mirage? Yes, they are, but Affliction onto 5. Do now comes in with the Shining Wonder, wants to clean this one up. In fact, he needs to. FPS Lounge, if they're allowed to leave this fight, they will be back into the game. So Melee Creeps forced to fight this one with a man disadvantage, but Ido is doing it all. The Affliction burns them to the ground.
That is absurd. A 5-man Affliction is the dream. This is bringing me back to 2024 where people talk about Ido and say, don't give LeBron the ball. And they're saying, don't give Pocket to Ido. Man went on a revenge mission this week here, Jake, after, you know, what happened last week. Somewhat of an unfortunate game on Mina. Ido came in today with the Bloodlust.
Get about a mid-boss flip here. Would be an interesting move. I will say Do is incredibly strong. I don't think these three players on FPS Lounge can actually fight Do here with the support of his teammates. So I don't mind this flip. Scout's going to be back to potentially secure these rejuve dugs. And FPS Lounge, I think they're going to be forced to challenge here with one shrine already down. Lowkey is on the other side of the map. You see he instantly gets off the wave. They did not quite expect this one to be so quick. We'll see if Shiv can make it here in time.
All right, FPS Lounge. Bit danger combo gonna come on out. As my feed stopped for a second, I heard the noise.
Oh, Affliction
on the 3. So go the way Melee Creeps. Another 3-man Affliction, Jake.
I mean, this one is almost a gimme. Ido more than happy to collect this. I mean, honestly, what is his average, like, afflicted targets per ult cast this game? It's gotta be like 3, which is crazy. I don't think he's missed one that I've seen. And it seems like he's had more than his fair share of just completely teamfight dominating hits. And a little spirit buff is going to be his reward. So crazy finds here for Ido. Can he get the buy off before he keeps him? Let's see. Let's see the Affliction here. Like everybody stacks up on John and then boom. Oh. Like that is the go sign. And then Do comes in to help clean it up. Pocket assists for more. And this just looks like game. I mean, Warden's alive and quite a strong threat when it comes to the defense, but defending this shrine is going to be too much to ask.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, the difference between two teams stat-wise has gotten to be tremendous. You still got 2 rejuves in the bank. First stage Patron is just going to get carved down. And I gotta say, from Melee Creeps, you know, I think they came into this with a tougher draft, Jake, but the execution was absolutely there.
They're going to play this one nice and slow. I actually like this. I think they can just force a fight out on the map. But Affliction does get thrown in. But I think that's more of a retreating Affliction, ensuring that Rokin and Lefa can't even really consider a chase. There's a ton of farm on the map right now. And you do still have, like, the majority of this rejuve to expand the lead and go for some greedy farm. Like, even if somebody does get caught, the rejuve means more than likely support can come in. So honestly, props to Melee Creeps. They've been out of the championship match for a long time, but in a BO1, especially against a team like FPS Lounge, you cannot give them any chances to come back in a game.
No. If there's one team that would make a comeback here, it's FPS Lounge. But I think the problem is, Jake, the way the meta has gone with some of the comps that are getting favored is that, FPS Lounge is not really running a composition that has great comeback ability. They're running a composition that kind of crushes you if they get ahead. The flip side of that is that it's not super strong at winning when you're down 50k in the late game. Not that any comp is super strong in that situation, but if you have heroes like Bebop, for example, you have more of a reasonable chance of getting a pick and starting the miracle. In this case, what they would need to win, again, they would kind of need to get an early pick off on the Ido, not get hit by an Affliction, and then ideally give a lot of space and uptime to Rokane. But at this point, Jake, it's second stage Patron, melee creeps. They got time to rejuve. They're looking to finish it here and now.
Indom baited. Could be a chance here. The Silence Wave breaks the Indom, but an Affliction, it's on to 4. Should be more than good enough. A combo has been thrown out on the Scout, but still with rejuves available, there's a fight to be had. Leffa finds a big connection with the Death Slam. It's followed up by Talil San onto 3, but still John just continuing inexorably, pumping in damage with this Ricochet. Now you've got to come into the pit. You've got to defend this Snakes. That's his second life. He's out of the fight, out of the game. And Melee Creeps cleaning house. FPS Lounge, they've been in that money match too many times. Melee Creeps taking back their chance here. Rokane has to step up, but even he gets knocked down in FPS Lounge. That'll be it here for this challenger match. Melee Creeps with the sub finally get it done here at 38 minutes.
You are full of surprises.
Absolutely phenomenal. And wow, I did not expect this at all. And neither did the chat, by the way. I think it was like 80% odds on the FPS Lounge from channel points because everyone saw what went on this week. FPS Lounge, they were the team to beat. In Melee Creeps, they did it without Saya. Ranger just comes in, hot off the bench, and says, yeah, I'm coach for a reason. That's a really good game on Ivy, Jake. And
so we got to bring back, actually. he can flex that for the rest of his time as a coach. He's like, all right, you guys, you cause some problems, I'll sub in again. Maybe I'll get this done myself. All right, team?
We got to bring back in ZG, and that was a game.
That was a crazy game. That was such a fun game. That was an even game up to a point, obviously. But crazy even on souls. We're going back and forth and who might be coming ahead in terms of that drafting. And then we just had some pop-off plays by multiple players on Melee Creeps. First, the chat was going crazy about LeJon James. And then, of course, we had the Ido affliction after affliction after affliction. Absolutely redeeming himself for last week's unfortunate Mina game playing his OG character Pocket. Excellent stuff from Melee Creeps. A lot of people happy to see them back in the money match. They were there previously, but with FPS Lounge just being on such a roll and that Victor card, supposing to be the ace up the sleeve, that just actually wasn't the case this time, Jake.
Yeah, it's incredible. They're able to outplay Ido, one of the OGs on Pocket, showing that he's still got it. I mean, we were clowning on him for getting Walker stomped, which I'm going to say I think is fair. I think he's going to have to own that one. But then, the recovery, right? To come back in and basically every single team fight, he finds the best possible affliction, dominates the game, and they're able to bring it back into control from a mid game that was honestly terrifying, right? FPS Lounge were running them over at like this first 15 minutes. It was rough. Got to also give some props to players like Fishcake and Scout because they were the ones really on that front line, right? Forced to stand tall and challenge against the threat of Shiv, of Warden, Victor, Mo Krill combo, like so many big problems for them. And I feel like they actually acquitted themselves really nicely in this match, just staying alive.
I mean, everyone got highlighted too. You guys were even highlighting, the Celeste and Ivy, Ranger and Do working well together, and Do even with that really great, big heal on Mirage, and one of those urns happened. That was also a pivotal moment in the game. It's just like all the players really did show up. But ZP, you were talking about Victor even before the cast, right? Saying that was going to be really important to look at. First loss, by the way, in a while for game picking Victor. But what do you think this is? Was it Melee Creeps and they're drafting to counter Victor? Or was there some execution that went wrong?
I mean, overall, I do wonder a little bit. Like when I was watching some of those FPS Lounge games, I think it was usually low main that was on the Victor. I don't know if there was a difference in comfortability between low main and Snakes playing Victor in this instance. Also, I do think there's a lot to be said for Melee Creeps just playing let's get people on the comfortable heroes. I mean, not that Ido has a bad Mina or anything, but I do think Ido had like a tough last few weeks, and there's no better way to bust, a slump competitively than just going back to the thing better than any other hero in the game. And I think per the hours, Ido still probably has a majority of game time on Pocket, and some of these things you don't lose, and oh my word, 78,000 damage as if the eye test wasn't enough.
Yeah, notably all of the little highlight bars right there, Jake Owen and Melee Creeps, they just, again, all of them played a crucial part in that game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, what happens when you successfully get away with this sort of like, we've got the better late game and then we execute it, is like, by the time we get to that late game, you kind of already know the game is over. You know, FPS Lounge, it's like they had their chance to win, and it's just, you know, once they can't execute after, I would say, like the 30-minute mark, things start to feel really rough. You think about Rokane, right? He went for that max trap before max flask build. So slower farming speed, but incredible fighting power much earlier than the other team expects it. And you kind of need that to be not just like winning fights, but you need that to be kind of blowing the game open. You need to be dunking urns. You need to be taking walkers with that kind of a strat. And Melee Creeps, they held the line incredibly well. And it wasn't for FPS Lounge not trying to execute. They were constantly looking for those openings. Melee Creeps just didn't give them any.
Yep, yeah. And who do we think is going to be the player of the match here? I feel like, again, everyone had their highlight moment, but then just so much of the end was indeed Ido. So I'm kind of feeling the pocket here, ZP.
Yeah, you have to give it to Ido, especially given you know, all the grief that Ido got at the end of last week into the performance here. I mean, if Ido didn't just chain together multiple afflictions one after the other, I'd probably say give it to Ranger for the last moment sub that actually led to a victory. But you can't take it away from someone that had the most damage in the game by far and just repeated domination with Affliction. We haven't seen play like this for a Pocket in quite a while, and frankly, I think it caught FPS Lounge a bit off guard.
Yeah, so easy to read, by the way, in the UA. Well done, you guys, to see that. Yeah, 5-man afflictions. Yeah, you just you feel like you don't see that. Then you see it from Ido's point of view, and you see the beautiful, like, all 5 people just going lower and lower in their health. It's such a good feeling. It's such a good look. Pocket absolutely instrumental in this game. You got to figure that looking forward to the best of 3 finals match, Jake, they are not going to let Ido have Pocket.
Yeah, you probably don't want to give it away, but they did grab it second, which honestly is a lot earlier than many other teams have been drafting this hero, and I don't mind it. I think Pocket looks fantastic in competitive play right now with a player like Ido executing on it. It might be something you have to consider threatening with the ban, but remember, there's also Doorman, right? There's other problems in the meta too that you can't just fully focus on Ido. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm curious what Floormen's approach is. I think Floormen probably also would have expected FPS Lounge to be their opponent in this money match. So even they're going to have to maybe put their heads together and try to figure out how do they take on a resurgent Melee Creep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel we've gotten some like rapid fire meta shifts, right? Because we were talking about Victor coming into this week with the other tournament showing us the power. Then suddenly, hey, the people who are also showing the power of Victor, they just got taken down. Victor did not have an impact. So what does that mean? What's been shifting behind the scenes and actually going to be brought out here now that, hey, surprise, it's going to be Melee Creeps once again facing Floormen, in a rematch of last week. As you can see the bracket here for just a second. There it is, Floormen versus Melee Creeps. That was the match of last week, and that ended in Floormen's favor. But Melee Creeps with a surprise win, perhaps a surprise win against FPS Lounge. Maybe they're just on that roll. Maybe they're going to finally break the curse, CP, and actually even win the money match.
I mean, it would be really funny because the way Melee Creeps was talking about social media, they were calling it the Shopify curse, where, we get a fantastic sponsor, we are a much loved Shopify force coming in the last few weeks, but Melee Creeps wasn't able to win a single week that Shopify was sponsoring the show. So if Melee Creeps comes in and wins today, it actually would just be the funniest thing ever because people are just going to apply a lot of validity to that curse.
That's going to keep on rolling as a storyline, which, just to be clear, we'd love you back, Shopify. Please, thank you. But maybe Melee Creeps, they just needed the ball rolling a little bit in their favor, and maybe they found it after their win here. Guys, going to go to a really quick break. When we come back, it is the best of 3 money match between Floormen and Melee Creeps, the rematch from last week as well. Don't go anywhere.
Surprises, aren't you?
Welcome back, everyone. We're just laughing because we're thinking of all the ways that we can credit Ido with those amazing afflictions. There's so many ways to do it. ZP trying to bring a curse on us. You're bringing that evil, Ricky Bobby. Please don't. But anyway,
Put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
So we do have our final match, of course, of the night, a best of 3 between Melee Creeps, who just won, against Floormen, who defeated them 2-0 last week. So, Jake, starting off with you, what are your expectations for this best of 3?
Well, my expectations have kind of already been subverted, that it's Melee Creeps coming in here not only with the sub, which I wonder if Saya gets home, like surely they'll bring him into this match, but I'm curious to see how that goes, and also how Floormen do in this matchup. I do think Floormen are still an incredibly strong squad, but maybe even their confidence is shaken, as you mentioned, ZP, with FPS Lounge being the dominant team on the scrim train this week. It feels like anybody's game here today.
Yeah, ZP, yeah. I mean, you brought it up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, I think it's interesting. Melee Creeps are able to get past FPS Lounge, but in terms of like what NA teams were preparing for, FPS Lounge was kind of public enemy number 1 because everyone thought they were going to be, the team to take it all today. Whereas overall, between these two teams, I mean, Floormen has definitely looked better between the two in recent times. I mean, the fact that Floormen, one of the biggest stories of intrigue recently has been, will Ido die? Or not Ido, but will Dimov die? Like, Dimov had a streak of not dying for like 3 maps straight, which is unheard of. And it was still, even last week, it was like, okay, is Dimov going to live? The answer was no. He's not on a deathless streak, but still didn't die a lot. And I mean, it's just been an incredibly solid roster from the Floormen, but we'll see. For me, if I'm Floormen planning strategy, I'm saying maybe you take away the pocket a little bit more preemptively and be like, no, we don't need to deal with Resurgent Ido today.
Yeah, but then, Jake, you brought up a great point. Doorman, just to be. Anyway, Doorman has been also like one of the first bans. There's things that you have to worry about. So was Ido's pocket that big of a threat? Do Floormen just like shift whatever their expectations were and say, hey, yeah, definitely get that pocket out of here?
Yeah, I also would think Mirage could be another great one to target. I think John had huge influence on this game as well, and got to play, what I think looks like the best of the late game carries right now. Mirage just feels amazing on this patch. Has that ultra late threat, but still pretty serious in the mid game, right? Those beetles with their damage reduction can get super annoying and super problematic to deal with. So I'm very curious to see how the draft goes. I feel like still we're in a pretty new meta, right? Things are still shifting. I think there's far from like a solid consensus about what's the best way to play Deadlock right now. So I don't even know if these teams really can have a handle on the way the draft goes until they get into it.
Yeah, most people know Deadlock. It could change tomorrow. Quite literally, it has changed tomorrow on Thursdays after the night shifts, and in incredible, huge ways. And then we'll call it a small patch. But what's really cool is that it does feel like we get this little microscopic meta shift change in the last week, thanks to all these tournaments that have happened, the explosion of Europe, and then Melee Creeps able to bring it back and kind of show a way to respond to possibly the emerging Victor meta. So once again, reminding you guys the roster, and then getting that confirmation, I believe, in chat, the producers talking to us. I think Saya is back. They did make a joke in the live chat saying like, hey, maybe I'll just go back and get some extra hours at work. Because yeah, Ranger did a fantastic job, but ZP, I'm thinking most people will be happy to see Saya back.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Melee Creeps' performance, you were asked anyone, okay, what's the one player Melee Creeps cannot lose? It's Saya. So the fact that they were able to get through the challenger match without Saya is both a credit to Ranger for coming in short notice, but also the rest of the team for being able to step up. Because Saya, you think about his role on the team, he's usually the guy that's shot calling. The reason why he shifted from playing main support into more pick heroes, or last week on the Abrams, is that Saya wanted to be more active in leading the action, and you can do that on heroes that are more pick based than from the support role. So they had the deal without all of his otherwise really good comms in the last match and still won. Now they get to come in here at peak strength. So for Melee Creeps, you got to be feeling a little bullish.
Yeah, and as I brought up earlier, Jake, last week, I also had an amazing performance on Abrams, even though they did unfortunately lose to Floormen. Do you think we're going to see Saya back in that role, since apparently the entire team agrees, hey, Abrams is still a good pick?
I do think you have more flexibility with Saya in the draft, right? With Ranger coming in, it's like, okay, I see why they just say like, you know what, let's go Ivy. This is comfortable. Not necessarily the top meta pick right now, but you're bringing a sub in, like, let's just make their life easy. And it did pay dividends. It did feel really strong this game with all the saves and the impact he was able to bring. Like, we really felt his influence on the match, but there's no question in my mind that Saya as a player gives you way more options when it comes to the draft. And that right now is super valuable, right? Because honestly, maybe a team could think, hey, Rangers, we're just gonna ban Ivy, right? It's like a totally crazy ban, but then your sort of sub player who's typically coaching the team, who's rusty, has to play a hero they're not quite as comfortable on, right? Like things could get a little scary, I think, with teams having more time to prep and punish Ranger. Saya is going to be historically one of the least vulnerable players to bans, right? He seems to have like one of the wider pools, can play like all the supports, a lot of the initiators, a lot of these like early momentum characters. So I think definitely this gives them better chances, but it's always been Melee Creep's strength that they're hard to pin down. It's hard to predict exactly the way they're going to approach the game.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of great drafts, but again, unable to really deliver as they did go down to Floormen earlier on. So there's something about Floormen that seem to kind of be able to get into whatever Melee Creeps, all the flexibility that they do have and still figure out a way to counter them. So as we get into the draft here for game number 1, I am very curious to see how this pans out because we've had already a couple of shifts, not to mention we haven't seen some other popular choices. For instance, we haven't seen like a Dynamo Sinclair, give and take that we've been seeing in some other drafts. We saw the picture there brought up Kelvin, didn't see Kelvin either. So what are your expectations, ZP, for some of the first bans here for each team?
I think for Melee Creeps, they probably repeat the same draft and they ban Doorman first. I think it's something where they don't want to play Doorman. The reason why they probably banned Doorman before is that they want to get Ido on the pocket, and Ido otherwise has to play Doorman. So you don't want Floormen to call your bluff and not ban Doorman, and therefore force you to pick it with first pick. It's a hero pool thing as to why they're banning Doorman first, even though in the lead up to this, the banning of Doorman was always second. Floormen, by comparison here, the standard bans would be something like Bebop or Shiv, and that's what they go with. So they're going to assure themselves likely a Shiv if Melee Creeps first picks Mirage, which frankly, they should. I don't think they have any reason to change their draft strategy from map 1 at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. I'd be shocked if it's anything but Mirage with the way John performed. You just want to give him this solid, threatening laner that can give you that inevitability in the late game. As far as this is the moment, though, for Floormen, I think to potentially kind of go on the attack here, I wouldn't mind them grabbing the pocket for themselves. I think it's a really powerful hero in the meta right now, and I think it might be one that, based on that map, you don't want to give away, and they agree. They're going to just snipe it right back. So now, okay, we go to the late game. I do think Pocket is one of the best late game heroes right now with maxed affliction, completely blocking healing, right? Like, it just feels like late game, if you hit a 3 or 4 man affliction, almost nothing else matters. You will win the team fight. Like we saw a fight in which they were down 2 at the start of the fight, but a 5-man affliction, it's just enough. It's more valuable than 2 entire heroes on your team, which I think says a lot about the threat that Pocket has in the late game.
Possible priority for Melee Creeps is going to be Pocket. It's gone now, ZP. So where do you think they're headed?
I think 1 part Shiv, 1 part Silver. And okay, there's the Shiv, and Silver probably the one to come in after. Again, you just think about the general top pick priorities. So Floormen are eating a pretty big cost for the early Pocket deny, and that normally you'd probably rather have Shiv there by power. Instead, you saw what happened last game. You go, no, we don't want to deal with it. But yeah, it's going to be Shiv Silver. So in terms of meta power, if you were coming in here without any other knowledge, you would say Melee Creeps got away with a heist at the beginning of the draft.
That's a good start for them then. And thinking about next up here, Jake, it's going to be a Haze. That's pretty early, isn't it?
I do quite like the Haze right now. I think Obakim really blazed a trail in the meta, and this Haze like ulti maxing build is pretty insane. Like it makes your ulti on like, I think it's about a 70-second cooldown when you get that max point in, and essentially when you get that online, it's like 10 minutes into the game, you basically just spend the rest of the game finding people individually, sleeping them, and solo ulting them, and like it's a powerful recipe for success. It does even scale pretty decently into the late game, once you get, some unstop or something like that. Like, hey, like this is a meaningful contribution to team fights at any phase of the game. So execution can be awkward with Haze, but I think it's certainly shown to be one of the probably the best meta ever historically for Haze. Like it looks like a legit top pick.
Celeste banned by Floormen, and then Victor banned by Melee Creeps, and then Mina is chosen by Floormen. What are your thoughts here, ZP?
I think they're trying to hit Ido's hero pool, even though Ido can play Silver. Like, Ido actually could just play Silver in this instance. Also, I think the thing that makes the Haze pick a little bit interesting is that it comes at the cost of Victor. Victor was played across all of NA without fail because he was always picked before mid-stage bans. By picking the Haze, you essentially give up the Victor, because I don't think it's something Melee Creeps is really interested in playing anyways. It's one hero that they themselves didn't really have in their pools. So, for Floormen, you have to wonder, okay, was the Haze worth giving up the Victor that otherwise would have been yours? And okay, Melee Creeps Interesting. Bring out the GT, which also, could be Dew playing, could be Idle playing, depending on where it's at. I don't hate the GT pick, though. I think GT is one of those heroes that provides like immense pressure in the early to mid game, and his overall win rate historically in comp is high. It's like top 3 lifetime in Night Shift.
We've seen some great talent play, so go ahead, Jake.
I was gonna say, I think Mina and Pocket are two of like the most vulnerable heroes to getting assassinated by the GT bird. Right, they're just low HP heroes that don't do well against huge spirit nukes. I think the Viscous pick is a dream Viscous game. We talked about exactly the game plan for Hayes, and Cube is one of probably the strongest save in the game. I think bar none. In terms of its reliability, I wouldn't even mind if he maxes Cube a little early this game, because I think it's going to be an insane game for Cube. Like I want to see it. Like if I were playing Viscous game, I'd be maybe 2 points in splatter and then straight to the max Cube, because these saves are going to be backbreaking for like this comp from Floormen is all in tons of single target burst kills, and I think Viscous can kind of be the MVP this game just by bailing people out of trouble and kind of getting into a longer fight. Sinclair's an interesting choice, though. I think this is mostly to steal Affliction away and be able to toggle off a lot of that healing in the ultra late.
And possibly Lash ult, right? So Lash coming in for Floormen last, Sinclair last for Melee Creeps. ZP, your thoughts on the overall picks and bans?
I don't love the ending here for Melee Creeps. I get the logic for Sinclair, but again, you look at the actual like success rate with Sinclair in recent times, it has not been great. I also look at Melee Creeps and see a comp here that, unless you get really ahead of the game and it's just John with 8 million farm, the late game, like some of the way these late game team fights are going to go down, they don't seemingly feel great. I mean, between the Sinclair and the GT, you effectively have heroes that aren't going to be anywhere near the front. You're going to be getting even more pressure onto like Shiv, Silver, and less things to actually play interference with Mirage. Like, Melee Creeps to me, as it gets later into the game, feels a little bit papery, whereas Floormen are like way more well-rounded about being able to get in the fights and survive in fights and go from there. So, I don't know. I mean, for Melee Creeps, I kind of feel like they need to get a lead out of mid-game, or, if you get into late game, they may just get run over. Like, I don't love the ability to stand and fight for Melee Creeps with the back end of the draft.
Jake, your thoughts?
I think I'd take Melee Creeps in this one. I kind of like the draft. I think the Viscous save is going to mitigate the frontlining issue, because there's a lot of like single target burst or direct burst skills and heroes on the side of Floormen. And I think, for Civ and Silver to just run at you and constantly be initiating on these squishy heroes, and when you try to turn around and punish the front line, they're getting cubed. I think that's going to be enough of a front line to make space for Mirage and GT to just lay down huge damage. The key question for Floormen is basically, can they kind of short circuit that? Can they get on the back line first? And that's where I'd be a little worried for someone like GT, right? If Mina and Hayes, Apollo, like Pocket, Lash, 5 very, very good heroes at like getting past the front line and just ignoring them, killing the GT first, that's the kind of a team fight that I think is going to be pretty problematic for Melee Creeps. So whoever's on GT has to keep their head on a swivel. It's going to be very much like a movement, like runaway kind of a game for Great Talon, but Viscous with the rescue beam with a cube could, further augment that as well. And so I kind of like this Melee Creeps draft. I think they've got the playmaking. I think they've got the late game potential. It's going to be potentially scary to execute, but so too is the Floormen's draft. Floormen, their frontliner is like Warden. Like, they don't have any real frontliner. They're just all mobility heroes that are going to play to not get caught, which sounds great until you get like bola'd into a Great Talon bird and you're just gone.
Well, we do love hearing, when casters disagree a little bit, seeing the positives and negatives of both sides. But ZP, I mean, Melee Creeps, you liked a lot of their drafts last week, and it's still not quite executing the way that they were hoping. So, I mean, this is a kind of a departure from a lot of the drafts that they did last week. What do you think about that aspect, that they are having to change it up, or that they are willing to change it up like this?
I think in Deadlock, you have to kind of reevaluate things week to week. Like, even without major balance changes, you just see like priorities change up 1 week to the next. It's just because, the game is complex, it's deep, it's not entirely figured out. And some things like come up out of nowhere. I mean, arguably, so like Victor should have been played and prioritized weeks ago. And people just realized, oh, wait, the hero actually pretty darn good. I think the thing for Melee Creeps they're going to have to work to actually mitigate here is that in terms of late game with the ability to Floormen and just dive, is that, what amount of uptime is John going to get on the Mirage if he doesn't have a big lead, or, the GT in this case, which may actually be getting played by Ido. We'll see. I mean, Ido, there's like multiple heroes that Ido could be coming up on here. The one upside for Melee Creeps, though, is that they do have absolutely ridiculous contest on mid-boss should come in. Like, it's the benefit you get anytime you run a Sinclair. You also have Owl that you can time in. You have punches from Viscous. Like, Melee Creeps have enough of an edge in their comp that if you're Floormen, you're probably not going to look to do mid-boss unless you have at least 2 down. Like, even just having 1 down could make a mid-slam, like, kind of risky.
You guys have been saying, they've been saying, everyone's been saying, it's me, laning meta right now, Jake. And in that regard, who do you think won out?
I think Floormen have crazy lanes. I say, like, their heroes they have like tons of high mobility heroes that are all going to be, you know, potentially scary to lane against. But I'm just worried because I'm like, well, it's just such an unconventional comp, right? Like, they don't have any frontline. I mean, Warden is sort of a frontliner. You could talk about Apollo. I'm like stretching it so thin to call Apollo a frontliner. Like, he's gonna sort of scout the fight for you, same for Pocket, right? They can kind of get info on the enemy heroes, but as far as who's gonna like stand in there and like melee the rejuve in the mid boss pit, I guess it's Warden, but like, you know, that's sort of a little bit of a scary spot for even him to be. So you know, I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think if Floormen win with this draft, if it looks really good, it could also continue to maybe warp the meta, because it's a style that, I mean, we've seen all these heroes on Floormen individually, I think, look amazing. So I'm not criticizing that. I'm just, to see them all together in one draft, it's like 5 heroes that are all going to play the mobility and nuking game. How does that play out? Is that just sort of like untouchable and they've got enough damage and you can't fight them? Or do you kind of struggle to really get in and pressure towers?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think they could have slotted in instead of who, I suppose? So Abrams apparently still liked by some people. We saw Billy last week as well, to throw that in there. But then who would they replace? The Lash? Was it the last pick that was the oddity, I suppose?
Well,
I mean, I think I don't even dislike the Lash. It's like at some point,
yeah, there's nothing to dislike.
Abrams or Billy probably are like the most straightforward choices. And I don't know if those heroes necessarily would have been good here. So maybe this is sort of like the way that the draft naturally went for them. Maybe a Yamato, actually, I would kind of like here. I think Yamato is a really good response to GT to like get all the way deep to the back line and just like double power slash Great Talon down and you know, get him out of the fight pretty early, and also be able to maybe stand a little bit taller on the front line. But these players are much better than me. So if they're picking this, they obviously believe that this is like a style that can absolutely win if they can execute it the way that they're imagining in their heads.
Yeah. And ZP, considering Floormen's history in the night shift, I mean, we got to just kind of give it to them and believe that they can execute whatever their idea is for this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think draft-wise, the biggest flashpoint for me was the Hayes pick over Victor. Like, if you have Victor, then it's just like, okay, now you can run down a little bit more. But it's super interesting because normally I would look at Floormen and be like, wow, you know, where's the front line? But I feel like for Melee Creeps, even though, yeah, you have Shiv Silver, that's counterbalanced by the fact that, like, so much of, like, the rest of your team is actually, like, kind of weak to getting dove on, that it sort of balances out a little bit, because I don't know if like Silver Shiv are going to be able to make enough space that you still don't have like GT running for his life. Sinclair, I mean, yes, you have incredible mobility to get away, but you're also like stuck getting zoned out of fights a decent amount. And you know, while all this is going on, who's going to be protecting John? So it's like, it's going to be a very interesting match in that it's a bit unconventional on both sides, and like how they've drafted here, where, you know, it's a, you know, in Melee Creep side, you know, the Sinclair makes them a little bit more squishy for part of their lineup, and for Floormen, the fact that they went Hayes over Victor, you know, leaves them without, you know, as many options, just kind of run at Melee Creeps, but should make for a very interesting combination.
While we have some time, we are, of course, holding up the lobby purposefully to talk about stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, you know, there's been kind of a discussion
Everyone in the chat's like, oh, I'm enraged.
I knew it all along. They were always lying. It was never the players.
Clipped, it's shipped, it's going to be used for every single esports production at this point. But no, I do want to bring up something that seems to be a little bit of a hot topic, which is a silver pick. You know, we're kind of coming in here for weeks now being like silver. And, you know, maybe it was first for a little bit at some point. Now it's like, well, it's definitely going to come in very quickly. But then there's been a conversation about how the win rate might be still very, very high, ZP, but actually the win rate isn't that great. I mean, what are your feelings on silver coming in here, just to have a discussion rolling while we wait?
I think win rate is kind of one of the interesting things in comp, because it's like, how do you separate win rate from the teams that are playing it? I think in some cases are outliers where I think you probably could, for example, look at Sinclair, like having a really low win rate, going, okay, maybe this is being overvalued, but there's so many different reasons as to why like the win rate may not be entirely representative. Like I think there's been times where heroes have had low win rate purely because they've been overvalued in the draft, right? Where it's like, no, the hero is actually one of the best 12 heroes you could have in the lobby, just not picking it at second or third overall. And you know, where silver lands in the midst of it, I'm not entirely sure, but I do think like overall historically our win rate's been like on the higher side. I think it's just people, you know, even with a bunch of exposure, don't always play around here the best.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. And that did a wonderful job buying time for us to actually get into this match. So, Jake, if you want to give your opinions on Silver, you're going to have to wait till we're in the actual cast. Guys, it is Floormen versus Melee Creeps, map 1 of a best of 3 for this finals match. Take it away.
Long-awaited opportunity for Melee Creeps. They've been outside watching these final matches for, what, a month now, ZP, which is far from the norm. This is a team that won, what, 10, 15 times back-to-back? They had an insane streak going. So for them to get their chance now, back in the money match, the coach even had to step in to get them to this point. All the pressure is on.
Yeah, you know, for them, it's just about winning it, right? You know, last week in the final, you know, the final match didn't really go all so well for them, and you know they've been struggling to get over the so-called curse. But you know it's been 5 weeks since last they were able to win, and maybe now this will be the time. But Floormen, they're a tough opponent, and also we were kind of wondering who's going to be playing what here, Jake, and it's going to be Ido on the GT, Fishcake on the silver. So we got a little bit of clarity on the hero selection. But Demov, meanwhile, you know, look at EU being like, yeah, I can play a Haze just as good as Obikin. It's not a problem. Also played it well last week.
Yeah, Demov and the Haze, I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out. It's not going to be, you know, there's a lot of picks in this draft that would have been, you know, really conventional choices for Demov, right? The Pocket, the Apollo, you know, really solid, really consistent plays for him. But the Hazes, I don't know that I've seen him on it before. So curious to see how this goes. I mean, it's Demov after all, so I'm not going to doubt him.
Alrighty, things getting a little bit bloody on the left, more so than you might expect for minute 50, but this is creating a little bit of room. Perhaps take the tier 1 camp.
All right, regen is the item of the moment. Everybody has this item. Everybody, like, okay. I think there might be like 8 of them in the lobby right now.
So I have good explanation for this from multiple sources, and it just comes down to the fact that people realized, why would you buy something like Rejuvenating Shot, which only works when you're in lane, versus getting something that gives you permanent uptime, including when you do your box runs? Like, it's not even just about regen in lane. It's the fact that it's giving you high value no matter what you're doing on the map, even if you're not fighting your opponent, because lane still has like a lot of downtime at the moment if you're doing things like boxes.
Yeah, it just lets you, you know, push the aggression, trade HP, I think, you know, pretty nicely. And I think that was that +1 out of combat regen that took the item to the next level, right? It was always that 3, you know, just regular 3 HP regen stat, but the +1 out of combat, it's pretty meaningful, right? It's a 33% improvement in what the item offers, at least for the portions of the game you're not fighting, which it's deceptively easy to be quote unquote out of combat in Deadlock, as long as you just avoid taking damage for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not the MMO out of combat, which is like a 15-second timer. It's just like, oh, you stopped attacking someone for a moment. Yeah, you're out of combat. Like, it is remarkably quick. It's just, you know, don't actively be taking damage or dealing combat actions, as it were.
He needs this Resto Locket in this lane. I mean, the pressure is pretty immense on them. And Viscous Shiv is not the lane it once was, right? Still threatening, but definitely going to be on the back foot for now. I mean, Apollo Warden is a much more powerful combo. I guess it's sort of the Apollo, right? Apollo plus anything pretty much gives their laning mate free space. You just can't step up and trade against this disengaging Sigil.
No, it's super, super difficult. I mean, Apollo's one is just one of the more brutal things in the game to go against, because there's not a ton of counterplay aside from, like, don't be close to Apollo at all. Easier said than done. And I mean, this lane in particular, you're getting high poke damage out of the Apollo. You're getting significant damage onto the Guardian from Warden, where Warden himself, I mean, actually applies quite a bit of damage in the laning phase too. So this is just, it's a tough lane to keep your head above water on.
Yeah, one of the best early tower pressure heroes. That gun is just so nice in terms of the damage per magazine. Getting some trades in, but oh, you're getting absolutely burned down on Viscous, and is also going to get trapped here as well. This should be an easy kill, but hold on, the parry comes in. Enough to get Apollo low, getting traded and saved. Dude, what a clutch to keep this Viscous online.
Best Duno player at the moment, pulling out the reverse card, and what should have been a clean kill, and off on the other end,
styling on them. He's out of control.
You know, just quick sanguine retreat, wanting none of the rest to do here, but okay. Love Bite's cooldown. Back up, available.
Do you want this? I mean, Visca's gonna have Splatter in a second, right? You can't really stick around and take this trade. It's a bloodbath, and it's all coming up melee creeps. This lane that was one of the weakest, and by the way, what the hell? Dude gets lifted off by the Visca's space program there.
Yeah, just stand right here, and I'll send you on your way. Death Slam. Up, over the buff. Enough to give Rocker priority on the mobility, and they use that mobility here for a bit of a chase down. But perhaps another time.
Buffs 1-to-1. Ido with the casting could be pretty nice. He's quite close to having that owl online. It's definitely always going to be a big moment for GT. Wants to play for those permanent scaling stacks. A lot of pressure though onto John in the mid lane. Saya doing some boxes, trying to be efficient there, and taking their chance with Lash Mina to put the counter pressure on.
Looking here on the left, which has been by far our most active lane. Cage gonna connect. Bit of extra damage here onto the Shiv. Now, riposte attempt out. Infinite Apollo going to be a quick retreat thereafter as it's not hit. And Do still reasonably ahead of this lane here so far. Not what you love to see from a Shiv if you're the Floormen.
Oh, Italia Losan. Surely this catches Viscus dead to rights. And yeah, the curse pops and DMB even gets the finish. So even better result. Warden, it's right back into the soul count here. And Mina comes in for an additional gank. Comes in, rips the ult from range. You might not expect this, but Do is maybe already juked away with that dash. Does he have the movement to get out? Yes, he has got that slide chain rolling. Smooth moves from the Shiv to stay alive on that one. That gank looked deadly.
And for Do, he doesn't even go back for the full heal. Says, no, Viscus is back and so am I. Last stand coming on out. This is pure Guardian pressure in from DMB. They get the Guardian, and HP-wise, Do really cannot stand and fight here. You made the great escape one time before, and once more you find yourself low. The Owl
Nice
far, but the cube hit just in time, along with the Owl to buy a little bit of time. So you get the Owl to get people off you, the cube to make sure the last bit of damage doesn't come in, and you know, Ido and Scout saving Do.
The Rome still does get punished. A little bit of Guardian pressure online, but so I can't quite get the catch with that stolen Death Slam. Now Lash getting some counter pressure on himself. Does get that full ground strike in, and John's quite low, still trying to stick around and posture as aggressively as he can. Doesn't want to give up all the space in this lane, but Rocker really putting the screws to him.
Mid lane, melee creeps just looking to deal with Floormen, who walk on up. Seen Fish Cake block it down a little bit, and average rotate back over in the mid.
I see great talent.
Nothing huge to report. 30 seconds till next Sinner spawn.
Yeah, the Mina's definitely been a bit of a calling card in recent days for average, right? We see him has some pretty strong success on the character. Went for a lot of ganks already onto the side lane, and they haven't been the most successful. So, end result of that is that Viscus comes, rotates back into this, picks up the mid lane Guardian. That's going to leave John with a very stable position from which to farm, but as one Guardian goes down, so too the rest will soon follow. D-Mob, though, finds what I think is his first ult of the game, already has that slowing hex online, and just eats Saya for breakfast.
Also, off and left behind the enemy Guardian. Things still going down here. Do behind enemy lines. Goo Ball going to come on out, and a cube on the Do, who's still pretty low. We'll see how deep the chase down is. Of course, for Shiv, you make a little bit of room, you can usually get away, and Do appears to have done just that. And can't say the same for Fishcake, though, who's super low. Lycan Curse about to fade. Not much gas left in the tank here. Mina in off the Sanguine should be able to get the rest of the damage done with the help of Rocker.
A lot of trades coming off in this early game. It's been quite aggressive. Take a look at the soul count. It's a slight lead for the Floormen. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. So far, we haven't seen too much as far as the global presence from Grey Talon. Now that he's defending this mid lane, though, I expect to see more pressure come his way. We were talking about this in the draft, how there's going to be a lot of attacks just kind of swarming in on this Grey Talon, stopping him from dealing that consistent damage. And with mid lane Guardian to defend, it's a crucial moment to see whether that holds true in this one.
Little under a minute until next set of buffs and earn, and you know, just a little bit of poking onto the enemy Sinners in here from Fishcake. Not going to go for the full commit, especially with Lash waiting in the wings. Instead, though, may turn this into a roam on to the left. Not quite. Also, while we have a moment here, I'm curious, can we get a look at the damage done off the laning phase? Always interesting to see that post lane.
Yeah, a lot from Viscous, actually. Okay. Scout having a pretty strong early game. And it looks like they're going to get a catch on this Mina. See if she can quit away, but not quite. Ido is going to grab that first stack of the game. It's always a big one to pick up. Has even gone for the Spirit Sap this game. So it's going to be draining away a lot of this Spirit damage from this nuker-heavy comp. Opportunity now to potentially punish. And I think with the third knife in him, is it going to be enough to take out this Apollo? It's going to be close. Not quite. Okay. He is going to maybe slip away from this one, but does force him completely out of the fight and opens up the opportunity to take a quick tower.
Not only that, but gives up earn priority to the melee creeps. So for melee creeps, you're kind of happy with this exchange. You're able to get one of the 2 buffs. You're able to get earn prio, and all the while, Xeno still has to find a way back to base. It was a long, long escape route. So I'm thinking here, you know, how earn fights are going to shake out. It's kind of interesting. There's multiple ways it could be good for either team. Biggest X factor for me is Rocker there? Is Death Slam up? And Rocker certainly can get there, and Death Slam is up. So see if melee creeps, how they handle this, because you don't want to get caught in the trap where you're just holding on the earn forever, and you're paying the babysitter tax without actually being able to do earn.
I will say, I feel like Shiv is starting to feel really scary this game. It feels like they can't really lock him down. They don't have quite the tools to do so. And he's pumping huge damage into these relatively squishy heroes on Floormen. Now Shiv and Silver both walking up with the help of Viscous, right? Threatening, posturing for this earn. You got to come up and step up to fight for this ground. It's a one-man affliction onto Fishcake's Silver. Death Slam onto just Saya as well. So not the best ultimate connections. Melee creeps still try to force this one, and they might feel pretty good about their chances.
Yeah. Earn still in contest on the floor. Team fight, higher priority. Clone, Death Slam up, and gets nothing. Absolutely nothing as Scout.
They get the dunk, though.
Is able to, yeah, it pulls them off enough that Scout can grab the earn and just dunk it. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, the GT Bird had to come out. Looks like it was to break the bullet dance from Dimov. But as the dust settles, no kills somehow in that fight. Everybody gets low. And even the earn dunk kind of went 50-50. I think a lot of the souls denied. Mino goes very deep for an attempted finish onto Shiv, but gets rabbit hexed and punished. An all-in from average gets completely shut down, and you understand why he was desperate to stop Du's reign of terror, but now it only grows scarier. This Shiv, up to almost 10k souls, has been leading the way in most of these fights. And by the way, John farming up a Storm right now, up to 12k, alongside League at the top of the server.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Scout this game for really enhancing Du's ability to just bait Floormen. I feel like there's been so many times this game where Du has nearly been dead and is a target that Floormen really want to engage and invest into to slow down the Shiv who's out of the game. And every single time, there's just enough support from the rest of the team to get Du out of otherwise fatal situations. And the frustration from Floormen at dealing with that this game has had to have been immense.
Frustration at playing against Viscous? No. Surely, surely not, JP.
No,
Viscous is the most honorable and fun character. He's whimsical.
Yeah, as evidenced by the fact that it was your main for the longest period of time, and you only play honorable characters, Jake. Which, by the way, coming from me, you should not take that from me. But hey, what do I know?
Looks like DMV got kind of baited here to pop the last stand. Even some spam shots coming in, delaying the zip out from Lash. So Floormen doing their best to try to put some pressure on here, but this Shiv Viscous looks like an immovable object. Now, Bullet Dance, overwhelming onto Saya. He really can't afford to take any more damage. Has to do some perfect moves out of this one. But Demon's been dissuaded from the chase.
Just classic Saya, where a little bit more, well, I don't know, it's still Sinclair. I was going to say more earned than Abrams last week, but it's Sinclair. Sinclair actually may be better than escaping on the whole.
Oh, Lash, where is he? He definitely wants to stack. Is he in the room? He's got to catch him. He's looking, he's desperate. He must be in one of these veils. Couldn't tell if it was in the top one. It looks like the bottom veil. So good hide from Rocker. He would have died and given up a stack there, so it would have been really rough.
Sometimes Deadlock really just does turn into Dead by Daylight. And what's it called? GT Owl is one of the prime instigators of that, where you just hear the owl coming, you look at the minimap, it's like, I'm gonna hide now. And I'm gonna pray that they don't find the closet that I'm hiding.
Bullet Dance comes in, stolen actually from Saya. He's given Dimov a taste of his own medicine, and Dimov doesn't like how it tastes. Quick pickup onto this Hayes, who went in essentially for the all-in solo kill there, got punished.
30 seconds. Next set of buffs and Urn going to be up. Before that, though, Fishcake, a little bit ambitious here to be going for poke when you're already a little bit low, and Xeno's in the neighborhood. Says hi.
I was going to comment on this earlier. Usually we see Silver playing a much more defensive, vitality-focused build, but he's got a lot of gun early.
Yeah, it's super interesting. It definitely is not the norm, okay, but elsewhere on the map, DMB just ends up getting juggled, so ends up being a bit of a one-for-one. Buffs coming on up. John already camping out on the left. Right taken by Xeno as casting for John, not bad at all.
Oh, Saya getting overwhelmed here. Super low, has to play his way out of this one. Rabbit Hex does slow down Apollo's chase, but I think he's going to still look to finish this one off. Making sure that kill onto DMB does not go unanswered. Oh, but just barely, I think, a miscast here. Does put a lot of damage potentially down in the GT, but will it be enough for the finish? Counter Italia Wilson is going to really slow him down, but he has the riposte.
Yeah, the riposte. Riposte trigger there? Was that? I don't.
Yeah, it does. It triggers on the stolen.
No, it's not that. I just didn't see the movement there. I was like, wait a second. Hey, I'm blind.
Saya, could be in continuous trouble, man. The fights just continue thick and fast. Neither team willing to back down on this incredible rate of play. This is the Viscous Valley, though, making it so hard to pick up that Urn, just denying the grab. Now Dew's here. Viscous' best friend. How dare you look at my son, Viscous?
Urn being carried on the right. Fishcake getting caught in the middle. Once more, melee creeps able to get first control on the Urn. Now we'll see what the Floormen response is going to be. There is a window here, too. I mean, Death Slam's still going to be down for quite a bit. Fishcake will be back up in a moment. I think in terms of dunking the Urn, there's a pretty considerable edge for melee creeps.
There's a lot of players here for Floormen, though. Despite not having the wave, their baiting is they're not pushing the wave out, but they have tons of players up in the jungle. They're incredibly close, and there comes the Warpstone. Looks like Pocket snaps the Urn out of his hand and then immediately runs away. Mino does come in, puts a decent amount of damage here onto Scout, but not the end of the world. And with 3 stacks on the Mina, man, this proc is going to bite. They're just giving Urn, looks like.
I think they need to, for the state of game they're in at the moment. I mean, okay, you still have League in the neighborhood, but I think that's going to be an escape cloak being taken here.
Oh, someone's here on the Viscous. Pocket, looking for a cheeky flanking kill. Stolen Warden ulti? Maybe zoning some players away, and the Urn not dunked quite yet, so Floormen have the opportunity to reset, get back into this. Pocket is in so deep, though. Hold on. And with GT here pumping the damage, he's not long for this world. Thought he could get that one-on-one and was surprised by Ido, ready for the move. Lion's share of the souls looks like going to melee creeps, and a 2-for-1 kill trade as well.
I mean, if anyone's going to be prepared for what Pocket is capable of in that situation, it probably would be Ido. But even then, like, if you're looking for an Impact Affliction, I don't know if going for it there in that situation was the ideal maneuver. So melee creeps able to get Urn, able to get a bit of an advantage now. Sieging on left. Upside for Floormen is that their ult's finally coming back online. So, you know, Rocker, who wasn't really in a great spot to contest Urn, now certainly can defend, whether it be left walker or mid walker, wherever melee creeps decide to go. Overall soul allocation, though, Jake, taking a look at the game, the one thing that's really starting to become a problem is that John's nearly at 20k. Over at Floormen, DMB down at 14.
Team off, ganking, slowing Hex. He's already low, but the cube, beautiful save, gets him out of trouble. And the Battle Brothers continue to just be a huge thorn in the side of the Floormen. They can't quite crack this Shiv Viscous duo.
Owl? Just
Party
hello,
gift
Owl.
for Dima.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming to our jungle. Come again.
All kind of leading to another engagement in the next minute. For next Urn and next set of buffs. So far, melee creeps have done a far better job of obtaining control over the Urn. Floormen, right now, more of a presence on the left side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a slower game for both sides. Also, you know, it's interesting to think about. We've been talking so much about how this is like a no one's playing support meta. Melee creeps arguably have 2. Like Viscous and Sinclair, I think you could sort of, I mean, obviously the distinction is a little bit academic, but you could kind of call them both supports, and the style seems to be working this game. Like, you know, the Dew and Ido bringing the spirit damage, John bringing the mixed damage and farming up for the late game. so far, this draft is coming together and working despite it, not being, super on the nose for the current meta. I mean, that's kind of the Melee Creep's signature, though, is they tend not to put a whole lot of respect on the meta. They kind of play their own game, and today it's working out.
I think as we get deeper into the next fight, where for now it looks like Floormen staking out territory on the left, maybe they even get the right buff too. I mean, Melee Creeps, the way they're positioned right now, they're not going to get either of the two buffs. But the thing you have to look at for Floormen is, you've picked Pocket, and maybe part of picking Pocket was a deny pick, but we haven't seen a massive affliction out of League yet, and I think there is just that pressure anytime that you have Pocket in your lineup that you have to find a 3-man affliction at some point, or at the very least, 2-man with extreme importance.
Oh, and the Stolen Affliction onto Pocket himself.
Yeah.
Slide Divine Barriers gets himself out of trouble, but has that rundown. Demov waiting for him on the other side. Al stuns, but it's a little bit too late, and a clean pickoff right now. Floormen still reasonably healthy, still fighting this one out. Shiv, though, trying to get this chase down, wants to punish Demov. The unkillable, but Demov may be walking away from this one. He's still ticking, still bleeding. That knife missing, though, probably means the kill is done, and Do has the same read. He's going to have to back off the play this time. So they do give up a kill, but a couple key ults expended and earn control given over to the Melee Creeps. If they can get this dunked, then it, no harm, no foul, but they also lose a Walker in the progress. So as I see that's quite the comeback fight for Floormen.
Yeah, if you're Floormen, you're really happy about this because you get the Walker in a trade, and technically the trade hasn't been completed yet. You could take back the urn and get the urn too, so not as ideal, I think, for Melee Creeps in this situation. And also, I mean, if you're trying to force an urn, Death Slam's up.
They're ready to fight this. The zip line is pretty strong here for them. Jonathan does not have TP, cannot be over to this fight, but Viscous just running it down. They're not ready.
What?
Too slow to the fight.
That is unreal. I mean, maybe you get kills on the aftermath, but you'd love to at least force the urn drop while you're going for it. Even still, Rocker is able to take down Ido. There was no ult required there. Still has the Death Slam up. Now, the focus fire on the silver in the bottom. Fishcake in some real danger. Floormen still looking super healthy. Yeah, you've gotten Lycan back up, but you're still pretty low. You have to use every little bit of movement to escape here, but it's a sea of blue around Fishcake, and every exit is covered.
You do find those 2 kills, which are nice, but it's a little early to go for the mid boss. Looks like they're going to send it anyway, though. Floormen, they have that gun buff on Warden, which could actually be crucial. Likely going to be giving up a Walker in the process for this, but a mid boss would be quite the prize. See if players are going to come in and try to contest this. You're still very healthy across the board on the Floormen. You got an Affliction and a Death Slam to work with.
You're doing this against Sinclair, though. I mean, this is a little bit risky. The ability for Melee Creeps to contest is still heavily there. The Rejuve is down. The contest is in. I think the Rabbit Hex maybe came in a little bit early. Right now, Rejuve split 1 for 1. Floormen able to get 2 of the 3 Rejuves. Nox Nostra in over the top. Do getting cubed in response. Both teams looking for an edge in this fight. Rejuve's gone for Melee Creeps. Floormen still working on 1, still reasonably healthy. Do at full HP, knives out. Looking for 1 here on the top.
Yeah, Dude, really strong on the map right now. No one can really stand up to him, and he's just running them down. Full rage now. Wants to get this finish on the Demov. This haze is so annoying, but another sleep perfectly played from Demov. And the evasion from the Floormen comp really working out. It seems like everybody successfully peeling back out of this fight, and as the dust settles, they do find that kill onto Ido, but no Rejuves leave the pit, so still very much a dead heat kind of a game. Viscous steps into the trap, just barely gets the Q off in time, needs some support to stay alive.
Elsewhere, turn them into a rabbit and repeatedly punch them. Isn't just the Sinclair who can do it. Any other people around can participate. Scout, though, wasn't able to get away from DMB. DMB slid down and came back up. Still, though, Rocker maybe in a bit of danger here. Fishcake landing the ball, landing some good damage, but it's not quite bursty enough. Rocker, it'll start using some movement to get out and away. But also, I'm pretty sure Demov has died in this game. But can we get a look at the deaths so far in this game?
Death check.
You have to do it.
I know he died once.
I'm pretty sure he died once, but
I saw him die. I saw him die. I stole his ult and killed him. But this is Demov. He's just the unkillable, man. Like 2 times we've seen on our screen, he slips away from Shiv in spots where any mistakes would have cost his life.
Actually, interesting there, John. Well, John's been Mr. Farm this game. When you're 0-0-1, it's just like
0-1 that's true carry stat line. I'm chilling, bro. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
That's socially distancing the game at that point, is what I would say. Everyone else is playing Deadlock, and John loves himself a bit of PvE.
I do think John is right in a sense. Like, I think if this goes late enough, he will outcarry the game. Like, the lack of frontliner is going to be an issue when it comes to, like, who's going to jump on top of Mirage and, like, prevent him from shooting? Who's going to stun him down? Maybe the last shot, but Mirage late game is a hero that you need really strong lockdown to be able to actually catch. I don't know if the Warden is even that.
I see great talent.
Things might be getting a little bit contested here. Buff in 10 seconds. For now. Floormen, melee creeps. Looking over right side buff. Maybe League grabbing the left. It's a gun buff, and when you have dominance, you can say, wait.
Nobody wants this.
You can go grab it, which...
John's the one who wants it, but
I mean, John's at the other side of the map. He's not gonna, you know, blow the Jin Express to use Traveler to come the other way. It's like, nah. You can have that one.
I see the enemy.
Earn to be run here. Still 3 walkers available for the Floormen, right? Since something that melee creeps gonna start to hurt for those flex slots pretty soon. We've seen them be willing to go deep into the late game without them, but definitely expect someone like John to be particularly needing those slots. And looks like they're going to make a big concerted push into the mid wave, attacking this Walker average. Rips the Nox Nostra, putting some damage down on them. Huge team fight. Looks like breaking out in mid, if we could get the cam on that.
It was a 3-man death slam into a counter clone death slam from Saya. I'm just reading the UI. Okay, Rocker goes down in the aftermath. So even though the Walker's going to go down, they get Earn turn in. They get a kill off of it. 3-man Affliction, though, comes in from League, hitting 3. Take a look at Ido. Off on the outskirts is now a very spread out fight. And I feel like the Affliction is going to put a damper on some of the efforts to chase down, as Ido might have gotten caught.
John got that Divine Barrier. He potentially gets out of this one, but yeah, Ido ticking away for the Affliction. Surely Apollo's going to be able to get that last hit, and even with the rescue, it just comes a little bit too late. But hold on, it might cost Apollo his life in the end. Nice little punch slows him down, but with Mina waiting around the corner, they don't want to get baited into this one. Fishcake also drops, actually. Hold on. And with DMB finding that rundown, could be more to push, although with mid-wave crashing against their own base, Floormen are definitely on the wrong side of town.
Floormen, honestly, in a pretty good spot after all this. I mean, the Affliction definitely making things better for them post-mid Walker push. Still able to get the Earn on top of it. I think for melee creeps now, I mean, you know, your upside is that John is pretty well farmed, but it's not like John is massively ahead of the average on Floormen. I mean, DMB is right there. A little bit of pressure onto the Sinners. Don't think DMOV is going to push the issue here so far, but you know, I think for Floormen, you're actually okay just taking your farm on the map, waiting for next Earn and buffs, and you know, seeing if you could get a pick for another mid-boss. Like, you kind of like the lead you're sitting on at the moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty meaningful one, that last team fight. Looking really strong for them. A little bit of an overextension to try to take that mid-walker. The punish was there. Getting the Earn in the meantime is a huge prize. So, melee creeps, I think, in general, played this game very defensively. Like, very much giving up a lot of the map control to Floormen. And I think early on, maybe Floormen got baited in a little bit and tried to force some over-aggression that got punished, but now it feels like they're kind of willing to settle down and be like, all right, you give us 60% of the map real estate, it's not a winning play. We're just going to out-farm you, and we're just going to, you know, snowball. We're going to get every buff. We're going to get all the Earns. That's a problem, and I think one that melee creeps, soon they're going to have to address. They're going to have to step up on the map and take some challenges, especially in the next couple minutes when that next Earn buff spawns.
Also, I think the other problem for melee creeps, you know, I don't think Ido's actually been able to get a ton of stacks on the GT. And, I mean, you think about late game power, unless you're like a super farm GT, like your late game isn't necessarily the best. Your late game on Sinclair, you know, you fall off a bit. Viscous arguably falls off a bit. Like, I do think you're kind of running into a scaling comp issue here, too, for Floormen, where Floormen just have a comp that's better at this point in the game, and they have the lead. So, you know, the ability for melee creeps to straight up fight without getting a pick or like some sort of sneaky way of opening up, I think is actually kind of limited at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And it's a good call out, right? That the scaling is going to become a problem for them. Nox Nostra has been sent, but John, a little too quick on the reaction. Manages a Dust Devil out of there. Wave's not quite crashing yet. I like that Floormen are going for these attempts, but they're never overcommitting. They're not sticking around for the fight by the Walker where, you know, the turnaround would be brutal. They're just taking their chance, putting some pressure down, willing to throw some ults out, and I mean, really, melee creeps are reduced to playing under their own walkers, and not a whole lot of jungle camps there.
No, not at all. And You know, it feels like the calm before the storm, although I think realistically, if you're melee creeps, you want to force a pick before buffs, and that may be what they're trying to do. Pocket may not be the best target in this instance.
Ricochet silencer, jeez. Okay, he has gone very aggressive on this build here. So John is ready to fight. I mean, and maybe this is what they've been waiting for. D-Mob with Curse, though, could be the answer to that single farmed carry, right? This is the ultimate counter, right, to putting all your eggs in one basket.
I see great talent.
Buff's coming up in 5 seconds. Left buff may have a little bit of a contest. Silver scouting it out, immediately seeing maybe it's not the best idea. Top over. Casting buff. Going directly into League. Other side, do able to get dose of mobility. As if Shiv doesn't have enough ability to traverse the map. Add mobility buff into the mix, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I will say casting on Pocket is crazy, right? Like, it just takes this hero to a whole new level. Probably one of the better casting users in the game.
I'm ready to give them hell. See the enemy.
Stolen Lash Ult, okay. So opportunity for Saya if he wants to look for more. Can he find that Stolen Death Slam? Does throw it out, but Silence pulled in. The cube doesn't allow him the opportunity to purge that off and TP out. But with a failed initiation, now it's time for Floormen to maybe go for the re-engage. John's still here pumping damage. The Mina ult's going to slow things down and zone them back. For now, melee creeps, though, they weather the storm nicely, and John standing tall, pumping damage through this Veil. It's not the way you want to fight. A big proc hits onto the Lash, who starts to get very low into this one. The real Death Slam is ready, and playing off this Veil does give you a power position, but Floormen are slowly picking you apart.
I mean, playing off the Veil was decent. It gave John a clear spot to shoot from a moment, but you know, even though Rocker's a little bit low, I think if you're Floormen, you slow this down a little bit. Let Rocker full heal, come back in, because if Rocker were to use the Death Slam now, he'd probably just instantly hit the floor. But you have run control. You're stronger overall. You have a bit of time. And yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do here, Jake. They're going to slow this down and then look for an ideal opening. Let Rocker get visibility here. And do they just get the dunk? They do. It doesn't even turn into it. Wait, oh, you can't get denied like that. That's actually, they lost a lot of that urn just from the denies, Jake.
Divine Barrier from Viscus does pull GT out for a second, but they're continuing on with this chase, just pumping damage. Ido's running out of stam, surrounded, hit from all sides. D-Mob catches and blasts him with that Fury chance. The second kill on the Scout comes in, and it feels like the dam is finally broken now. Opportunity for the Floormen to capitalize and maybe even think about more. There's a mid-boss online, but they want the hero kills.
Deep in, gets a 2-man affliction. It does League. A lot of it's going to be people running back in the base, but what I'm seeing right now, Jake, space created. Floormen, everyone is still up. Melee creeps, 2 dead, multiple wounded. You got to think you just go to slam mid-boss at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to go for. And with Fishcake still healing up from the affliction, he's going to be on a really long timer to be able to get back into this pit. Some creeps going to be slamming it on the base, but they're not going to be too worried about that, right? With the 2-player advantage, without the GT bird, it's really going to be up to Saya and Do to find some sort of a huge play. But actually, hold on, Floormen, they get off the mid-boss. They're going to look to hunt kills. But with 20 seconds on the timers, I'm not sure about this play. They need to find catches quick. They found a sleep on the Shiv. He's isolated. He's hit from all sides. Will they be able to catch him and lock him down? He's still tanking somehow, despite the bullet dance. And I think Floormen may have really thrown this one away. There's players coming back into this. Can they deal with Do? He's dashing through them all.
Dude's dealing all sorts of damage. Fishcake, though, dies in the melee. It's still outnumbered our melee creeps. And then you have the Shiv, who now ganks Seed from the edge, eats the flask. Lower HP, even for Shiv, non-invincible. Tani Losan elsewhere into the fight. Zeno, they've been more of an escape. Tani Losan, clone, Death Slam, finds Rocker towards the end. Is fall through going to be there? It is. Rocker ends up falling. Melee creeps. A successful contest. And, you know, Jake, to answer your question, I think Floormen, they just had a lot of respect for Saya and the ability of Sinclair to interrupt, but now you have to wonder, should they have taken the gamble anyways, because the Rejuvenator, it's about to start falling. Affliction, though, comes in, hits 2 on melee creeps.
It's on to John. They need a Divine Barrier on this Mirage so he can continue to stick around in the fight. Cube deployed. It looks like that DB did come out. John. He's no longer afflicted to continue to challenge this. And with the Rabbit Hex on the ground, 1 Rejuve grab, still more to be claimed, and Floormen grab the next 2. It looks like melee creeps finally dropping like flies. Average over the top here with the Nox Nostra is going to break the back of the melee creeps. The affliction was too much, and although it was very scary there for quite some time, eventually John is going to get run down, flanked, surrounded from all sides. Hold on, the damage he deals is insane, but he will eventually take out.
There are limits. But now this definitively puts Floormen at the advantage. They were already working with a lead. That lead is going to expand. 2 Rejuvenator slots still going to be with them for the next 3 minutes. And Jake, at this point, you're just looking to take care of remainder of business on the map. You want the final walker, you want to get base guardians down, and ideally, with this level of lead, you also want to get some shrines in the process. In fact, shrine, at least one shrine is going to be priority number 1, and they waste no time going for that first shrine.
I think this is game ZP. They're going to get the patron drop here, almost guaranteed. Silver's just not a hero who can do anything on her own in this kind of a situation. And with still 2 rejuves available, maybe you back off to spend your souls, but I think that's really going to be, and even they get that kill. Demov somehow finds Silver. Vishkeg was trying to pull a bit of a distraction, pull players away. I mean, I don't hate the idea because I think this game is really getting desperate for melee creeps, but it's just too little too late. Floormen going to get the drop here before, I mean, Ido spawns, not much he can really do on his own. And with the opportunity to reset, looks like the Winions are going to get the job done.
Always love a little bit of support from Trooper 2981, the best in the business once you get into the late game, Jake, but maybe a bit of a chase down here on the Demov. One rejuve.
Like Demov will die.
Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting for Demov. It's like, hey, you know,
even
Demov your first day.
Dies.
Here comes the second as I'll get Ido and stack on the Owls, but you know, for melee creeps, it's not looking good. You have such a long road to go for here, and even with Demov being down, you know, for Floormen, they're just gonna hang on the urn for a little bit, and while they still have rejuve, they're gonna look to drop it in. And the soul difference here, Jake, says a lot. But what I'm curious on too is, you know, what does the golden statue part of the game say? You know, it may be close to the even.
I actually think Floormen are dominating them, but maybe, oh, you're right. Okay, I thought it was going to be more dominant because of how all the map control that Floormen had through this game, but in fact, it looks like maybe a slight edge. I can't do the addition that quick in my head, but it looks like a slight edge for the melee creeps in terms of the overall buffs. I guess they have gotten a few of those urn dunks in.
Yeah, they were getting more urns, and I think they were, for the most part, while Floormen were entering their jungle, they were doing a reasonable job of defending their sinners throughout all of that. In fact, I think they were like invading a little bit more, so.
I like that they're going to go for something here. The game is in a really rough state. You got to take gambles, and Demon's still dead for 20 seconds. There's a small opportunity, but it looks like all they're going to grab is the Walker. Going for more would just be too greedy. A fast zip from Lash, though, looks to maybe try to catch John. But Mirage, in this point in the game, even with all your soul lead on Floormen, is not a hero you want to 1v1.
No, definitely not. I mean, 1v1ing Mirage in general is just miserable between Dust Devil, Scarabs, and the fact that he should be one of the most farmed, not the most farmed on the team. It's just not the hero you go for a 1v1 unless you are, you know, a hero of similar farm in a very, very good circumstance.
Movement buff Lash is like egregious. It's so silly. His stam bar is like, just doesn't seem to go down.
With superior stam, no less. Just, you know, a lot of way to spend that stamina.
Yeah, and I don't know that contesting the urn dunk is all that realistic here. The map control completely dominant here for Floormen as they bring it in. Demov goes ahead of the pack here, looks for kills, and finds Scout early. That's a massive find. The curse shuts down the Viscous, ensures that no saves can come in on anyone else. And all the souls going to be claimed by Floormen, further expanding the lead. The rejuve's expiring, but 50k soul lead and a player kill, especially on a key backline saving support like Viscous, you got to go for this ZP.
Yeah, I mean, the rejuve may have been faded, but up 6 on 5, everything in your favor. You can fish for picks here while putting pressure on the patron. Stage 2 patron down the half. Floormen looking to take map 1 here and now. 2-man Affliction comes out from League. They're putting John Ido in a tough spot.
Affliction on the 4. Oh, God. Wrap it up, ZP. Melee creeps getting a taste of their own medicine from game 1. Floormen. Well, the Stolen Affliction, though, hold on, is still on to 2, but in the end, the Affliction is just enough. Mina does pump the damage in, clean up the patron. And it was a long slog for the Floormen, but they found their footing. They slowed the game down enough and made their draft work. So melee creeps, you know, also bringing their own unconventional strats, did look pretty decent in this game, but in the end, Floormen get it done. They're up 1-0 in the series. Just one more potentially to close it out.
All right, Floormen able to take the 1-0 starts, and melee creeps might be a little nervous at this point as they did go down last week 0-2. That was an interesting game, wasn't it? That actually started off looking really good for melee creeps with Dua and Scout doing such a great job in their lane, but at some point ZP just kind of started to feel like things were unraveling, not really going as smoothly for them. Floormen were getting that little bit of an edge, and then that rejuve, well, that was after all the nail in the coffin. Floormen just dominated from that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really interesting game to break down. I feel like this is one of those games where you could go to the VOD review and pick up multiple angles just because it was a little bit unconventional. But taking a look at how it played out, I think one of the things that really didn't feel good towards the end, and it was kind of funny because at one point Vegas was just screaming about it when I looked to check something else unrelated on the stream. I just Vegas being like, where's the stacks, Ido, where's the stacks? But it is kind of true is that like the only times you see GT do well into the late game is when you run builds that are effectively getting more farm off the owl, and the GT himself like getting good farm. GT, if you fall behind the game and you don't get momentum in the early game, actually feels pretty bad late. And I think Melee Creeps just kind of had this comp that you had Do, who was a raid boss. You had John, who was similar, and Fishcake was in the middle. But as you get deeper into the game, a GT without the best start, a Sinclair, and a Viscous, like you're down some of the raw power that Floormen had, where it felt like most of the Floormen composition was still like contributing into the late game.
Yeah, and Jake, you called out, the potential of Viscous, how well they could do saving everyone, and there was definitely highlights of that from the early game too. I would say the mid game, late game kind of just got too one-sided, but there's definitely great moments from Scout on Viscous. Where do you think it went wrong elsewhere in the comp for Melee Creeps?
Ultimately, I wouldn't even worry about the draft all that much. I think this comes down to that mid-boss fight, right? If those rejuves go a different way, if you're able to get the cleanup on Melee Creeps and come away with that from that mid-boss as Floormen did in this case with most of the prize, we could have been looking at a very different result here. So it's going to be a tough one to evaluate going into game 2. Do you really want to change up the draft? Or do you just think, hey, we could have played things a little cleaner? One thing I do want to say, though, is I do feel like Melee Creeps played a little bit too passively for me this game. Like a lot of moments I felt like even when the game was pretty even, they're bunkering pretty defensively on walkers. Yes, contesting the jungle decently well, but a couple times, right, giving up double buffs to the Floormen that maybe they didn't have to, giving up some earn controls a little bit earlier. So I'd love in a game 2 to just see them maybe play a little bit more fearlessly, trying to find those opportunities for aggression.
Now, ZP taking a look at the stats post-game here. You can see for Floormen, eventually we got lead going with some of these afflictions. Ended it with a bang as well, 5-man affliction. DMB, stalwart as always on Warden, getting a lot of the objective damage. How did you like their comp and how that played out?
I mean, again, we talked a lot about it in the draft is that, yeah, a little bit short in front line, but, everything was kind of a threat. I think D-Mov is probably one of the few players that can make Haze look good from beginning to end. Even though you look at the end and be like, oh man, the damage wasn't there. The amount of times that we saw Do, like, potentially on path to pick up 1 or 2 kills of, exposed players turning into immediate sleep, cannot be uncounted. Just very, very good sleep daggers throughout the entire course of the game. And I don't know, I just think in general, like for Flora, it's this weird take where for the most part, other than the Warden, there weren't really a whole lot of easy kills for Florin. Like you look at their team comp and be like, okay, we're all gonna jump on this person. Okay, you jump on the Pocket, difficult. Jump on the Apollo, difficult. Mina, a huge pain. Rocker, I mean, it's a Lash with superior stamina, so I mean, there is a lockdown there, but not the easiest thing to chase down. Like the only thing that was easy to dive on at times is DMB, but that's gonna be one of your most farmed characters, actually like the tankiest person around. So, for Floormen, even though they didn't have a traditional front line, you didn't have great targets to actually dive on for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, on the alternative side, Melee Creeps, you guys talked about it actually in the draft phase. Maybe there won't be enough to actually protect some of these weaker characters like Ido on Great Talon. The Viscous was doing a great job at some points kind of covering when they were targeted, but perhaps just not as much in the mobility, Jake, as far as, what CP was talking about with Floormen, just how difficult it was to actually get some of these picks they needed, especially as the game started to slip away from them. They started to get down in those souls. They wanted to find a pick early on, and they just weren't able to, so the fight inevitably didn't go their way either.
Yeah, one hero I kind of want to call out here that wouldn't have really drawn any crazy accolades in the stats is the Mina, where her game on paper is not that insane, but it feels like the Nox Nostra got so many insane fights, in terms of the silence, putting pressure on you, forcing you back, forcing you out, constantly putting the enemy on the back foot. I like his build this game. He even went for the Phantom Strike to close things out, right? Talk about gap close onto the Great Talent. A Phantom Strike Mina into your backline is pretty terrifying there. So the execution, I think, was really nice on the Mina in an unconventional game, and I feel like it was a key part of their success. So if there's one hero I could maybe steal away for the next draft, if I were Melee Creeps, it'd be the Mina.
Yeah, do you agree, ZP, or do we try and emphasize maybe Pocket, because Ido's not having a great time on other characters?
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps, it's kind of interesting is that you go to the extent of first picking Pocket. Melee Creeps, this time around, they decided, okay, we're gonna, we want first pick, but we're not gonna invest first pick onto Pocket, and I don't know. I think it may be at the level where you go for it, but then you just wonder, is like, why are we in the current meta we are? What are the things that you're worried about? You know, particularly you're worried about things like Bebop, and you're worried about Doorman, and if you start hyper prioritizing Pocket to that end, you're potentially giving up, you know, prior on some of those heroes. So, you know, it's a tough draft to balance, but you know, on the same note, Pocket has looked phenomenal all day long, so you know, maybe Pocket is worth the higher priority.
Yeah, we saw it on the other team, you know, that time around. It was looking really good. There's something about Floormen being able to figure out melee creeps. Jake, I mean, is there anything that you saw, like, besides, I guess, maybe, yeah, emphasizing some picks and bans that they can change up?
Yeah, you know, it's a tough one to reapproach, because I do think the game was close enough for you to really believe as melee creeps that, like, hey, run it 10 times, you know, we can still win enough where it's worth, you know, doubling down on our strategy and you know, kind of bringing a similar look to game 2. Even the double support, like, you know, I think anyone looking at the meta right now would say that's totally crazy. They have like 2 guys building Divine Barrier, like this is really overkill. But you know, for a lot of the game, like down to that, you know, one hugely decisive mid boss, they were making plays, right? They were bailing people out of tough situations and, you know, finding some turn kills. Like Do, with that level of support behind him on the Shiv, was able to make some insane things happen. So while it didn't go down on this one, it's you know, tough for melee creeps, because it's not like it was such a bad beatdown where you have to change everything. It's like there was a lot of good stuff that they could take into a game 2 and potentially make it competitive.
Well, Floormen are going to be up 1-0 and looking to repeat last week. As Jake just said, melee creeps, they had their moments in game 1. Can they expand on them, potentially get a little more aggressive, potentially change some characters around to allow that in game 2 to even things up and continue their dreams of winning another championship, which they haven't done in quite some time? We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's that game 2 between Floormen and melee creeps.
will die for this. You don't have a chance. I see biscuits.
Good game.
That was spectacular.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift. We're in the finals. Best of 3 already underway, and Melee Creeps have once again fallen down a game to Floormen. They seem to have Melee Creeps' number, but things might still change. It wasn't all over from minute 1 last game. Melee Creeps definitely still have a shot, and we are about ready to get into the draft here. But I hear you guys are going to be away at some point, somewhere in America or something. You guys want to tell me about that?
Come on down south, man. Like, we're going to be at DreamHack Atlanta at the Intel booth. You know, shout out to Intel and Newegg, by the way, for coming together to let us drop a big prize pool this week. To you know, obviously everyone's been loving the Golden Urn mod, the Golden Egg, I should say. But of course, we are going to be at DreamHack Atlanta. So if you're in town, if you're in the area, you're at the convention, come by to the Intel booth, say hi. We're going to have some activation, some fun stuff going on for fans to check out, play some game.
Yeah, and I can say this, last year at the Intel booth, I don't know if it's the case this year, so I'm not, binding, but, we did some fun games, in this case for Deadlock. I think we're likely to do some Street Brawl, and, people got won tickets for giveaways that are there, so, it can be rewarding to drop by the booth.
Yeah, very cool. So yeah, DreamHacks are an awful lot of fun to go to, and there's so much to do and so many esports to watch. So great that Intel sending you guys out there to have some fun with Deadlock while we wait for its actual official release. The draft is ready to go, so let's get into game 2. The first draft was just, a little more unorthodox than perhaps we were expecting. Maybe some things were learned by both teams. What are we thinking here? Dorman was first banned a lot of the time. Is that going to happen again, ZP? We're waiting on it. No, Pocket is taken out entirely.
I actually like this in a way that I think banning Doorman when you're first pick is kind of a bad move. I think Doorman is sort of the meta first pick right now, and I think when you have first pick, you need to put the other team on the spot to have to ban it. And I think if Floormen don't, I think it's going to go through here. I think if Melee Creeps don't take it first, they're in a world of hurt. I think draft this way, you pretty much have to take it, is my current read with how good this hero looks in the meta. But we'll see if that holds true. Like you were saying, ZB, this has been a team that historically hasn't really wanted to play the Doorman. So
I think they're, okay. They decide, yeah, we're going to give up the Doorman. They value Mirage. But so now in response, though, for Floormen, we were talking about in the break lanes you don't want to go against the old Apollo Doorman. Well, we may have just unlocked pure evil here on the night shift. Doorman's going to be pick number 1. Is Apollo pick number 2 for the worst lane in the game to go up against? Floormen, it's your call.
I don't know what else you would take. I mean, I guess... honestly, with Shiv and Pocket Band, I think it almost has to be Apollo here. And you're right. You could put them together for like the worst lane of all time to play against. You could split them up, and they grab the Bebop instead with another hero that's been banned, I believe, like pretty much all day today, other than when it went through in EU. So, yeah, Bebop, problematic hero to go against, to say the least. And now he's got a Doorman who can kind of Doorman him into aggressive situations, find opportunities for hooks. These are two incredibly challenging heroes to play up against at this level.
So Apollo is going to be pushed down a little bit. ZP, what's up with that?
I mean, Bebop and Apollo are arguably interchangeable in their priority, but you are going to be giving up Apollo to the other end. Bebop's still a really good laner, so arguably not losing too much. It does mean that in terms of death lanes, you're going to be up against likely an Apollo Mirage lane, which is one of the most brutal in the game to go up against. I think, again, the only thing more brutal would be a Doorman Apollo lane. Bebop, though, has been good on the merits and also the one hero that can turn a game, even if the rest of your draft is bad. FPS Lounge, they were winning with Erebus. His hero pool was a bit of a puddle, but get Erebus on Bebop, and they were just winning multiple weeks in a row. So Bebop is just kind of that guy at the moment. And now they decide to back it up with the Victor. No Hay shenanigans this time.
Yeah, so Victor, again, coming into this night shift was a big talk, basically having this insane win record so far. Kind of failed a little bit earlier today, but back into the mix. Floormen take Victor and then ban Shiv. Melee Creeps, they kind of built around a little bit of a countering the Victor in their challenger match today. Jake, do you think they're going to think about that again as they ban Silver?
Yeah, they do have some decent tools like the Mirage to do it, but I think the Pocket is a big part of what counters Victor, right? Like the Affliction kind of deals with one of the lives on its own, and it's not really hard committed because, the Affliction's probably also going to hit other players and still be that huge impact team fight ult. So I actually think Floormen have a really, this is a crazy draft around Victor. So I'm, I said in that earlier game, look, I think Victor can be beat. This game, I am terrified because this is not just a Victor, it's a Victor who can be Doorman away from dangerous situations, can play off a door to get out after he, goes all in for some wall breaking. And then you've got Lash and Bebop to catch and pull people back into that aura of suffering, back into the death zone that he, basically creates as a hero. So Floormen, for me, have insane play around Victor. If Victor is truly a broken hero, this is going to be the showcase of that.
Well, okay. Abrams comes in for Melee Creeps again. They did it last week, and it was pretty good. But then Paradox comes in second to last for them, ZP.
Yeah, and that's going to be Sai. Sai has been one of the people that's been trying to bring Paradox back. I don't actually think Paradox is super strong at the moment. Sai does make it look good. It does mean you're not going to be seeing the Sai Abrams. In this case, it's going to be fish cake on Abrams as far as who is playing what. So, you get more pick potential here. It's going to be Dew on the Celeste. The Melee Creeps lineup in general, they're going to have some really good lanes, good pressure in the mid game. The problem is that they're going to have to play around some incredibly deadly threats. Having to deal with Bebop in general, having to deal with what Demov does in the early to mid game, especially on the Haze. The amount of ways to just get picked off that Floormen is bringing to bear here is pretty ugly, even against a team that does have things like Swap in the shoulder charge. And now you do the Billy on top. The upside here for Melee Creeps is that this is a pretty beastly front line.
True, it's true. I was wondering, if Sinclair was going to make an appearance, but obviously not. We have now over completed picks and bans. I'm very scared of Floormen's composition. But yeah, you gave some credit to Melee Creeps. Jake, any more credit to Melee Creeps comp?
I'm agreeing with you, honestly. I think this Floormen draft is out of control. I honestly think there's just so much playmaking that it's beyond the front line and the carry role, which Floormen I think have a much more balanced draft on that regard than they had in the last game. But now the playmaking is on another level. There are plausibly there's the two heroes, these side laners, Victor and Warden, pretty standard. Although Warden has both of them have some really nice follow-up. If you can, lock somebody down for 1 second, these heroes have crazy slow chains that they can just, prevent you from ever properly escaping. So for somebody like Celeste, this is a for me, this is a terrible Celeste game. Like, you are going to get locked down to hell on this character. You're going to be moving at like 1 meter per second, giga slowed by everyone on the enemy team. And then on top of that, just 4 heroes who can all initiate fights really aggressively. Like Bebop, Lash, Haze, Doorman. Any 4 of these heroes can start the fight, catch you, and punish, and even potentially solo kill you. Like, they're all that threatening. So when these 4 play together, I think if this is anything like last game where melee creeps try to slow things down, bunker their walkers, I think they're going to get picked to pieces.
Yeah, ZP, you gave a little bit of credit to melee creep, say the front line, right? But anything more? I mean, the story seems to be already pretty well set up here. Floormen are going to have a potential of a lot of fun, and melee creeps maybe not so much fun. But maybe they're sturdy. Maybe they can kind of play it safe-ish. I don't know.
I think as I look at it, there's still a bit of an execution barrier for Floormen here. Is that anytime you're running like Doorman, Bebop, like you actually have to execute well on the way these heroes operate. Like there's always the room for melee creeps either outplaying or Floormen not necessarily having the hottest start to Bebop. I actually think like Bebop is still one of those heroes where it's possible to get cold on it, and with Bebop basically being permabanned in scrims and play the last few, like, I'm not saying you can bank on it, but I think there's a world where Bebop doesn't instantly take over the game, and like there's some windows here where off execution melee creeps could do better than expected. And the upside is with the melee creeps comp is that if they are able to weather the early game, if they are able to leverage the advantage of some of the lanes here, like the Apollo lane, and actually get a lead, their comp is actually kind of difficult to deal with for Floormen should melee creeps get into the lead, because then you start dealing with, the Billy's like really tanky, the Abrams really tanky, and now you're dealing against the Celeste and Mirage both have lead, and they're actually like both really difficult to chase down. So I think there's scenarios here where if Floormen fall behind, it actually becomes a really difficult game. I think though, based on what we've seen recently, you do still have to like favor Floormen to take this map off the draft alone.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the narrative we're going to be going with here, guys. Floormen, they got a lot of potential. Can they live up to that potential? High skill ceiling on their composition, but they have been making it work back to back to potentially another back. Night Shift has been their playground for the last 2 weeks. They're looking once again to 2-0 melee creeps potentially, but melee creeps, they had a shot in game 1. They're coming in with a very different draft. We'll see what they can do to keep their hopes alive as we head into game 2. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Zombie Grub. And yeah, as we get into this one thing that does kind of jump out to me as we get a quick little pause for some lag average, see if you can reset that one, is the amount of gun scaling on Floormen, right? Like typically we see 4 to 5 spirit scaling heroes and then 1 to 2, with some really meaningful gun damage. But I think in this meta, I'd expect to see, for sure, Warden be full gun, likely Demov on the Haze be full gun, League on Bebop same, and then even like Victor likely builds mostly gun in this current meta. So Metal Skin, it could be an item that is going to be insanely powerful for Abrams and Billy, could further render them just unkillable in the front line.
Also, Jake, honestly, playing on the potential of an execution gap here, even though I think Floormen is likely to win, the channel point odds were just too good. I had to put half my channel points on melee creeps. The 3x return right now, look, it's a possibility. That's where my mind's at.
At this level, any team at, 25% to win is pretty attractive odds when it comes to channel point betting.
But for now, take a look at the left lane. A little bit of pressure on the DMB. I think laning phase is definitely going to be one of the more stronger points here for melee creeps, so long as League doesn't go wild. Like, anytime you're up against Bebop, you just have that X factor of, does Bebop land every hook and run away with the game? But if that doesn't happen, I think for melee creeps, the theme of this game here, Jake, has to be get ahead early and, play really, really high tempo with Saya. Look for picks off swap and, work with Scout to secure them. And, if you get a lead, just try and expand that lead. As reductive as it sounds, I think for melee creeps, they have to start strong and, effectively stay strong.
By the way, I just want to say, shout out to the community for all the subs and support today, man. Huge support from the squad. Excuse me? What? These guys are stacked up. Apollo, incredibly low. Ido got trapped into the ground. Still continuing to brawl this one out. And despite that bug, looks like melee creeps come out on top of this early trade. Doorman trying desperately to run down Apollo. Would love to be able to find a finishing kill here, but Ido super slippery on this Apollo.
I mean, the game maybe conspire against Ido a little bit, stick him in the ground, double stomp him at walkers. Just Ido's just like saying, Yoshi, what did I do? Yoshi just gives the eyes like, what didn't you do, Ido?
They were like double for the devs. I'm pretty sure the bug report is they were double carded into ground strike. So
Yeah.
I guess it pushes them into the floor, and then they were like stuck inside of each other. But John, they got the kill. So Mirage is like, whatever, man, laughing all the way to the bank.
Works out. Also, on the left, what is going on with Do right now? There's a lot of circling and then some, as DMB actually really low. Not quite the low to be chased down, but yeah, that's going to be a full back to base heal in all likelihood. You don't come back at that low HP. Maybe grab a few boxes on the way.
Man, this is like the meta starting items. It's funny because I've been noticing like buying this in my own games feels so good to buy the regen and monster rounds off the rip. You're just such a beast when it comes to pushing out lanes.
Also, having the confidence to just sell monster rounds later. You don't have to keep it the entire game. It's just good while your damage is bad, and you don't have to full commit to cultist or anything like that. But definitely get this part of the game as
oh my god, he got a heavy off. He hit Saya with a heavy. Crazy risk, but pays off, and now a parry. That is backbreaking onto Fishcake, and the parry even thrown in from Saya, so could take some heavies on his way out. With the hook off cooldown 1 second, he does get it. Of course he does. League, beautiful cleanup catches there. And that's a double kill in the side lane.
Dimov hit side in the back with like 5 quick melees there. That a little bit disrespectful towards the end. Oh boy, but nice little turnabout there. Meanwhile, Ido Cam off in middle.
I mean, this is the lane that has to dominate, right? We talked about this is one of the scariest lanes in Deadlock right now. If there's a shining glimmer of hope for this squad, it's that Ido and John can just pop off and take things over early, get active maybe earlier than you would expect on this Mirage, maybe get into some faster tempo farming items.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the strongest lanes in the game, period. Do, though, out for a little bit of blood himself. Off here on the left. Again, I mean, the lane's pretty solid for melee creeps that, a little bit of snafu on the right notwithstanding, but it's also, just things that happen against a Bebop lane. Like, the Bebop lane is by far the best lane Floormen are working with. And, for melee creeps, you need to get a little bit more out of the laning phase. I don't think it's, like, ultra important that they massively win the laning phase, but you certainly don't want to be behind, I think, with, how these comps are going to interact with each other as we go late.
Yeah, I definitely think with all these pick heroes, falling behind is pretty scary, especially with Dimov and League finding kills in that side lane, though. These are two of the guys I expect to be the most active in this game. John, though, doing a good job staying aggro, putting that pressure on into Doorman, who's been one of the scarier laners as well in this current meta. I do think Doorman, you don't pick him mostly for the lane, right? It's mostly about the ability to play for those Spirit Nukes in the late game. And speaking of which, Spirit Nukes, Celeste and Abrams able to bring down DMB in the side lane. Warden really on a struggle bus today.
Also on buffs, melee creeps got both ends of buffs. I mean, 5-minute buffs, not necessarily the most impactful in the world, but still rather have them than not. And yeah, I mean, the other reason why you pick Doorman is that you want to be hyperactive as Doorman. Like a lot of the Doorman builds, you get Fortitude and, oh my word, the dive. Over. Dust Devil used. Xeno low HP, and okay, John earned himself a quick run into the Baroness. Gotta take the high ground approach on the checkout. Bell will be awaiting him on the leave, but should still be healthy enough to get away. Eating a lot of tower damage, taking it. Never mind. Just when you think you're getting out, there's a bullet dance in a tower, and you're not out at all.
Yeah, they felt the pressure in this game that they had to do more, but both of the mid laners for Floormen stay alive, and the rotation from Dimov seals their fate. So John and Ido kind of losing their snowball. Still, melee creep staying aggressive this game, keeping the pressure on. Average, I believe I saw his points earlier. I think he went all in, saving every single point for the ulti. So even if you do drop him once, he's going to have max ulti very, very fast in this game.
I thought you were talking about his channel points again. Last week, Average went all in on himself. But
that's true. He's one of our richest channels. I wonder if he's betting on this game too. He's on taking the other side.
always believe in yourself. It's the Average way. But still, Sinner's going to be up in 1 minute. Overall game state for now, people staying mostly into their lanes. You think about where melee creeps have looked good here tonight. Dew on the Slush has been part of it. The Riposte dive, that is pretty heavy aggression. Not a way where I think you're still likely to get Xeno. I mean, Xeno had a lot of clearance there.
All right, this lane is terrifying. You know, the fact that Apollo can do that now, they you know, hold back in the aggression just a little bit. Well, without Lash ult or Doorman ult, seems like this tower is just going down. Even Sai gonna rotate in to potentially add some robustness to this mid lane push. See if that gets answered elsewhere. But yeah, John and Ido wasting no time clearing these creeps. Looks like that mid lane Guardian going down and quick.
A little bit extra help, and now the mid lane fully opened up, and this is where you expect. You're gonna see Apollo doing a little bit more roaming, and you know, John likely just getting fat in middle for a little bit, but
averages in with the stun. Does it hit? It does onto Celeste, right on the edge, and the kill comes in. Do drops. Nice parry from Abrams though. Reads the melee around, and oh, a double parry to follow up. I mean, can't really stick around in this one. I don't know that it's gonna change anything, but it does get him out of the initial trade. DMB though, in the end, still runs it down, still finds the kill. So all style, no substance, unfortunately, for Scout on that play.
Elsewhere, 3-man chain gang from Fishcake. Pulls 3 in before getting sent to the Baroness. 1 kill out of that in favor of melee creeps. Things getting a little spicy here on the right. Demov, bullet dance, has the lead in. Gets hit with the line of sight. John still at low HP in a world of hurt here. Is John gonna be able to get out? Absolutely not.
Nice
Saya comes in a little bit late, and I mean, Saya may have just came in the feed.
Oh, brutal. Wait, Xeno? No way he gets out of this. He just has to play the Veil, play safe. Bebop's here to bail him out. Even Billy's getting run down, and the overwhelm comes in. Floorman, clean house in the side lane. This is where Demov and League have staked their mark on the game. Now Lash under fire, has to go for that death slam. Can't quite grab the second from around the tree. Abrams just tanks that, takes it in stride, but hold on. With some more players coming in, bailing them out, it's going to be enough to overwhelm even the Abrams.
Brutal 30-second stretch for melee creeps. Where the only saving grace is that if it were later into the game, they would have lost more. But that hook connects on the John. He just went back to spawn. That's immediately Dust Devil to get out of danger. And I think for now, actually fine. But okay, average dying.
Wall's broken.
On the outskirts. Yeah, true.
I mean, he got the T1, and with 2 players defending right in his face, it's nothing to shake a stick at. Lash covering Warden here, ensuring that he can stay aggressive and keep this lane postured. It's a place where Celeste sticks around for a little bit, but Lash just coming in, cycling these nukes, man. He's hard to stick around for long. You can't really take these trades.
Jake, we got to do a shout out here. One of your old teammates, longtime friend of various things we've been involved in, Super's watch partying for the first time.
Oh, snap. We got some Deadlock esports on the cards if you're just joining us. Every Wednesday here on the night shift. They're the 2 best teams right now in NA. Floormen up 1-0. Looking to potentially close this one out, but a nice kill into Demov could slow that momentum down. Keeps melee creeps in the action. Looks like the fight continues to break out. Action thick and fast here on the right side lane. Bebop just getting overwhelmed. Abrams boxes him out. Picks up the Guardian to go with it. Now an earn run being threatened by Doorman, but with a couple players on the deck, it's far from assured for Floormen.
Yeah, I don't think you go for the dunk here, and okay, Rocker in some danger. Tani Losan and gone. Rocker getting caught in the crossfire, and this is a little bit problematic for Floormen now. I mean, you lose multiple people back to back. You have to play more of the earned babysitter role. You start losing a little bit of position on the map, but if you take down Dew, that definitely alleviates some of the pressure. Dew just put in too tough of a spot.
This is such a rough Celeste game. Like, normally Celeste is this hero who just feels unkillable, but this many slows and stuns and lockdowns, I really don't want to be on Celeste in this game. But they had to get it early in the draft, right, in order to have the hero in their lineup. It's going to be a tough one. He's going to need I don't know, maybe the counter items can do it, maybe not. And it looks like some wall breaking going to come in here. AVG just going to send it down, wants to open up this mid lane Guardian desperately. Reanimation came out relatively early, but DMB is here to back him up. And the stun even hits Dew.
You can't get hit by that as Celeste. You gotta just move away. That is unconscionable, Jake. Like, but also for those watching, it happens to pro players too. It's just like me for real. Dunk though, in from Saya. Melee creeps. Able to actually power out, get control of the urn. So overall, not the worst exchange. Although losing Midwalker, that actually is pretty bad.
Yeah, this really turns things decisively in favor of the Floormen. To your point, though, getting that urn dunk really mitigates the soul advantage, right? 2k souls, it's something, but for me, I'm less worried about the souls. I'm more worried about the way the game feels right now. You're just getting ganked from all sides. Billy, chain games them in, but gets pulled back himself. Bebop pulls him back into the lane. He has to just dash back. The protection of the tower is going to be enough to get him out of trouble for now alongside Saya.
Whew. This has been back and forth. Again, I think you think about the overall objectives of both teams. You favor Floormen a bit more here so far. Cage coming out on Ido gonna go to jail. Last Stand comes out instead. Riposte clears plenty of space and is immediately out of danger. Didn't really take too much damage there either.
That's true. He just has the Dispel Magic, so he's not really scared at all of this Warden Cage, like willing to take these trades. Comes another catch potentially on Celeste, got slept, but backs out for now. Still, DMB is just big and bulky on this tower. The nukes are coming in, but he sits through them decently well. Talia Lasan does connect. Here comes the Bullet Dance. Hay is coming in, trying to counter gank this one. Are they able to find more? No, their Riposte from Ido shuts down the Bullet Dance, and this Apollo is just running rampant now over the Floormen. Standard bearer for the melee creeps.
Xeno looking to go through the door on a super quick escape. The melee creeps finding a lot of room on the map. I mean, you take a look at the map, it feels way more in favor of melee creeps than it actually is as far as, you know, lane control and who's taking the jungle. In fact, you know, maybe it's a little bit early, but actually two things. I want to look at damage and I want to look at golden statues here so far as
there's no time
gets run down. I know there's no time. It's just continually fighting.
This game is pure fighting. As we see more challenge coming in the side lane. Victor with that extra spirit damage per bullet, pumping it out. And Scout cannot stand up to it, man. Abrams is such a world of hurt playing Abrams in this game. Like, he is just getting boxed around left, right, and center. Death slammed, hooked, slept. You take a look at the hero damage. Reasonably even across the board. No one really standing out over the rest.
Yeah, I mean, which kind of makes sense when it's just been a full-on brawl the entire game. I mean, everyone's going to get their licks in. If anything, the Doorman a little bit of an underperformance as Scout's been a little bit greedy as far as the Sinners go. I think he may have invaded one time. 20 golden statue buffs, nothing to sneeze at here. And speaking of Scout,
maybe a catch on Hayes. Dimov slips away for now, though, and he just gets like that one sleep. He's going to be out of trouble. A couple players chasing his found. Nice sleep onto Abrams. Not going to be a chance to catch. Maybe there's more to come. They're spending so much time running him down. Is there going to be support coming into this kill? I'm starting to get worried. Seems like maybe they've done enough to finally catch him. Billy letting them know, not mincing words about it.
I wonder if Dimov at that point is just like, you know, if I was on normal ping, I would have gone away. You're lucky I was at 150.
Doorman taking some trades in mid. And this is where I think the hero has felt so insane, right? It's just like, this is kind of the moment. We have that max call bell, spirit spike, gun spike. You just do so much damage. Really, like, it feels like you don't need any more economy than this. Like, this is honestly maybe your power peak of the game. So definitely expecting Doorman to really be a threat around this mid lane. Keep that wave constantly shoved in. And with no Walker there either, it's going to be a scary part of the map to be in. Hook just barely goes wide on the Saya, who slips away with, of course, our new egg, Golden Egg.
Bring the egg on your back. And off on the left, it's Dew defending the 1-on-2. Swapping over the fish cake point of view. Chain gang.
Oh, God.
Come out. It's a pretty big chain gang. 4 people brought into the party. Bashed down immediately, but the party may have been just take down fish cake. However, DMB falling elsewhere on the map. 1-for-1 here so far. Earn still in control of the melee creeps, and I'm not sure Floormen care. They're just focusing on the right walker so far that John's desperately trying to defend.
And they even get a nice little doorman onto John to slow down his defense. I wonder if they're going to stick around for the kill. Seems like with Abrams coming in, this siege could go bad, but they do have that door to potentially get them out of dodge. AVG has that shocking reanimation. Pulls out. Beautiful pin, though. Pulls them off the door. There's still maybe a chance to get this. They're trying to just desperately CC them, but no, just not enough damage. Does delay things for a moment. Lash even comes in over the top for an ult. Defends the walker. Slams them back under. Is the stomp going to follow up? No, but Dimov will. Saya just getting cut down with the DC on the Ido. What a time, but I don't know that it matters. Like, Saya is about as dead to rights as you could be in Deadlock.
I mean, look, sometimes you have to really advance your time powers here, and Saya, like, facing imminent death, actually froze time for the entire universe, only to just extend the moment of dying out that much further. That's my explanation, Jake.
This is truly a symphony of skills here. Some beautiful visual art. I think maybe not enough time is taken to appreciate the, like, just the animations, the visual clarity on Deadlock. It is remarkably well done, right? Like, every ability in the game feels impactful, feels, you know, visually interesting, exciting to see and to use. Bullet Dance and Swap, Paradoxical Swap, no exceptions.
I think the interesting theory that's being tested here And you talk to people like Lightbringer, they'll generally be in favor. And the theory is that 1-for-1, if it's just Urn v Walker, getting the Urn is better than getting the Walker, because of the idea that like Walkers are still latent souls on the map that you can get later, whereas the Urn is a one and done opportunity. I do think as you get later into the game, though, you start facing slot tension, and also you do give up a bit of map control. So I don't know if that's entirely the case. I always feel like you want to be a bit more well balanced, but that may be part of the theory for Melee Creeps, who are like, yeah, we're just going to prioritize Urn. We don't care about a single 1-to-1 Urn the Walker trade.
Yeah, I agree with you, honestly. I'm in favor of like the value of the walkers. It's not just about the pure soul count on the map, which I agree, often the Urn is worth more than the walker. For me, it's the map control, right? It's the fact that your zip line is deeper back in your own base. You have less ability to get out and get onto the map. And now in this meta, right, once you break down the walkers, that exposes potential shrine jumps, right? Where we've seen more and more teams willing to like lose a fight elsewhere on the map to send, especially Victor, right, just going suicide mission all in for the shrine. Because ultimately, if you take one shrine, it's almost the way how powerful that is in Deadlock right now. I feel like it would be worth giving up almost a team wipe to get a shrine. Like, it is so backbreaking if you can get a shrine down, especially early in the game.
I had a game earlier today, playing with a friend. It was actually playing with Puckett, where I looked at the game state. I was like, wait a second, the shrine is pretty low. I'm just backdooring it. Like, there is a point where just like I will go through like 3 layers of creeps. It's just like you get the shrine. It's like it's massive. You now have advantage on 2 lanes for the rest of the game, and it's something that even at the top levels of play, I wonder if is prioritized as much as it should be. I mean, effectively, it's as strong as it is because I think the devs a while back looked at the game and said, hey, we got to make games end a little bit sooner. And I mean, getting shrine down is one of the biggest advantages you can get, period.
I will say, I think if you can successfully backdoor and like slip past and take a shrine, it really is the enemy team's mistake, right? If they even have like one reasonably farmed player just defending the shrine, it's so hard to take it down. Like, it's incredibly tanky.
Oh, it was at 2 HP in this instance. It was at literally like less than 10% HP. So
exactly, right? Like, your team, if you've already cracked the base open and got the shrine low, it should give you a huge reward, I think, for being able to take it. And I mean, maybe that just comes from me being a Dota player. Because we're really getting the observers getting their reps in, baby. This is the beauty of a pause lock. We get to flex the free cams.
Is it actually a night shift without Ido's PC or internet just like vomiting all over itself?
That is true. It's a staple of NA Deadlock is watching Ido crash or lag out while being one of the best players in NA.
Ido, may be an American, but as far as his ability to cause pauses in North America, he is a Russian player at heart, because he reminds me of like some of our Russian players where you go older in the comp. I forget who it was. I think it was actually Together, where Together had this phase where you would get no less than like 10 pauses per game from Together. It's just like lag, pause, lag, pause. It's like,
we need to talk to Newegg about getting Ido a new PC. I wonder if they do like a home internet install, because I think he just needs the whole thing top to bottom, man. This guy.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Crashes.
I don't want Ido actually plugging things into his PC. Like, he has already blown up things on his PC that frankly should not be possible.
We don't talk about Ido, his video card. That's for the lore. That's forbidden details.
Okay, so this is something actually we should plug more. We do have an official Discord server for the night shift. I think ! Discord will bring you there. I've been alerted by production, quote, Ido is in the main DLNS Discord server saying, internet back realistically 20 minutes. It just dies on Wednesdays.
Bro, what?
Okay, good. We got
is that because we have our tournament on Wednesday? Excuse me?
I don't know. I truthfully, so many things break that Ido may just be cursed. I mean, he even got like stuck in the map earlier today. He got double stomped by a walker. I mean, realistically, I think we need to like go back in time and see the point that Ido went through like World of Mirrors and just smashed everything in the store.
Yeah, bro has been crossing way too many paths of black cats, man. It's taking an L onto this one.
Realistically, because forfeits or 5v6 are bad, I think our limit here probably is like close to 30 minutes.
Oh,
like there is.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was. No, that's. We can take a look at this. All right, this one's go to the Valve HQ, baby. What is going on this one? Like, I love that they're just right back into the fight, like full focus. They don't let it. Like, for me, I don't know. That would totally destroy my mental.
Okay, Rockerson, they're plugging Twitch TV, Lord NM. Love the solidarity, even though Lord NM is not on either of the teams. Yep, friend of the show.
Surely
it adds to allure to me, Jake. I think if this were anyone else, it'd be a little bit frustrated. It's like, man, this is a long pause. That feels pretty bad. But the fact that it's on Ido, the man who like famously put his video card in the wrong way, which I'm not even sure is possible, or at least I think that was a story.
Like, how does that happen? It doesn't fit in the case like that.
I'm just here for a little bit of slander. It's totally fine. Because we bounced out. We gassed him up for his pocket. Back in game one is like, yo, he's back. And now the other side of Ido is back. The side that, if he ever got a lifetime subscription to Geek Squad, they would cancel it. They'd be like, no, you've used too much of your warranty, man. Like, you are net negative value to us on the technical support side.
We definitely got to get the tech support out to Ido's house. We're flying. We got the chopper out. I know I approved that on the budget. I didn't mention that. We got the chopper and the mobile tech support team. Of course, private jetting to Ido's island. Getting him the full service in his mansion to go with his obviously $10,000 NASA PC. We should be able to get him back in shortly, as it surely isn't just Ido's crappy Wi-Fi dying. Who's playing on Wi-Fi in the year 2026?
Actually, there's some pressure for Ido to like go on hotspot because his phone internet is working and he's in chat. Is where we're at. Also, people say is like, why don't they get a sub? He's already in game. You cannot get a sub in game. I guess maybe if he gave his account info, but we would not open that can of worms.
I don't even think you can do that. And also, it's a TOS violation. We're not doing an account.
Yeah. Here, sharing Steam accounts. Checks. What am I checking on server chat?
Okay. We got some intel.
Not from the other team. They're asking how long, and like it's been like a 7-minute pause. I'm saying realistically 30 minutes before they have to play 5v6. That is incredibly generous in all of it because frankly, ending on a 5v6 is not fun.
It would be a tragic way for the show to go. But also, we'll have to.
There are limits.
Yeah, ultimately, in the end, we can't make Floormen wait forever. Is the nature of the game that you've got to be able to secure your own internet connection or a backup if it's unreliable. Who's got the best zipline animation right now, ZP?
Which?
I think Celeste is my personal favorite for the zipline animations.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have some characters that just, use the obvious and other characters that use their full body.
Dynamo's kind of cute too. He like holds his gun, zipline thing.
Realistically, though, if this is a common thing, you should look into the internet because at this stage, we're fun community tournament on a weekly level. If you go into a larger TO and you're DC'd for 30 minutes, you're probably in like FF territory, unfortunately. We're debating the time though. There's an argument to like cut it at 15 or 20, but we shall see.
It's so tragic if he's not able to get back. I really hope that he is, but at the same time, there's a limit to like what we can allow as far as pausing, or else shows could go on forever. And man, it just would suck. Like this is like the worst possible scenario. It's like you're on your elimination game. This is Melee Creep's first chance in the money match for quite some time, playing for half of the prize pool here in North America. EU, of course, they split the prize pool 50-50. And Melee Creeps have been such a fan favorite squad. You want to see them, have their best shot, their best chance to really fight this one on fair terms. But in the end, man, it's internet goes down and you don't have any backups or any way to get back in. I wonder if you can
why are we getting mods by Ido there? Like we're just the empty vessel of Ido just a moment ago.
He's watching. I mean, I wonder if you can phone tether back in. It might be like crappy ping, but I think at this point where we have to look into all our options.
Yeah. Like, hang on, I just got pinged again here. Right now, we're like 12 minutes into the pause. I think maybe we do just like cut it at 20 and go from there. I don't know. It's difficult because like it sucks to see a game potentially end in a 5v6 because, you know, certainly in the current game state where it's super close, it would, you know, barring the biggest throw of all time, Floormen would run away with it. But, you know, holding things up for an incredibly long period of time also not ideal, you know?
Yeah, I do think, I mean, if you just take a look at the state of the game overall, you know, I think this is still close, but especially as this fight looks like kind of a decisive beatdown where melee creeps are, regardless of any DCs, like they're probably going to get cleaned up. And I mean, it's like so far from the game being concluded, to be fair. Like melee creeps still have a decent shot into this one. But definitely as the pause stretches on, it's got to consider some unsavory options.
What does this even mean? Saya says, quote, I told him to pull the generator. Pull the generator, hook it up to his car. Isn't his internet not his power?
His power's out? I mean, if his power's out, then there really isn't the solution.
Yeah, if its power's out, like I have zero faith in his ability to get back into
literally
this game.
get the generator, bro. Like get the wood burning stove on. Like what? I'm sorry, but get the coal fired PC out. Really, you know, fire that bad boy up.
Also, we're getting told by Lightbringer that like the game is not good to tether because of how heavy the data is. He's saying, quote, replays are half a gig.
Actually, that's interesting. I feel like most multiplayer games are like very low data, right? You need like, I don't know, 15 to 100 kilobytes a second to like run the actual internet connection for the game itself, like the server packets. But I'm curious. I never looked into it specifically on a game by game basis.
All right. Apparently, okay, we got the update. Saya's saying he's pulling a hotspot. Lord and Emma said, "Give me the account login." No, that will not be. That will not be a thing.
Doing that, bro.
Like Lord and Emma, you're not even playing right now.
We will not be breaking the
Steam chat. Like,
we will not be breaking the Steam TOS on live stream, guys. This is a great idea, Lord and Emma, but I'm gonna pass on it.
Yeah. Okay. So we're officially cutting this to like 20 minutes. It gives Ido like 7 minutes to get back in. We'll see how the hotspot goes.
Yeah. I mean, we're stretching this one out because it would just be such a particularly tragic way to end the series and way to end the day.
Also, you know, it's entertainment for the community in this case, where it's like, I don't know if there's a ton of people who's just like, yes, end it now in the 5v6.
Yeah, like
end my night of watching Deadlock with Ido's crappy internet.
Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. And I mean, the guys on Floormen don't, but it's just not on them to wait an hour or something crazy, you know, AFK. Not realistic. So I think we do have to set a limit, and 20 seems fair. It's a stretch. It's longer than we normally would, but hopefully you can get back in on a phone tether or some other alternate internet connection.
Yeah, people have a point saying, you know, look, we're super thankful to finally get Super in on the watch party. Like, I have tried through the Avast backline. Like, I have gone to Avast. I'm like, Connor, tell Super the watch party. It's like, I don't know, man. Super just sleeps in like all day. Like, I don't know if it's gonna happen or whatever. Because like, for those who don't know, in terms of like the old school stuff, Jake, Super, and Avast all used to be teammates back in the OW era. Like, that was the thing.
No, chat wasn't born yet, bro. That's a different era. You know, we're all going gray here.
But no, I don't think Super cursed Ido. I would only believe that theory if Ido was Lash, in which case it'd be like Super's inherent desire to play Lash, like going through time and space to obliterate Ido. That's all I got, man. All right, let's see what the time...
What's our current pause timer? We're at 15 as of maybe a minute ago from our production.
Sounds about accurate. So
we're down to the wire. It's do or die, Ido. You got a few more minutes. Hopefully we can get him back in, but it's not looking good for the melee creeps.
Nope. Actually, you know, this is probably gonna end. We're gonna have to unpause at 20, and then Ido's like, it'll be 5 minutes later, and Ido'll be like, I'm back. Like, God.
We're just making our observers work overtime, getting the reps in here, flexing the free cams. Abra's looking styling, man. Looking very funky fresh in the night shift skin.
You know, we've never had.
Oh wow. Okay, we're getting wild. We're getting creative with it.
We never had the stress test the pause rule to this extent.
Wait, did melee creeps on pause? What?
Someone paused. DMP misclicked. Wait, is Saya dead? Can we get the...
He's doing the classic press every button on his keyboard. Saya is 100% dead, bro. Like, I hate to break it to you.
He's not dead yet, you know?
He's not dead yet. But he's about as dead as they come. I'm pretty sure he's dead to creeps if D-Mob and Rocker go AFK. Like, if D-Mob cancels Bullet Dance and immediately heavy melee Saya and gets parried, there's a chance. And realistically, there's not, but...
You know, the best part about this is like the other members of Melee Creeps also flaming Ido's technology problems in the captain's chat while we wait.
Yeah, you know, if this were like the first time and it was like such a freak accident, I think there might be a little more sympathy. But given the number of times this sort of issue has plagued Ido, I think we are getting to that time.
We are
17 minutes. So yeah, 3 minutes. Hey, Ido, get your phone plugged in, bro. It's 2026.
Also, this is going to be rather dramatic if we get directly to like we're about to start and Ido just like majestically comes in. It's like, bro, what are you serious?
I mean, that would go crazy if he comes back, but
I hope so. But
yeah, me too. But it's usually when we wait 20 minutes on minute 19, I don't feel super optimistic, ZT. I don't know if that's a Debbie Downer move, but I'm just keeping it a buck with you.
Yeah. Okay. So once we have 20 minutes, we will inform the players to unpause, and that is where it's going to be at. Production is keeping the pause timer ready to go, and
I appreciate the visual entertainment though. Just continue. We're checking out different things. We're seeing different POVs.
You know, the wild
this
thing
is like
about
the RTS POV, the straight top down.
18 minutes. So Ido has 2 minutes here. Imagine if Melee Creep somehow won 5v6 though. That has happened before. Admittedly, it happened with a team that was really far ahead of the game. But there was one game, it was back in the Fight Night era.
That's bad. That's deep lore.
Yeah, it was Quig. Quig accidentally full left the game instead of Alt F4ing the restart. And the only thing we could do was like play it out 6v5 because it was too late into the
I remember that. He accidentally abandoned the match. It's like, bro, we're playing a tournament. You cannot rejoin if you abandon.
Yeah, like you can't set the precedent like, oh, that's just an oopsie. We're going to restart because like that's...
I will say though, the other team was like giga overconfident and like threw their lives away into the base like multiple times. Gave them a chance. I think the game has evolved so much. Like the professional play is such a high level. I think 5v6 is completely impossible.
Wait, Super just came in chat, says, at Ido, can you give me your account info so
that would go too crazy. We get Super in. But sadly, no, guys, we're not doing TOS violation. I would like to not have Valve ban our turn, please. We're no TOS.
Ido says KK check D. Yeah, no. Or especially if you do that, do not let us know. That'd be not good. We would have to ban you.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
But don't do it in general.
Explicitly don't do that.
Man, how did my Apollo suddenly turn into Lash? Why are there 2 Lashes in the game? Like, this doesn't even make any sense. And we are 30 seconds away from our unpause.
Yeah, we're going to have to get back into this, guys. Tragically, sorry to the Melee Creeps. But a 20-minute pause is a 20-minute pause. You know, we got to stick to it. We've even been, I think, way more flexible than we typically would with a pause. We would not normally let it go this long. It's just the scenario is so egregious and tragic. You know, we do have the flexibility on a community show to an extent. But obviously, it's got to stop somewhere. A little bit of banter between the teams. But as we come down to it, we are going to be allowing the match to continue here.
All right. Unpause is imminent. I'll be happy, but also irritated to see like he's back.
I mean, I'd take it, honestly. I really would suck to end the day on a note like this, to be going down in a 5v6 with the DC. So I hope he can get back in. At least see out the series to its conclusion. But if not, I hope this is the final wake-up call to get some sort of backup. I mean, in this day and age, you can even get like the cell phone internet plans, you know, like get like a 5G router that actually do the good speeds that you can, you know, play games and you know, stream on. But yeah, we are going to have to run at 5v6. back into the action. It's been a long pause. Oh my God, Saya went down?
Unbelievable. I can't believe Saya died. We had so much time to set this up. Well,
Celeste,
now
her
for melee
world of hurt, her prison of pain.
the art of 5v6, Jake.
Oh,
this is where
we're not doing the
forged.
idol walking back to base cam.
Oh no.
Salt in the wound.
Well, I mean, hey, look, can Idol moonwalk like that?
I don't know. We got to get him on the stage, man. The big buys coming out.
Hey, look at it this way. Ida will be full HP when you get. Well, actually, maybe not. It doesn't actually put you in the fountain. It puts you like on the ground.
Oh my!
Whoa!
Miss 46 gifted. What the heck? Huge gifted for the channel. This looks like a fight breaking around the mid boxes. We're going full burger box mode, baby. This is a 5v6. It's time to start brawling. And they're gonna kill Rocker. He tried to stick around too long. Thought he could take this. Got ganked. Number advantage. In this case, favoring the melee creeps.
Yeah, so melee creeps, may be in a terrible situation, but I think the way. Wait, is Zeno gonna get caught here? This is the full emergency death ball. Tries to hook him out of the danger, but instead gets caught on the wall. Fish cake, able to find a Zeno. No Ido, no problem. Wait, no, Jake.
Emergency death ball, but they have a walker to push. I'll believe it when I see them actually take the walker. Big proc for Mirage. Wait, holy crap! League goes
Jake,
down.
is it good or bad for Ido on the meme economy if melee creeps wins this game without Ido?
He's going bankrupt in the meme economy if they win this one. But here comes the pipe back. Hazel, big lash connects onto 3, but the walker's already going down, so there's still a fight to be had here. A couple players still back up off the respawn. Melee creeps, this isn't going so bad for them considering the 5v6. Got a couple kills, got a walker picked up, but the walls to be broken. He's here, he's got the reanimation, he's already on the shrine. I think it's already down, ZP.
Okay, we talked about the backdoor in the shrine, but this is like actually ridiculous because he's wait.
He needs to get on it. He needs to proc the reanimation. He actually might not get it because that curse procced on him.
Break the wall. You know what just reminds me? Chris Jericho, his old theme song, break the walls down or whatever. See Victor like diving this deep for an objective. I don't think they get shrine this time around though.
I think it's just basically because the curse pushed him off. He couldn't get that extra burst of damage on. Execution just a little bit sloppy from average. And that shrine would have certainly sealed the deal in this game. I mean, talk about brutal scenarios. Not only a 5v6, but without a shrine, I struggle to believe it. But I think Floormen, I mean, realistically, you can't just like run it down on walkers 5v6. Even that is not enough of an advantage to allow you to just go force end the game. But it's playing the map, it's playing the objective, it's playing typical strategic deadlock to where this should be a particular problem for them. So as I say that, though, the soul advantage, I mean, I guess you shouldn't count Ido's 15,000 souls, but it is favoring the melee creeps up at the top.
Yeah, it's just like now any soul calculation, minus 15, has to be taken into account. But also on a per person basis, melee creeps are getting stronger.
Threatening a collapse on mid, but this time Zeno sees the play coming, reads it well. Opportunity to catch Celeste. They lock her down, but do they have the follow-up here? Needs to hit this second hook and does get it. Beautiful connection. And Celeste trapped and killed. Warden picks that one up. Might even continue on for a walker, but it's a big dive in the mid lane. Fishcake putting the Baroness on Billy. Seems like there's not much of a connection here. A sleep onto John. A rundown, though, onto Zeno. Does get the job done. So they will be rewarded for their efforts. Average extremely close to that next reanimation. And the couple jumps away. He's going to be out of there just fine. DMB picks up a walker on the other side.
Urn can be controlled here by Floormen, where there's also some idiosyncrasies on games like this where, if you do get an urn, you get like a massive more percentage, like on a per person basis, because Ido doesn't get urn when he's DC'd from the game if melee creeps are actually able to control the urn. Like, there are some very interesting 5v6 interactions, like obviously being down a player like vastly outweighs it, but it is a slightly different form of
Does it give you more souls if you from the urn?
Well, on a per person basis, because like Ido would get no souls, so like normally the 20-minute urn would give like a greater proportion of the 20-minute urn to every individual melee creeps player, basically.
Well, they'll still get no souls this time because Floormen get absolutely everything out of the urn, so it'll be beautiful to see melee creeps putting on a real fight into this one, but already in just a few minutes, the soul advantage is ballooning. John gonna get the chance to clear a wave and maybe put some damage down on Walker. Does get slowing hex slept, flanked from both sides. Is he gonna be able to play his way out of this one? Surrounded. It's gonna have to be a team fight. Look at him playing right under that tiny roof that allows him to block the Death Slam. Stay into this fight. The Warden will out, but I think Warden is just gonna get burst down too quickly for this one. And so a fast engage from DMB gets punished brutally. There's an even fight to be had.
Yeah, now we've earned the 5v5, says Melee Creeps. However, okay, here's the issue. You see the time bomb on the right lane?
Yeah,
AVG's going to push the Guardian and then immediately go to finish what he started on the Shrines.
He's going to come to the fight instead, actually. Mirage, though, they've already done the damage. That Walker getting down incredibly low. Wants to finish this one off. Here comes D-Mob. Comes in, rips the ulti. Multiple players starting to get low with the 5 for Melee Creeps. No margin from error. Here comes Victor over the top. Mirage also getting run down. Victor gets the cleanup onto Fishcake. Abrams just has to pop that seismic impact and just run for it. But getting Mirage out is already not a bad result. Like, in the end, it's a 1-for-1 with the Walker. Looks like Abrams will eventually be run down, but could be a lot worse for the Melee Creeps. So as I say, that Sly also goes down, which likely means mid-boss next to fall.
Yeah, you immediately bring this in the mid-boss. Also, there's kind of another question here is that if Ido got his internet back, do you even want Ido to reconnect at this point?
All right, come on now. Come on.
No. That's a legitimate question, though, because you're so far behind on farm-wise. Like, would you rather have a 15k Apollo, or would you rather, like, split all the souls to the remainder of the people in the game?
No, you'd rather have a 6-player, man. Like, he'll get crazy comeback souls. He got Talilo Sun. He's got buttons. Pressing buttons is good.
Yeah, that wasn't a dig at Ido. That was like actual, just like Mav, to be clear.
That's a crazy thing to say.
No,
I see your point. I see your point. Look at his counter spells, but it's not enough.
Excuse me. It's an honor to
well,
be of service.
Credit to Melee Creeps for able to take a few close fights down one, but there are like just certain macro disadvantages that start becoming rather poignant at this point.
Oh, great hook. Catches. Doesn't have slowing X. Interestingly, does grab another hook, but eventually Abrams is going to get out of there. Super tanky. D-Mop just waiting for anyone to try to commit in aggressively.
It's kind of interesting on the, you take away Ido's souls, you could argue it's kind of even in hero power. Just, permanently down one as Saya gets the hook into the luxury stay into the Baroness.
He's going to come into an unwelcoming world here on the other side. And yeah, absolutely deleted by those call bells waiting for him. Little cart as well. And the base siege continues. I like the Floormen are keeping all the waves crashing simultaneously here, making it really hard for there to be any kind of a punish on this move. Gonna fall back, gonna look to play the map, get a lot of these sinners fresh off the respawn. A lot of farm here to be taken. Then, I mean, I feel like once you balloon this lead with like one big farming cycle, I think the game is more or less over.
Yeah, you can't really deal with being both perma down one person and dealing with the other team just being ahead on economy. And even as is, it's starting to become, the road that is being walked here by Melee Creeps. So
yeah, I think sieging is legitimately hard, just mostly because of like Mirage, Billy, Celeste, right? If like you siege and Mirage is just stacking you up with Jin's marks, and Celeste is, finds a big initiation on the Billy chain, like there is a way to lose a team fight. And so playing on the map is where not only the 5v6 is more brutal, but also the comp for the Melee Creeps really struggles when they're in that kind of a spot. Looks like that paradoxical swap just goes barely wide. They would have loved to catch Xeno out there.
So Melee Creeps, in a way, at this point, you're kind of waiting for a mistake, effectively. Like your biggest ally here is that for Floormen, you feel like it's kind of over. You go forward, you make a mistake, and somehow it turns in your favor.
And these nukes are biting, like Doorman just getting those trades in. Bebop holding Urn. Looks to dunk this egg in. And I think Melee Creeps are going to take the fight. They're just going to take every fight they can get here. Still with a minute left on Rejuve, though. It's far from an easy fight. Billy Chain onto 2, but it looks like Xeno maybe breaks that. Lash is pulled into the thick of the fight, but Demov comes in with the backstab. Bullet Dance here, connecting in. Death Slam onto Fishcake, burns him down. Does trade the Lash's life, but it's just a rejuve. And AVG just snowballing forward here. Even has the refresher online and seals the deal on this game. 3 kills in the fight. Saya and Scout out, but these two heroes really can't do much in the way of a defense. And a hook back into the reanimation zone. Abrams not long for this world.
I'm just talking with production, thinking of things that we can talk about in the post game, but just about all said and done here. Again, it's a shame, but you know, there's limits to waiting, and as we see here, even if we were still waiting, we would still be waiting as internet has not come back online. So it is what it is for online competition. Sometimes you get days like this, but you know, up until this point, Melee Creeps did look better today, especially, you know, frankly, getting past FPS Lounge, which did not seem to be in the cards at the start of the day.
Oh, come on, Diaz. You could surely end. I guess they're going to go by.
Well, okay, you know why you play the safe, though, is that as much as you have an advantage, you don't want to be the team that has the advantage and then loses to the team with 5 players. Like,
everybody wants you to be that team, but you don't want to be that team.
Yeah,
like,
that would be the most generational fumble.
Wants you to throw and die sieging the base, which legitimately, Melee Creeps has a very nice comp for like defending the patron. But if you go farm the map here and grab a full buy-off, it should just be too much.
Yeah, I think if you're Floormen, like, as much as this is a relatively easy path to victory, you don't want to enter any of the possibilities where it's not victory. Like, let's put it that way. But John going down, that takes away a lot of the bite of the defense as he just says, yo, end the game.
Oh my. Paradox getting absolutely murdered here. Hooked, cursed, killed. John already out of the fight.
Kind of a kill steal from League, I'm going to be honest.
How dare he, honestly, ZP. This is a crucial game in which to not kill steal. Rebuttal comes in, does its work. They're trying to let him kill Demon. I think they're trying to let him kill Demon. And he does get it down. I thought they stopped shooting Abrams for a second, and now maybe they're going to regret it. Hold on, this Abrams is healing like a god, but in the end...
No, it's over.
Oh, wait, I don't reconnect. Oh my god. Or does it
Wait, you got to be...
What? Does it not show the DC, or did he reconnect?
I hope that was just the DC not showing that.
I mean, that would have been a 40-minute pause, though, which I'm sorry we can't allow. Floormen, they do get the walkover win today. They earned the game 1. It was a pretty decisive win for them. They were in the driver's seat on game 2. Obviously, leaves a sour taste in your mouth. I really hope Idaho can fix his internet situation and you know, rectify some of these issues going forward, because we'd love to see them back and competitive here on the night shift. And Melee Creeps, they were more competitive today than we've seen them in quite some time. Definitely things to build on for them.
Hello, guys. You had a lot of fun. I thought about joining in, and I was like, nah, I'll just let them do their thing for 20 minutes.
Let us suffer. We needed you. Where were you in our time of need?
That's just what I do, man. I don't, you know. It's how you make an impression on your first job in Deadlock. Anyway, we do have a 2-0 in favor of Floormen. Yeah, the Melee Creeps, they were competitive in that game 1 up until the end, and then in game 2, I mean, things are pretty much even, right? Like, but we had talked about the draft not going super well for Melee Creeps, and there's perhaps still that to be seen, even if Ido was in the game. But as it is, this is an awkward end to the night shift as Ido disconnects and Floormen take on the 6v5. Totally okay. Hard to say. Hard to bring this, to closure. ZP, any Jake, any last thoughts?
There's not going to be any closure for a day like today. That's just how it goes, man. You got to come back next week. The good news is we're back here every Wednesday, right? This is, this is not just like one and only tournament for a new game. We're here every single week. And always with the opportunity to get that Deadlock competition. So it's not about the 1 week results, like one occurrence, one team fight, one draft, right? It's about the legacy. I think got to look at a team like Melee Creeps with how many times they've been able to win the championship historically here. This is Dion. Are we on number, is it 39 today? 38?
Yeah, 38. Also, I got a critical update. There, Ido actually did get back in the game and used a tiny low stock right before it died. Like, look, he's back in game. The ult goes off.
He pressed his ult. Oh wait, he did.
Oh my god!
Tragedy strikes here on DLNS. Ido was even putting on a show this game. Like, was super aggro, constantly aggressive. But in the end, Floormen get the job done. I think the game, if I had to call it, was already tilting in their favor. With how they were able to just like take so many fights. It felt like, League, Rocker, and D-Mob were just pulling them every which way, right? Like Scout could barely press his own movement keys in some of these fights with the amount of lockdown he was receiving. So I still feel like, Floormen probably would have won this game regardless. But of course, Melee Creeps are going to want to come back and prove that wrong next week.
Yeah, and I, believe that they will get a chance to going through that challenger match and then facing Floormen again. As I pointed out before this series, Floormen, they're already back-to-back champs, taking a third one as well. And yeah, this is always going to be a little marred in the Wikipedia or wherever where it says like, well, this guy gets disconnected. But Floormen were looking very, very good, taking game number one, and kind of building a lead up until that disconnect anyway in game number two. But it's always so awkward to end this way. We want to talk in details about game two, about exactly where things really turned around, and to just be like, well, turn around because some guy disconnected is not
the internet router.
It's not much analysis. Yeah, which I saw, some suggestions coming out for the MVP from ZP was,
yeah, well, let's wait. We gotta wait to see like production if they agree, if they throw it up on the screen. I think there's one MVP that everyone can agree on here. By the way, look, internet issues happen. Like, we meme a little bit because like Ido's had a lot of them, but do not send personal hate towards Ido. These things are gonna happen. Like, plenty of people have like well-meaningly tried the fixer setup and weird stuff happens. So please, it's all in good fun from our end where we're making fun of the stuff when it happens. But Ido did not wake up the day as like, I can't wait for my internet to go out in the middle of the finals match. Like, chill out.
My channel points, it's 200,000 down the drain. How am I going to recover from this?
I do feel like it is one of the most annoying things in all of gaming. Like, probably no one is more upset than Ido. So honestly, I feel for the guy. I feel like he did put on some strong performances today. Like that pocket on the challenger match was insane. It was like back to peak Ido form. So I really want to see him back in action on the night shift. We got like genuinely. I mean, I say this is like zero flame. It's like we should try to like help him figure out like an alternate internet connection or something because I want to see this guy in action. Right? He's a fan favorite for a reason. He's a great player to watch and a really like stand up pillar of our scene. So I think it's a great call. Like obviously no one should be blaming him personally. Obviously something like this is out of his control in terms of nobody wants the internet going down in a pro match.
Yeah, I feel like we're all old enough to say that we've had internet troubles, at some point. I remember when I first moved out, my apartment would disconnect the internet after 6 p.m. every day.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, it took like a month to fix. The guy came over and he was like, oh yeah, this has been a problem that's been reported. And I don't know if it's ever going to get fixed. Thankfully, I went away and it came back and it was fixed, so I was lucky timing-wise. But anyway, it just happens and it's very, very unfortunate. No one likes it. We do have the MVP ready to go, and I'm very eager to see what this is. What do they move up here? Yes, they did. They did it. The internet router. I had to go quickly, search for an image there. Is going to win player of the match. By far, the most impactful player, I would say.
I mean, when you can take out...
What a place! Oh my, the internet router. Look at him go.
When you take out a player for the entire game, you cannot deny the impact. I mean, no one has ever just isolated a player with such efficiency.
I just realized what we were watching.
We don't only have an MVP as the internet router, we got highlights from the internet router, baby. We're on the next level.
That is some next level stuff. The moonwalking Apollo is the highlight. The internet router did all of that. Took out an entire player. What an MVP. What a god. We certainly all are bound to the internet router as it goes. But unfortunately, that means that we're at the end of a night shift without the most conclusive ending that you would ever want. But as Jake was saying, it's every single week, guys, and they've been doing such an excellent job. And of course, shouting out the patrons who continue to support the night shift and everyone who is subbing and donating this entire time. Thank you very much for all of that. Make sure to check out the Patreon. So next we're going to take the priority this week. The pick priority comes up first, I believe. So there you go. There's the characters that were all chosen. A little less balanced, I want to say, than last week. A lot of characters down there in the zero, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I do think like a pretty decent spread, but like a lot of heroes getting picked all 5 times. It's kind of crazy how many heroes saw like basically complete uptime in this night shift. So yeah, to your point, some interesting losers this patch, like Venator unpicked. Venator was the #1 hero for a month maybe, or maybe more on the night shift, like pretty decisively was in every game, if not banned. And now he's completely out of the action. So pretty surprising fall from grace for Venator in this meta.
Yeah, and ZP, we have Infernus, who already fell off last week anyway, that continues to just not be picked, and then particularly for North America, Yamato was not chosen.
The other hero that fell off pretty heavily after being highly picked for quite a while is Geist. I mean, Geist was kind of on the downturn, and now Geist 0 picks, 0 bans. I think this feels like the most figured out, at least by team consensus. The meta has been in a while where you get this many heroes in the very top tier. It was a pretty static day relative to, honestly, I think just the previous week where we had a lot of variety. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the state of balance is bad. It just means that where we are and where the teams think is right now is like kind of static until people start breaking it open once more. But it is very interesting to see some of the heroes that, especially, Venator, like no picks, Geist, no picks. Even Yamato, no picks, where Yamato was getting a decent chunk of play last week. So things kind of changing quickly week after week.
Yeah. We expect things to change quickly in Deadlock, but again, maybe particularly quickly, we had another tournament that was going on that actually gave us a lot of those high-profile games, and things were kind of figured out, but then quickly counter-figured out and all that good stuff. But we also got our priority items. So what is on the top? Extra Regen continues
Big dog,
to be
Extra
number
Regen.
1. Yeah, talk about that, Jake. It's the item, apparently.
I mean, it's just everybody's buying it. You got to get on the train, too. This is one, for the kids at home. Everybody buy this item. It is just really strong right now, really efficient, allows you to be really aggressive early, and just delivers so much value over the course of a game until you, of course, eventually probably sell it for the slot. Interesting, the opening round still holding its position. Actually, a pretty stable, in general, item list. Like, everything roughly where it was last week. No huge shifts one way or the other.
ZP, any thoughts?
Yeah, as I look at, I think the interesting part is Locket creeping back up again, where Locket took a nerf that I think was pretty well warranted, but still viable on heroes, especially that are better consumers of extra stamina. And suddenly, Locket people is actually pretty good. Now, granted, I think part of the uptick is also the fact that you're seeing Apollo in every single game. So if you're up against Apollo, you're more likely to just slam Locket. Up against Apollo Shiv in particular. Also, look at, opening rounds rather, still important, still an item that really benefited from its recent buffs. I'm trying to think of anything else is particularly more interesting here. I think people are more willing to buy monster rounds now, even if they're going to sell it later. I think there's a period of time people are like, well, I'm not going to go cultist, I'm not going to buy it. I think you look at builds here, even if people sell it pretty early into the mid game, they're more willing to grab monster rounds just for its importance, up to about 15 minutes.
All right. Yeah, and there's your top 10 items. If you don't get it in your own games, you will be yelled at officially from this point on. And now we got, I believe, close to the end anyway. We kind of summarize the end of this broadcast is a little wonky, so that's my excuse with disconnecting. But yeah, it was
not our best day of the night shift. I think we can be honest about it. We had only a BO3 in EU because we had some roster mania there. To see NA go this way with a tragic disconnect to close out the day obviously sucks. But still, we're here every single week, day in, day out. Deadlock's a very early new game. So yeah, the infrastructure is not great. Not all the players have the full suite of resources of an established esport. But we're here, we're scrappy, and we're going to be back next Wednesday. We're also going to be back this weekend at DreamHack. So just a final reminder, anybody who's at DreamHack Atlanta this weekend, come to the Intel booth. We're going to be hanging out. Shout out Intel and Newegg, by the way, for sponsoring us, being on the show, and allowing us to deliver these beautiful prize pools week in, week out. Still paying those out, regardless of any shenanigans. So that's the reputation we want to cultivate here on the night shift. We're here, we're consistent, week in, week out. Doesn't matter what comes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's an implosion in Europe team-wise or a disconnect in that final game. Night Shift will be back for next week and next week and next week and next week and the week after that, and hopefully with a lot more sponsors and all good stuff to come. Thank you so much for watching. Again, if you want to support the scene, kind of what everyone's looking at right now for the Deadlock Pro scene, there is that Patreon, and you can have all different types of tiers. You can be looking at the Graveyard Shift eventually after as well. We got a talk show apparently that goes on. It sounds interesting. Check it all out on the Patreon. That'll be it for Night Shift number 38, guys. Thank you so much, ZP and Jake, for casting and delivering top-tier content, including a lot of just, filler in that 20-minute pause. You guys did an excellent job. Big thank you to everyone behind the scenes who worked so well and continue improving Deadlock as an esport. The overlay works out beautifully, and the handling of all these issues has been going well enough, I suppose. Yes, of course, we got to get the.
Oh
the,
no,
you know,
there's no way. I can't believe they did that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I mean, can't be done without the highlights, I suppose. So, what was the highlight of the match of the day, I should say, for you, ZP?
Truthfully, because I like contrasting the good with the bad, and obviously the Ido Internet is going to be a big story. Ido Pocket made its return in NA at the best of one, and Ido put on one of the best Pocket performances we have seen in a long time. Shows that Bro still has it on his most signature hero in his own Deadlock history. So I think seeing that was cool. Internet, obviously, a bit of a bummer, but that's why we go weekly. Forget about this. Look towards next week.
Yeah, and real quick, Jake, your highlight.
I got to give it to the Floormen with that draft in game 1. I thought they played a really exciting and interesting game without a single frontliner and made it work in a very cool way. So I love to see that innovation. That's what we're all about here on the night shift. Just getting that forum for the best players to showcase their skills, show us what they've got. And they've got quite a lot, it seems, this week. So we'll be back next Wednesday, of course, and every Wednesday after that, as you said, Zombie Grub. By the way, thank you, Zombie Grub, for coming on, for hosting the show. Really appreciate it. Great to see you as well here in the Deadlock scene.
Thank you very much. Hopefully Pucket's back next week because you guys love him, and I will be back maybe in the future. So thanks again, guys, and follow the channel, all that good stuff. We'll be back here for another night shift next Wednesday.